has now broken out at a nightclub in Bhubaneswar in Odisha. Ladies and gentlemen, remember this comes just days after, exactly nearly 6 days after fire broke out at a nightclub in Goa. Now this one is coming in from Bhubaneswar, where a similar kind of fire has broken out at a nightclub in Goa. These are the live visuals on your screen coming in from Bhubaneswar. This was the fire that caught just late at night. More details now coming in. This is a bar in a Satya Vihar area of Bhubaneswar, the capital of Odisha. It has caused panic among the locals. Firefighters team had rushed to the scene and thick smoke was seen rising from the establishment. Now, according to the reports, the exact cause of the fire, ladies and gentlemen, is still unclear. Officials are currently investigating whether it was caused by an electric short circuit, a kitchen malfunction, or any other possible cause. So any cause has not been ruled out yet. Firefighters are working tirelessly to bring the situation under control and prevent the fire from spreading to nearby buildings in the densely populated area. The prompt action helped to bring the fire under control at that in time. However, investigation agencies are now onto the job to ascertain the cause of the fire. And the good news, ladies and gentlemen, here is that no casualties so far has been reported. With that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. Getting you the details after the break are on two major stories. Number one, how Lutra's deportation process has now been initiated. And story number two that we will tell you after the break is about the Indigo CEO who has been summoned for the second straight day by the inquiry committee of the DGCA.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार।
Top headlines that we're tracking at 10:30 a.m. this morning. Lutra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process begins. DGCA summons Indigo for the second time. Peter Elvis to appear before the committee today. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case.
We've solved 8 wars. Think of it, 8 wars have been solved. Although Thailand and Cambodia, I think I'm going to have to make a couple of phone calls on Thailand, but we'll get that one back on track. But think of it, we've solved 8 wars. That's never happened.
Donald Trump reiterates his statement, says will stop Thailand-Cambodia war with a call. 9 dead as bus crashes into ravine in Andhra. It lost control at a sharp turn. Former Union Home Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker Shivraj Patil dies at 90. And we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the Deepam issue that's taken place in the state of Tamil Nadu. and specifically in Madurai. We now learn that the Madras High Court will be hearing all the appeals today against the Deepam Rao. Where, when we say appeals, one of the appeal that has been made was to impeach the judge of the Madras High Court, G.R. Swaminathan, who had passed the landmark verdict and had given his verdict in favor of the Hindus. Today, the Madras High Court will be hearing all the appeals against the Deepam Rao, starting from the appeals that opposition members or members of the other community have to make. This has been one of the key issues, ladies and gentlemen, after Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan passed a landmark verdict saying that Deepam or lamp can be lit at the hilltop, after which the ASI had also reached the spot, because the point of contention there, ladies and gentlemen, was there was a dargah that was present at the hilltop where the Deepam was allowed to be lit, and the opposition members had raised the same issue, saying that if there is a dargah, there cannot be a lamp that could be lit. Meanwhile, Sharda, my colleague, is joining me live from the Madras High Court. Sharda, we learned that all the appeals against the Deepam issue will be heard today in the Madras High Court. What are those? What are these appeals that we're talking about here?
Well, the case which adjourned to today, day before yesterday, when the Judge G.R. Swaminathan had called for the commissioner, the Madurai City Commissioner, and also the Collectorate. And however, now it's been adjourned today, and all the appeals that have been filed, again, including the Ram Ravi Kumar, who's the first petitioner asking for the Deepam to be lit on the top of the hill, will also be appearing today. And all the appeals against the government and against the judge, and also it will be a two-bench judge that will be reviewing this particular appeal today. And also it's expected that the appeals will go on till the evening, and also as multiple political parties have also raised their voice, it's expected that political parties will also be filing their appeals in relation to this case, whereas the DMK is yet to answer to what the main question on why the district collector and the police did not allow the petitioner along with the CISF to light the lamp on the top. So the appeals also include questioning the government on how the district administration allowed the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct an experiment yesterday on the stones that was especially on the Deepatun that's situated on the top of the hill.
Right, Sharda, also talk to us about the hearing is starting to take place at 11 today. When we talk about the other issues that has centered the Deepam Rao, one of them being the impeachment of the Madras High Court judge, what more update do you have on that? A letter, I believe, was already submitted by the opposition MPs, which also included 100 others from the other parties, including Shiv Sena, UBT and other opposition parties in the parliament.
Well, the DMK first came up with telling that G.R. Swaminathan's ideology is based towards Hinduism and RSS, and he's only partial to certain side of the religion, and that's the reason he passed an order like this, following which the Thirumavelan, the VCK leader, wanted to move an impeachment motion against the judge, following which he also took help of the DMK and other MPs from the India Alliance who moved to the parliament and also submitted an impeachment motion against Judge G.R. Swaminathan to the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla, following which they're expecting the motion to be moved to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha where MPs get over. However, the Speaker has not yet decided whether the motion will be brought into place for discussion or for a debate at the winter parliament session. Meanwhile, the DMK continues to state that they want to get an impeachment against Judge G.R. Swaminathan. Also noted that few cases from the past that Judge G.R. Swaminathan had given is mostly lying towards the interest of Hindus and not going against, not against the other people, and also added that Judge G.R. Swaminathan's rule, especially in this Tirupurakanram Deepam Rao, goes against the 2014 Supreme Court law, which said that people cannot light the lamp on the top of the hill as the power of the land belongs to the dargah, whereas now Judge, who went personally there and made sure he got the proofs, and also it says that the lamp is 15 meters away from the dargah, more than 15 meters away from the dargah, as now the temple has the permission to light the lamp. But again, as well as we see, the DMK under the head chancellery department, the temple administration, did not obey the orders of the court and are now in contempt.
All right. Thank you very much, Sharda. All eyes will now be on the Madras High Court hearing, which will be starting at 11 a.m. today. Sharda, we'll come back to you on that note. Moving on to some other breaking news that we're getting in. This is about a cylinder blast that's taken place at Koppal in Karnataka. Now, 7 people we learn have been seriously injured in a cylinder explosion at Hebbal village in the Gangavati Taluk of Koppal district. The incident occurred while a new LPG cylinder was being installed, leading to a sudden blast. The injured have been identified and there are 4 others as well who have been identified. All 7 victims are now taken to the government hospital for treatment. The incident falls under the jurisdiction of the Gangavati Rural Police Station. Abhishek, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast on that note. Abhishek, talk to us about the cylinder blast details. We learned that this happened while the LPG cylinder was being installed. Are there any possible angles that the officers of the police is also looking at?
Well, is this a wanted act or an act of injustice, or is it probably due to an accident is the point of question which the police are recovering and investigating as of now. Only the maximum of 7 persons have been injured deeply and gravely as of now is what the information has been said. All of them are in the Gangavati hospital taking the treatment, and it is claimed as of now that they are out of danger currently, but the situation might worsen up is what the government doctors have informed the sources of Republic TV. And on the other hand, we've also seen that this was due to a LPG blast while the installation was being was in progress is what we have been informed. So the point is this a new house or is this an old house? Was this a new connection or the defect in the wire of the connection? There are various other places where the cylinder leak could have happened, the gas leak could have happened, then this might have ignited a spark and then the blast could have occurred. However, the maximum extent of the blast has been reduced is what the hospital doctors who are treating these patients have informed as of now, but we'll have to wait for much more details from the hospital as of now, Tanisha.
Right, Abhishek, I request you to stay with me because we're getting in more breaking news from Karnataka. We learned that Shivakumar clarified that the dinner was purely a social occasion. Those present at the gathering included senior party leaders and legislators such as S.T. Somashkekar and Iqbal Hussain along with others. We also have a statement from D.K. Shivakumar on that. Let's listen in.
ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಮಾಜಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ 15 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇಡೀ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮರೆಯೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದವನೇನು ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವನಿಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಊಟ ಇವತ್ತು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ ರಾಗಿ ಮುದ್ದೆ ಸಾರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾವೆ. ಬೇಡ ನಂಗಾಗಿತ್ತಾ ನಮಗೆ ದಿನ ಹೋಗೋರು ಊಟ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಒಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ ಹೋಗೋದು. ನಾಳಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೇಟ್ ಕರೆದವ್ರೆ, ಸೇಟ್ ಆಸು ಸೇಟ್ ಕರೆದವ್ರೆ, ಫಿರೋಜ್ ಸೇಟ್ ಕರೆದವ್ರೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ದಿನ ಹೋಗೋದು.
All right, Abhishek is continuing to stay with us on the broadcast. Abhishek, no matter how much the party leaders deny that it was a casual meeting, it was a socializing event, but all of these meetings back-to-back that are being held by each camp, the D.K. Shivakumar camp and the Siddaramaiah camp, also keeping in mind the hectic parleys that's happened in the national capital just few weeks back, certainly points towards a different story, that all is not well within the Karnataka government.
Tanisha, this might be a reply to Siddaramaiah's camp, which was hosted by one of the local MLAs in Belagavi. Siddaramaiah and a couple of leaders who belong to Siddaramaiah's camp had met in Seth's house. The Seth is influential MLA in Belagavi. After which DCM D.K. Shivakumar along with 40 other MLAs on his camp have attended a dinner party in Praveen Doddananavar's resort, which is on the outskirts of Belagavi, is what we have been informed. However, when the reporters questioned about that, D.K. Shivakumar has very clearly mentioned it was a casual meet for dinner because Mahesh Praveen Doddananavar was the party president of the district in the last couple of years, and he had been inviting D.K. Shivakumar for the last 15 years. This is why he had to, he was forced to go to Praveen Doddananavar's residence for a dinner. On the other hand, it is very clear that D.K. Shivakumar is trying to give out a message without using any verbal mode to Siddaramaiah's camp, showcasing that majority of the MLAs in Congress party are on the DK Shivkumar's camp, and probably he might take it to the next extent if at all Siddaramaiah doesn't give up on the chair of Chief Minister in the next couple of days as agreed upon. So this is a very clear indication that Congress had decided not to give out any reasons to the opposition party during the assembly session, and this is why both of these camps and both of these leaders are keeping quiet only until the assembly session ends, and after which they will continue their tussle with the chair of Chief Minister, and they will be going to Delhi is what we have been informed. Anytime in the next 1 or 2 days, DCM DK Shivkumar is going to leave to Delhi to have a conversation with the High Command to build up the tension on the High Command to elevate him from the position of Deputy Chief Minister to the position of Chief Minister. We have also seen Yatindra Siddaramaiah repeatedly saying that his father will continue as the Chief Minister as agreed upon by the High Command. On the other hand, we've also seen DK Shivkumar and his camp not speaking about the leadership change after the directions from the AICC or the Congress High Command. So this is a clear representation from both the camps stating that the leadership tussle will continue no matter what. It has been on hold only in front of the media temporarily because of the assembly sessions, and they will take it to the next extent in the next couple of days, because the rumors are that DK Shivkumar will be the Chief Minister of Karnataka probably after January 15th and within February 15th is what the sources of Congress have informed. But we will have to wait and see what the next move of the opposition team within the Congress party, which is opponent to DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah's camp, is going to do, because DK Shivkumar and 40 other MLAs have had met for dinner previous night. The reply from Siddaramaiah's team might continue today evening. Tanisha.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more stories that we are tracking on this edition. Search operations are continuing for the second consecutive day alongside the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of snowfall in the upper reaches. Here's a quick report that's been filed by my colleague Rusimran.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
Shifting our focus to more breaking news that's coming in from the state of Assam. We learned that SIT will be submitting its charge sheet in the Zubin Garg death case today. They will be filing a 3,500-page charge sheet today in the case. The special investigation team is set to file the charge sheet in the court today in connection with the high-profile murder of Zubin Garg. According to officials, more than 300 individuals have already been interrogated as a part of the investigation. Following these extensive inquiries, the SIT is now ready to formally present the charge sheet in court, marking a significant development in the case. Currently, 7 accused of the case, organizer Shamukh Manta, manager Siddharth Sharma, and others are in judicial custody. All right, major development there that's expected in the Zubin Garg case. The SIT will now submit its charge sheet in the court. It is a 3,500-page long charge sheet, which the SIT will be submitting in the court as far as the murder of Zubin Garg is concerned. The SIT says that more than 300 people have already been interrogated in this regard. Aniruddha is joining us on the phone line. Aniruddha, please share more details. Aniruddha, can you share more details about the charge sheet that SIT is going to file?
Yes, the SIT will be filing the charge sheet in front of the CJM court today, and right now we are getting to know that the SIT team has already moved out of their office at Assam Police Headquarters, and from there they are on their way to the CJM court here, where they will be filing the charge sheet in connection to the Zubin Garg's death proof. It may be mentioned that murder charges have been pressed against the accused, and all other aspects are also being looked into as per the provisions of the Section 208 of the BNSS, which entitles an Indian agency to investigate for a crime that has taken place on a foreign soil. After invoking the Section 208 of the BNSS, the investigation is proceeding, and the charge sheet runs through more than 3,500 pages. That is what we are getting to know as of now. In a short while from now, we are expecting the SIT to arrive here at the court, where they will be submitting the charge sheet. And if we also talk about the circumstances that led to the death of Zubin Garg in Singapore, the entire circumstances had been mysterious, and that is the reason why, several angles emerged out when the investigation was on. And in fact, the police and the investigating agencies had also probed all the angles, all the evidences have been gathered. More than 300 people have been questioned in connection to Zubin Garg's death, both from Singapore as well as in Assam. And also, for that matter, we also need to know that the Assam police, for the first time, went to Singapore. They did a thorough investigation with the agency there. The Singaporean police had also cooperated with the Assam police in connection to the probe. And some of the people, the residents of Singapore from Assam who were there in the yacht on that unfortunate day accompanying Zubin Garg, they were also questioned. After recording all the statements of more than 300 people, the police had prepared this charge sheet, which runs through more than 3,500 pages, and the angle of murder is something that is being probed upon. In fact, Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma had repeatedly said that Zubin Garg's death is not a natural death or not an accidental death, but in fact it is a murder, and that according to the provisions of the BNSS, they are probing it as a murder case itself. Studio.
All right, Aniruddha, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to more breaking news that we are getting in, ladies and gentlemen. And this is in regard with Indigo. Now, we learned that there is a major action that's taken place after the aviation crisis had deepened. The DGCA has now suspended 4 flight operation inspectors amid the Indigo chaos. They were responsible for overseeing the airline's safety and operational compliance, is what the sources have said. Major action there coming in from the DGCA officials. However, the action seems too little and too late after thousands of flights have already been disrupted and cancelled for weeks now. The DGCA finally swinging into action and suspending 4 operational people who were responsible for the compliance of the rules and technical safety. Shambhavi is joining us live on the broadcast. Shambhavi, please share more details about the action that's been taken by Indigo. Certainly, it's too little and too less.
See, definitely now that we have entered around 11th or 12th day of this entire Indigo crisis that has disrupted the lives of thousands and thousands of Indians who have booked the Indigo flight, and now several actions we have gotten from DGCA's end, either from deploying 2 dedicated teams responsible for making sure that everything gets back on track, and now we know as a fresh update that 4 flight operations inspectors have been suspended who are responsible for overseeing the regular operations of the airline. Now definitely this is a very important step, but again, as you very rightly pointed out, that it is too little too late. But definitely after being reprimanded by the government, or be it from the Delhi High Court as well, who came down heavily, who slammed the government as well as DGCA, saying that why did this situation happen in the first place? Why did you let situation get out of hand and get this worse in the first place? But we can see that now DGCA has been taking continuous steps, be it asking for revised report, progress report from Indigo every 15 days, be it a deployment of dedicated teams, or be it suspension of the inspectors or officials who are responsible or who had a part in this entire Indigo crisis. Back to you.
Right, thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us those details. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, Indigo's operational crisis is far from over. The airline CEO has been summoned yet again for the second day today. Peter Elvis has been called in by the DGCA for the second round of questioning, with the government stepping in. High Court monitoring the situation and pressure mounting from all sides. Indigo is facing one of the toughest moments yet. Here's the full report.
Indigo's operational crisis continues to deepen, and now airline CEO has been summoned once again. CEO Peter Elvis has been asked to appear before the DGCA today for the second round of questioning over the massive flight disruptions. This comes even as Indigo struggles to recover from its worst operational breakdown till date. Since December 2, hundreds of flights have been cancelled across Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai and Delhi, leaving passengers stranded for hours. The government has taken a tough line, directing Indigo to scale down operations to stabilize schedules. Between December 1 and 9, over 8.86 lakh PNRs were cancelled, forcing Indigo to issue refunds worth Rs 900.8 crores. The crisis reached the Delhi High Court after an urgent petition sought immediate intervention. The court sharply questioned the centre over how the situation was allowed to spiral this far. It further directed that all rules on compensation for stranded passengers must be strictly followed by Indigo. With the High Court monitoring developments and the government tracking each move, Indigo faces mounting pressure to restore stability fast. A full regulatory audit is now on the table as the airline fights to bring its operations back on track.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you the details of the deportation process of the Lutra brothers.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा
Time for us to slip into another short break, getting you details of the deportation process of the Lutra brothers after that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
भाई मेरे बेटी को प्यार चाहिए मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा प्यार चाहिए दे दो क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता क्यों नहीं कर सकता मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी
that we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations well over 1,000, or
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I am Riyanka Chaudhary. There is no escape for the Lutra brothers. Yes, the deportation process has already begun and they will be soon be deported back to the country where they will be arrested soon after they land. We get you the details, but first up the headlines. Lutra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process begins. DGCA summons Indigo CEO for the second time, Peter Elbers, to appear today in front of the committee. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case today. Donald Trump reiterates his statement, says we'll stop Thailand-Cambodia war over with a call. 9 dead as bus crashes into a ravine in Andhra. It lost control at the sharp turn. Former Union Home Minister and Lok Sabha Speaker Shivraj Patil dies at 90. Viewers, we get you the top breaking news coming in this hour. All appeals against the Deepam issue in Thiruparankundaram is to be heard today at 11 a.m., which is at this minute we are given to understand in the Madurai bench of Madras High Court. The key hearing on the Deepam controversy in Madras High Court takes place now. Madras High Court will hear the contempt case against the district collector. Contempt hearing for not following court orders to light the lamp. The key hearing on the Deepam Rao in Madras High Court now. The key hearing on the Deepam Rao Madras High Court begins. We will get you the details on that. Sharda joins us live to give us more details. Sharda, what is the update from the court at this given point in time?
Well, the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court is just starting to hear the appeals and also the other cases in relation to the Tiruparakundaram Deepam row. Also, we have the district collector and the police city commissioner of the Madurai city to appear before the bench today, also to answer why they did not follow the orders given by the judge on December 1. While there was an order on December 3rd as well asking for the collector and the police to give permission for the petitioners, a set of 10 people who allowed to go on the top of the hill with CRPF security to light the lamp on December 4. Again, the district collector said that 144 has been imposed in Madurai city and that they were not allowed to climb up the hill. And now, apart from all the other appeals will also be heard, while the petitioners have also filed cases against the triple administration, the district collector, and also multiple other queries to be answered today on the Tiruparakundaram Deepam row. And the main important point here is that the impeachment motion that's been submitted against Judge G.R. Swaminathan, whereas the court lawyer continues to state, the opposition state, the state lawyer is continuing to state that the Judge G.R. Swaminathan has been biased in this particular case and has been leaning towards Hinduism, and the ideology of RSS is what he's been pointing out.
That's right. What lies next? What lies next, Sharda, in this regard? What can we expect?
Well, the appeal is going to be heard all through today is what the lawyer of the state has informed us before entering into the court, and also added that by evening is when we will know what the exact court orders would be. As it's not just the appeals that would be heard, also multiple discussions are to be held whether the Tiruparakundaram row should continue or whether there will be an end to is what today's discussion and the debate will let us do. And also keeping in mind on the 17th of this month, Judge G.R. Swaminathan has also called for the ADGP of the state of Tamil Nadu and also the chief secretary from the Secretariat in Chennai to appear in a video conference for certain discussions that should be held on December 17th in relation to the Tiruparakundaram. It is to note that this comes after the judge made a comment 2 days back telling that the district officials generally do not go against the court orders, and that if they had gone against the court orders, it should be in the pressure and the authorities of their higher-ups who had given them that permission, and that's the reason he wants to talk to the ADGP and the Chief Secretary of the state.
All right, Sharda, thank you for giving us the details on that story. We will track the updates coming in closely. But with that, viewers, we shift our focus now to more news and updates coming in. The Lutra brothers, these are the breaking developments. Lutra brothers have been taken to Bangkok Immigration Center. The Lutra brothers have been taken to Bangkok via the first flight this morning. And there's a huge crackdown. It's a crackdown on the brothers. They have been taken from Phuket Immigration Center to Bangkok Immigration Center. The Lutra brothers to be deported to India soon. The process to deport them to India has been initiated. Goa Chief Minister, CBI, the Goa police are working to ensure that the nightclub fire accused Lutra brothers are brought to India at the earliest. At the earliest, viewers. And we will get in more details. It is corruption that killed 25 people, corruption, and of course not taking accountability, rather fleeing to another country when this happened. The Lutra brothers have been tracked, traced, and now all set to be deported. Swarali joining us to give us more details and help us with the updates. Swarali, the brothers have been now taken from the Phuket Immigration Center to the Bangkok Immigration Center. The process is moving very, very swiftly. What are we expecting next?
Yes, that's true. Right now, they are in the custody of Thai Royal Police, and they have been taken from Phuket Immigration Center to Bangkok Immigration Center right now to proceed further the deportation process. And the central agencies as well as the Goa administration is in the constant effort to speed up the entire process of deportation. As we all know, it's a question of two countries. They are supposed to be deported back from Thailand back to India. Because of the treaty, it might sound easy, or it might become easy. That's what is being said. But on the other hand, several norms and procedures have to be followed, and a constant follow-up of the process is being done right now on the side of authorities. Now, we know that alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, Lutra brothers, fled the scene immediately within hours of this major tragic incident, killing 25 people. At 1:17, a flight was booked through MakeMyTrip.com and took an Indigo flight to Phuket at 5:30 a.m. We have seen the kind of arguments the team of lawyers of Lutra brothers had made in the court of law, saying that they were not on a business trip. They were on a business trip, my bad. They were not there. They had not fled the scene. But Council of Goa had outrightly denied their charges, saying the Goa police had went to the residence within a few hours of tragic incident unfolding, and they were not to be seen anywhere indefinitely. They fled the scene. They evaded the interrogation and arrest, and even after the blue corner notice was released, before they were arrested by the Thai Royal Police, they had demanded for an anticipatory bail plea for a month, and they had demanded that the entire proceedings should take place in the state of Goa, and that is the kind of demands made by the alleged perpetrators Lutra brothers in times when 25 people were killed in one of the most tragic fire incidents in the state of Goa in a nightclub that is Burj by Romeo Lane, owned by them. So now it is very, very important to see and track all the details of this entire story. On one hand, Goa administration, CM has affirmed that as soon as they are brought back to India, once they are deported back, very strict action will be taken. The legal course will take its place. It will be sped up. On the other hand, he has also said they will be behind the bars soon, and they are also affirming the central agencies as well as the Goa administration.
Accountability needs to be taken, Swarali. Accountability needs to be taken, and of course the corruption angle is also being investigated. The CBI, the Goa police, they are working very closely to ensure that the nightclub accused, the Lutra brothers, are brought to India at the earliest, and then the entire process, interrogation and the further legal action be taken against them. Help us with more details. What happens the minute they land?
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, according to the information we are collecting from ground, we are tracking the story continuously since last 4 or 5 days, and a strict course of action will be taken indefinitely as soon as they land to India. Now, there are various possibilities. It is being said that they'll be taken to Delhi first. As soon as they're deported, they'll be landed in Delhi, and then the transit remand will be given to Goa police, and then they'll be brought to Goa. Or there is another possibility, they might get directly landed in.
Okay, Swarali, we have some breaking news coming in. Some breaking news coming in on this story itself. We're given to understand that the Burj nightclub is in big trouble. A visitor has exposed safety lapses at the nightclub. A major safety lapse at the Romeo Lane has been reported by a visitor. The nightclub only had one exit and entry point. Only one exit and entry point, viewers. Major safety lapse at Romeo Lane nightclub. One of the visitors has in fact given out these big details. Let's of course listen in to that soundbite coming in.
मैं 1 नवंबर को अपने कज़न्स के साथ रोमियो लेन वैगाटोर में गई थी. हम 13 लोग थे कुछ, और हमें वहाँ पे हम करीबन 11 बजे पहुँचे थे वहाँ पे. और जब हम नीचे पहुँचे तो वो क्लब एज सच बना हुआ है कि वो बहुत सफोकेटिंग है. वहाँ के एंट्री एग्जिट्स हैं नहीं कुछ, एक ही एंट्री और एक ही एग्जिट है, वो भी काफ़ी ऊपर चढ़ के. तो वहाँ से निकलना बड़ा टफ है और नीचे जाना भी टफ है.
We were listening into that detail coming in from one of the visitors. Swarali continues to be with us. Swarali, you are in Goa and you're of course tracking the story from the ground. Now, if we talk about the structure of the particular nightclub, it is clearly stated that there has been several safety lapses. One, the big question that why was there one single entry, one single exit? That is one of the big questions. That is something has been raised by one of the visitors as well, and she clearly mentioned that it was quite suffocating to be in the club itself.
Yes, let's try to understand why the visitor is claiming that there was only one entry and exit. As we have been showing you through the live visuals, we had reported the entire action that was being taken by Goa government. 198 square kilometer of the same nightclub which he is talking about, which is situated Romeo by Lane in Vagator, was bulldozed by the Goa government because it was the extended where it was not allowed for the construction. It was extended on a part of the seashore. Now, why is she claiming that there was only one entry exit? Because it is situated in a hilltop-like area. You have to climb down a hill to reach the exact spot of Romeo by Lane nightclub of Vagator, which is again the second property owned by alleged perpetrators Lutra brothers. Entire structure is made of wooden furniture. Entire structure is made of wooden planks. So let me tell you, you have to get inside with a wooden staircase, which is a narrow wooden staircase, and even the exit is the same. So only one entry and exit. You have to climb down or climb up. If there is any fire situation, then it becomes very, very difficult for people or visitors or staff members to get out of the place.
Absolutely. Surali, stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. There are more details, viewers. Days after 25 people died at fire in Goa's Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, a woman who visited the club last month leveled serious allegation against the manager, including physical assault. She also said that the security personnel and the bouncers at the club hit her sister and attacked her brother with a rod. Notably, the owners of the club, Gaurav and Saurabh Lutra, boarded a New Delhi Phuket Indigo flight barely hours after the fire. They have now been detained and their process of deportation is already on. They will be deported soon. Let's listen in.
तो वहाँ का स्टाफ स्टार्टिंग से ही हमारे साथ बदतमीज़ी और रूड बिहेवियर और गलत तरीके से बात कर रहा था, बट हमने सोचा कि क्योंकि मतलब हमारी एज सच कोई गलती नहीं थी और हमें लगा कि यार कोई बात नहीं, अवॉइड करते हैं इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि भाई बहन थे और रात के लेट हो गया था, तो इतना हमें कुछ क्योटिक नहीं करना था, हमें बस शांति से खाना पीना था और वहाँ से निकलना था। और जब निकलने लगे तो वहाँ पे एक बीच में चेयर रखी थी रास्ते में, हैवी सी चेयर, गार्ड बड़ी टाइप की चेयर थी, सोफा इश था, तो उसको पैर से मेरे कज़न ने साइड कर दिया और उसको वहीं लगा दिया जहाँ पे उसका जगह था। इतने पे मैनेजर आते हैं और बोलते हैं कि आप हमारा फर्नीचर डैमेज कर रहे हो, आप ये कर रहे हो, आपको पहले ही हमें बाहर निकाल देना चाहिए था, आपकी औकात क्या, आप लोग आते हो, ये करते हो, वो करते हो। और मेरे भाई ने बोला सर आप आराम से बात कीजिए, हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हम जा रहे हैं यहाँ से, आप हमसे आराम से बात कीजिए। लेकिन इतने पे उसने उनका कॉलर पकड़ लिया और बदतमीज़ी और गलत तरीके से बात करना शुरू कर दी। और जब हमने उनको छुड़ाया, बोला कि सॉरी वगैरह बोला और वहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश की, तो उन्होंने अपने बाउंसर्स को बुला लिया, जो उनका 25 लोगों का बाउंसर का वो पूरा जो वहाँ सिक्योरिटी थी सबको बुला लिया और वो चेस करके हम पे हाथ उठाना शुरू कर दिया।
All right, viewers, with that we shift our focus now to Indigo, where the crisis continues to deepen. The DGCA has suspended 4 flight operation inspectors responsible for overseeing airline safety. That's the big breaking development coming in this morning. Operational compliance was also something that was not followed, and this information is coming in from our sources. The DGCA has suspended 4 Indigo flight operations inspectors responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. 4 of them now being suspended. There's a big action coming in from the side of the Director General of Civil Aviation. They have now suspended 4 flight operations inspectors. These inspectors were responsible for overseeing airline safety. They were responsible for operational compliance. We saw the entire fallout. That took place. In fact, second summon for the CEO, second summon by the DGCA for the CEO also has taken place. The crisis is only deepening, with Indigo on the other hand saying that their operations have now been normalized. But the entire situation that panned out, the number of people, viewers, who had in fact suffered. We had seen those visuals, the ordeal the people had faced. For 4 to 5 days. Regarding that, we are seeing a DGCA making a big move A big action. 4 flight operations inspectors have now been suspended. They were responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. We are getting these news updates from our sources at this point. We will get in more details on the other hand from one of my colleagues who joins us shortly. But at this point in time, what we are given to understand that Indigo continues to face the entire crackdown from the side of the DGCA, which has now suspended 4 of its operations inspectors, flight operations inspectors. They were responsible for overseeing airline safety. Chandrakala, my colleague, joins us for more details. Chandrakala, over to you.
Well, a very important development has come in now. What we are learning is that the DGC has removed 4 flight inspection officers in connection with a massive crackdown as far as the Indigo crisis is concerned. As we know that on Wednesday, of course, the DGCA has instructed its officials, of course, to inspect at least 11 airports all across the country as far as operation of airline is concerned. And now we are learning that the DGCA has removed 4 flight inspection officers. While we are not aware as to what would be the immediate reason for the decision taken, but yes, several questions are being asked of DGCA, and it was and what it did to assess the Indigo's crisis, because it's the biggest aviation crisis. The fact that the DGC has also summoned, this is a second such summon issued against, of course, the Indigo CEO Peter Elbers. From sometimes now he will be here at the DGCA office to give a detailed information as far as a detailed report as far as the data and update of flight cancellation and restoration and several others aspects related to the Indigo crisis is concerned would be given out by the by the Indigo CEO. The fact that the Indigo CEO was also summoned yesterday, but it was a 2-hour-long meeting, but it was not fruitful enough as far as the detailed information being sought from the Indigo CEO as far as efforts are on to grill, to restore flights, hire more pilots as far as this crisis is concerned. And now the suspension of the removal of 4 flight operation inspection officers in connection with this Indigo crisis is really important to look at, because this is the biggest ever aviation crisis. More and more flights still remain cancelled. As for information, as we are learning that more than 5,000 flights has been cancelled since this entire crisis began. That's on December 2nd. That's on Tuesday. Until now, 5,000 flights has been cancelled. Indigo flights, 5 flights has been cancelled. Although process is on as far as refunding of this refunding is concerned, and also baggage issues are concerned. And this is something very important to look at, because the Indigo CEO will be here anytime soon. This is a second summon because yesterday, as we know, that a meeting took place. He was summoned by the DGCA yesterday, and now it's the second summon. But yes, there was no such fruitful outcome. So we'll have to wait and watch what could be the outcome today as far as this summon is concerned. Over to you.
Okay. Chandrakala, thank you for giving us all the details and the updates that are coming. We'll also, I beg your pardon, viewers, we'll also be keeping a very, very close eye on the second summon and the Indigo CEO reaching the DGCA office sometime from now. For now, we shift our focus now to some breaking news coming in. The Madras High Court hearing a batch of pleas in connection with the lighting of a lamp at the stone pillar in Thiruparankunram Hills. That's the breaking news coming in. The hearing has already begun. Viewers. Hearing in terms of a batch of petitions in connection with the lighting of lamp, the Madurai Deepam at the stone pillar in Thiruparankunram Hills. The entire controversy that kept moving for the past few days. The key hearing has now begun in the Madras High Court. The hearing began on the Madras High Court, and we'll get you more details. DMK government is questioning the existence of the temple tradition. The DMK is questioning the existence of the temple tradition. Sharda is joining me back to give us more details. Sharda, we were just speaking about the updates coming in terms of the hearing which has now in fact begin on the pleas in connection with the lighting of the lamp at the stone pillar. What is happening right now?
Well, the hearing is begun at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, and the judge, who is it's a two-bench judge that's come today, and the lawyer appeared for the state government, is questioning the temple traditions, asking if the policy was not followed in the last 80 years, why is it being brought up now? If the lamp was not lit on the Deepatun, which is on the top of the hill, and was only lit in the Ganesh temple that was in the mid of the hill, why can't it continue there? And why do they need a new law now where they say that it can be lit on the top of the hill? If it's a practice that's been stopped in the last 80 years, why is it being brought, is what the state government lawyer is now questioning. And also there'll be multiple appeals, and also opposition lawyer is yet to speak on this. And we have the lawyer telling that the Hindu tradition that's not been followed for 80 years can continue as such and need not be brought into practice again.
That's right. That's right, Sharda. In terms of the hearing, what I would like to read out, that the AG is mentioning that the fundamental question is the existence of the Deepatun. AG says that since the first round of litigation in the 1920, there has been no mention of that particular stone. The petitioner devotees have to establish the lighting of the lamp at the stone, which was a part of the customary practice. So several of these arguments are taking place. Sharda, help us understand in a brief what exactly is happening, what are the arguments that are taking place?
Well, the first thing the petition has been pointing out is that the Deepatun has been there for more than centuries. However, the Dargah was just built 80 years back, and we cannot take into consideration whether Dargah is blocking the Deepatun or not. And whereas the temple administration, while talking to Judge G.R. Swaminathan on November 30, when he went there to make sure that the proofs are right, told that the Deepatun is part of the temple and it is used for lighting lamps, but they haven't used it in the past 80 years after the Dargah had come. And this is what the petitioner has been pointing out, telling that if the temple administration knows that the Deepatun is part of the temple and was used to light the lamps before the Second World War, after the Dargah had come, why had they completely stopped it? And now there's also the Archaeological Survey of India, which is now gone there to make sure that the claims that are being placed on the Deepatun, telling that it is just a landmark that was put in place by when the land survey was done in 1920 and 1940, and that it was not exactly built for lighting the lamps on the Karnataka Deepam. The Archaeological Survey of India, under the district administration of Madurai order, yesterday went there and did a proper research. However, the ASI should now be submitting a full and a deep understanding of what the Deepatun stands for, whether it is just a stone that is being built for the land survey or whether it has any cultural and traditional adherence to it, is what the ASI should be responding. And following that is when the Madurai High Court can clearly make an order whether the Deepatun can be used in the forthcoming years.
That's right, Sharda. We will be continuing to track the updates coming in from the hearing. And viewers, for now, we dip into a short commercial break. But coming back, we will be coming back with the latest updates from the hearing which is underway at the Madras High Court. We will be coming back with the hearing, the Deepam hearing, which is underway in the Madras High Court. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और मसाला।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता, क्यों नहीं कर सकता। मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days.
All appeals against the Deepam issue to be heard in the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, which is currently underway. DGCS suspends 4 flight operation inspectors from Indigo responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. Lutra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process begins. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case today. D.K. Shivakumar meets Congress ministers and MLAs over dinner, calls it an event to socialize. Prime Minister Modi and Piyush Goyal expected to travel to Oman to sign the free trade agreement. Now coming in, charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case has now been submitted by the SIT. The Assam SIT has filed the Zubin Garg case charge sheet in the court. It is a 3,500-page long charge sheet which has now been submitted in the court by the Assam SIT. Officials of the Special Investigation Team of the Assam Police submitted the charge sheet in connection with the Zubin Garg's death case. Assam government, Himanta Biswa Sarma, earlier this month had termed Zubin Garg's death case as murder. Now, the charge sheet has been submitted at the CJM court in Panbazar in Guwahati. Reports say that nearly 300 people or more have been questioned in this regard, and there are already 7 accused who have been taken into custody and are still in judicial custody. And amidst all of this, it is the Assam SIT that has submitted 3,500-page charge sheet to the court. It will now be seen on what major revelations and theories come out of the charge sheet which the Assam SIT has now submitted. Just earlier this month, it was Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, who had termed the case as a murder and not an accident. The Special Investigation Team has now filed the charge sheet in the court in connection with the high-profile murder of Zubin Garg. According to officials, more than 300 individuals have already been interrogated as a part of the investigation. Aniruddha is joining us on the phone line for more details. Aniruddha, please share more.
Yes, the charge sheet in regards to the Zubin Garg death probe has been submitted to the court by the SIT today, led by Munna Prasad Gupta, the special DGP of Assam. And we're getting to know that the charge sheet runs through around 3,500 pages altogether, and it has been made very meticulously by all the officers involved, and so that no one involved in the alleged murder of Zubin Garg can, escape. This is a foolproof search. This is what the investigating officers particularly had been saying, that this is a foolproof search that they have made. As far as, regarding the probe, the investigation that has been proceeding, in that regard, yes, as you have said, that Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has also reiterated that this is not an accidental death, but in fact a murder that was committed on foreign soil, and that is why Section 208 of the BNSS was also invoked in order to ensure a free and fair, proceeding as far as this probe is concerned. Apart from that, we also need to look into the fact that the Singapore police had earlier said that there was no foul play. Prima facie, there was no foul play in the Zubin Garg death probe. The Singapore police, on the other hand, is also expected to, submit their search sheet on or after 18th of December. And it will be quite interesting to see how both the countries put the facts in front of the court, because today we are witnessing that the Assam police have placed their suicide in front of the CJM here in Guwahati, and within a couple of days, the Singaporean police authorities will be also placing their suicide in front of the court in Singapore. So yes, it will be quite interesting to observe the contra sort of points highlighted in both the countries. But yes, as far as the investigation in Assam is concerned, in Assam it has been already said by the police that they are investigating it as a murder case, and more than 3,500 pages are there in the suicide, and more than 300 people were questioned in connection to this murder, and also those who were there on that yacht on that person's day in Singapore, the non-resident Indians who were accompanying Zubin Garg during the yacht party, they were also summoned by the police, and they were questioned here in Assam. Yes, studio.
Right. Thank you very much, Aniruddha, for sharing those details with us. Moving on to some other breaking news that we're tracking here on this edition of Live and Breaking. The Madras High Court is currently hearing a batch of petitions and pleas in connection with the lighting of the lamp at the stone pillar in the hills. This has become one of the major controversy after G.R. Swaminathan of the Madras High Court had given a verdict. Major developments are now taking place at the court. We learned that it is DMK government who has cited the precedents to say that they can't move position of the lamp. The DMK government has now presented documents on the hill land ownership. The DMK has also said in the court and asked why the lamp should be lit at a different location. In fact, more details now coming in. The DMK government has challenged the Hindu side on lighting of the lamp and has said that they need to prove that the lamp lighting at Deepathon was customary. That's the latest news that we are getting as far as the Deepam Rao in Tamil Nadu is concerned. R.N. Jayaprakash, Tamil Nadu BJP Vice President, is joining us live this morning. Sir, a very good morning to you. This is a case that has been going on for quite some time now with the arguments that are taking place inside the court. What are your observations and how do you see this case going through?
Man, this is look at the irony of the whole thing. The case has been filed by the Hindu Religious Endowment Board. It is the government which is supposed to protect Hindus. It is the department which is supposed to protect the Hindu temples, is going against a Hindu ritual which is to glorify an occupier. Who are they trying to satisfy? They are trying to satisfy a sultanate called, the last sultanate called Sikindar, who closed our Madurai Deepam temple for 36 years from prayers. He broke and looted. This is the guy who was conquered by a Vijayanagar emperor called Kampa, and he was stripped, his skin was peeled out, and he was hung in Madurai for destroying the temple. The whole problem is there are two dargahs there. One is in Goripalaya, which is in the city of Madurai, and the other is supposed to be on the hill. Whereas this temple of ours, of the Hindus, is there from the 4th century onwards. I can't understand how a Hindu religious endowment board is going against the rights of the Hindus. This can happen only in Tamil Nadu. And DMK is a communal party and an anti-national, not from now, but from the inception. You look at their history. They support only Muslims and Christians and are anti-Hindu. And what else will you call them? They are a communal party who support, they should be banned like PFI. But unfortunately in our country, they call themselves as a political party and exist. This is our thing. And how can a Hindu religious endowment board pay huge amounts of temple money to the leading advocates like Mukul Rohtgi? Look at the seniors they are engaging. They are using Hindu people's money, which they put in the undis on behalf for the god. They are using it against the gods of Hindus. What do you call this pseudo secularism as? This is my point.
Right.
Forget about where it is our ritual. Lighting of the lamp is our ritual. Why did all this start, madam? Somebody from an MP, a responsible MP, takes non-vegetarian material up there, sacrifices a lamb, and tries to have food on top of the most sacred place of us from the 4th century onwards. Why is this provocation? We didn't provoke them.
In fact, Mr. Jayaprakash, now we learn that as the hearing is taking place inside the court, we learn that the DMK has even argued and questioned the existence of the temple tradition that has been continuing for several years now.
No, see, please understand. See, I tell you, yesterday I was on your television show and told you. See, they have always trying to mislead the whole nation and especially the people of Tamil Nadu. From the 4th century onwards, every praise of Lord Muruga is sung in Tamil. It is from the 4th century, madam, and this Sikandar comes in the 1310 and 1311 when the Alauddin Khilji's troops come in and occupy Madurai. So look at from 4th century we have been here, and how are they saying that we don't have the tradition? It is a tradition. See, it is in every song sung by the great poets from the 6th century, 7th century, 8th century, 9th century, 12th century. It is the first house of Lord Muruga out of the 6. Even our poet Kalidas has sung in Sanskrit in the 4th century in Chandragupta Maurya's period. And from where? From Ujjain. That place was in Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. He has sung in praise of Lord Muruga, and he talks about this place. And here, look at the wrong thing they are coming. They have the audacity to come to the court. They are not, many times, even your TV channels say that appeasement of minorities. No, they appease only two religions, both the imported religions of Islam and Christianity. Do they appease Sikhism? Do they appease Jainism? Do they appease Buddhism? No, they are also minorities. Do they appease Gurkha? No, they appease only the Muslims and the Christians. Today, somebody imagine, we Hindus, we don't do that. Will the government approve a pork stall in front of a mosque? Will they approve it? These people, MP goes up the mountains, goes up the hill, and he sacrifices a lamb and cooks food and eats on top of the lamb, of the mountain. Who's provoking whom?
Right. Absolutely, sir. Jai Prakash, I thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your views on that. I would like to go across to our reporter who is joining us live from Madurai. Sharda is outside the Madras High Court, where the hearing is currently underway. Sharda, take us to the latest from the court.
Well, the DMK government lawyer has now stated that if it is not a customary practice, why is the petitioner bringing in the question of lighting the lamp on the top of the hill if the practice has been stopped for 80 years, and why now bring it again? And also ordered that there should be a proof telling that the Deepatun there was a lamp lit on the Deepatun 80 years back. Only if the proof is submitted is when he's saying that the government can put an order and allow the process happening. Responding to this, the petitioner has also been constantly stating that the Deepatun is part of the land owned by the temple administration, and it is part of the 1923 pact that was given to the temple, saying that the land belongs to the temple of Tirupurakunram, and also added that it is not a customary practice that the Dargah can question, but it is a religious practice. And the lamp lit on the Ganesh temple all these years, it's called the Moksha lamp, which is lit for the people who have passed away, and it is for people who have died, and it cannot be constituted as a lamp that can be lit on Kartika Deepam to celebrate the festival. And that is the reason they have been fighting for this, and that's the reason now the petitioner has moved forward with the court, because all these years he's pointing out that the DMK and the ADMK government in power did not allow the people to light the lamp on the tops with certain conditions, saying that the Dargah was there and that they did not allow it. Now that is the reason they have moved judicially this particular year, and that's the reason now that the customary practices could not be questioned.
Right. All right, Shraddha, thank you very much for getting us those details. All eyes will now be on the order that the court dictates. And now moving on to some other stories that we're tracking. The Enforcement Directorate is currently, as we speak, conducting searches in the illegal cough syrup case at 25 premises related to the main accused Shubham Jaiswal, associates Alok Singh, Amit Singh and other cough syrup manufacturers who fraudulently provided supplies of cough syrup for illegal trading, and CA Vishnu Agarwal in Lucknow, Varanasi, Jaunpur, Saharanpur, Uttar Pradesh, Ranchi, Jharkhand and Ahmedabad, Gujarat as well. The searches are started at 7:30 a.m. this morning is what the officials have to say. Major details now coming in. The ED almost after 1.5 months after the cases of poison of cough syrup was reported here in India from several states. The ED is now conducting raids. Raghavendra is joining us live on the broadcast for more details. Raghavendra, please share what you have about the latest. कहाँ searches हो रहे हैं और किन-किन लोगों पे ये searches किए जा रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, देखिए उत्तर प्रदेश सहित देश भर के 25 ठिकानों पर आज ईडी की रेड है। ईडी ने बहुत सारी फील्डिंग्स करने के बाद यह रेड डाली है। उत्तर प्रदेश में कई जगहों पर रेड डाली जा रही है और एक लखनऊ यानी सुल्तानपुर रोड पर आप देख सकते हैं, मैं खुद जो एसटीएफ से बर्खास्त सिपाही आलोक सिंह उसके घर पे हूँ। देखिए आलीशान मकान है, ये बहुत ही बड़ा एक मकान है जो आलोक सिंह का है, जिसका नाम आ रहा है चूंकि एसटीएफ से निकलने के बाद उसने कंपनी बनाई और इस पूरे कारोबार में यानी कि नशीली जो ये कफ सिरप है उस धंधे में ये लग गया है। आप देखिए किस तरह से उसने अपना पूरा रसूख बनाया है। यहाँ ईडी की टीम ऑलरेडी बैठी हुई है। सुबह 7 या 7:30 बजे से ईडी की टीम यहाँ पहुँच गई है। देखिए साथ में फोर्स भी है। आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह वेपन के साथ यहाँ पर गेट पर यहाँ पर फोर्स खड़ी हुई है। आप देख सकते हैं कि फोर्स भी है और फोर्स कई अलग अलग जगहों पर इस तरह से ऐसे खड़ी हुई है और यह ईडी की छापेमारी चल रही है। और इसी तरह का दृश्य लगभग 25 ठिकानों पर, सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश ही नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश तो ही साथ ही रांची भी है और उत्तर प्रदेश अगर अन्य हिस्सों की अगर हम बात करें तो सहारनपुर है, जौनपुर है, वाराणसी है और लखनऊ है। तो ये उत्तर प्रदेश हो गया, बाहर भी है। चूंकि ये जो पूरा नेक्सस है, ये जो नशीली कफ सिरप है, इसका जो पूरा रैकेट है सिर्फ भारत तक ही सीमित नहीं है। कहा जा रहा है नेपाल, बांग्लादेश, उसके रास्ते दुबई तक जाती थी। तो इस तरह से पूरा रैकेट था। जहां जहां छापेमारी हुई है, करोड़ों की क्वांटिटी में ये पूरी सामग्री मिली है। यूं तो ये जो कफ सिरप होती है बच्चों की जान बचाने के लिए, लोगों की जान बचाने के लिए होती है, लेकिन इसका इस्तेमाल पूरी तरह से नशे के लिए किया जाता था। कोडीन युक्त ये जो सिरप थी, इसमें काफी लोग इन्वॉल्व थे। बहुत सारे लोगों ने अपना रसूख बना लिया है। एक एक यूनिट जो 100-150 रुपए की मिलती है उसको 1000-2000 रुपए में उसको बेचा गया है, उसकी तस्करी हुई है। यहाँ पे जबरदस्त मुनाफाखोरी की गई है, मुनाफा कमाया गया है जिसका गवर्नमेंट को कुछ पता नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट को न पैसा मिला है, न टैक्स मिला है, मनमानी की गई है। उस पे जो इसका डेट क्या है, जैसे कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डेट, एक्सपायरी डेट, कुछ नहीं, नए नए उसमें स्टिकर्स लगा के उसका दोहन किया गया है। तो इस तरह का जो पूरा व्यापार हुआ उसका एक उदाहरण यहाँ दिख रहा है। आप देखिए, ये उदाहरण ही है कि एक एसटीएफ का सामान्य सिपाही जो बर्खास्त हो चुका है अपने कैरेक्टर के कारण, और उसने देखिए किस तरह से अपना रसूख बनाया है। ये जो हवेली दिख रही है, ये जो पूरा लग्जरी जो आवास दिख रहा है, आलीशान जो मकान दिख रहा है, किसी राजा महाराजाओं से कम नहीं है। यहाँ पर देखिए कि किस तरह से आप देखिए काफी मजबूत ये जो गेट है, ये गेट बना है, फ्रंट देखिए, और पूरा जो ये प्रांगण है आप इसको देखिए। तो इस तरह का जो प्रांगण है, कहीं ना कहीं ये जो नशीली कफ कोडीन युक्त जो ये सिरप है, इसी से ही कमाया गया है, इसी से ही। अब इसका पूरा आकलन चूंकि ईडी करेगी, इस पूरे मामले में एसआईटी अलग गठित की गई है, उत्तर प्रदेश की पुलिस अलग जांच कर रही है, एसटीएफ अलग जांच कर रही है। अब इसमें जो ईडी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है वो काफी महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि ये अभी सरकार ने अपना पक्ष रखा था। सरकार ने कहा था कि इस कफ सिरप से एक भी जान नहीं गई है उत्तर प्रदेश में। तो मामला आता है, जब जान नहीं गया है तो दूसरा मामला क्या बनता है? दूसरा मामला यह बनता है कि जो ये मुनाफा जो इससे वसूला गया है, यानी कि जान बचाने वाली जो कफ सिरप है, लोगों के स्वास्थ्य को ठीक करने वाली जो कफ सिरप है, उसको नशे के रूप में यूज किया जाता था। इसमें कोडीन युक्त यानी नशा युक्त ये जो सिरप थी, ये 100 रुपए की सिरप, ये क्या हजारों रुपए यूनिट्स में इसको बेची गई है। एक एक सीसी या जो इसकी जो अन्य तरह की जो दवाएं हैं, उसको हजार 2,000 रुपए में क्वांटिटी में उसको बेचा गया है। तो ये जो पैसा कमाया गया है, ये जो इससे जो पूरा अवैध धन जो अर्जित किया गया है, उन्हीं चीज का उसी हवाले को, पूरे रैकेट को ईडी कहीं न कहीं समझना चाहती है।
बिल्कुल राघवेंद्र जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको हमारे साथ जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सर्च ऑपरेशंस आर कंटिन्यूइंग फॉर द सेकंड consecutive day along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of the snowfall in upper reaches. Here's a report filed by my colleague Simran.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the special operations group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the special operations group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
Shifting our focus to some breaking news that's coming in from the state of Karnataka, where we learn that the Karnataka government has given the principal approval for cricket matches that are to be held at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. Why this stadium is important is because just few months back, this is the same stadium where the stampede took place when the RCB was celebrating their IPL victory. Permission, we learn, will be issued with new conditions based on the recommendations of the Kuna committee report. The cabinet has authorized the Home Department to take the final call. Meanwhile, we also learn that matches will be allowed only after implementing the safety and structural recommendations made in the Kuna report. Abhishek is joining me live from Bengaluru on that note. Abhishek, all right, Abhishek is joining us live from Belagavi on that note. Abhishek, important development taking place. Why this sudden change of heart by the Karnataka government, where they've given principal approval for the cricket matches to be held in the Chinnaswamy Stadium?
Well, we had very clearly seen that after the RCB match was won in the last couple of months, the victory parade was held in Chinnaswamy Stadium, which claimed the lives of 11 innocent people due to the negligence of the state police as well as the management of the RCB, the DN and various other people who had organized the celebratory work in Chinnaswamy Stadium, after which the matches which were supposed to be held in Chinnaswamy Stadium were postponed, and it wasn't allowed to, the Chinnaswamy Stadium wasn't allowed to conduct any further matches, after which the Karnataka state government constituted a special inquiry by Michael D. Kunha, who also gave in a report to the Karnataka state government and the Home Department, and the same report was brought in the Karnataka cabinet. The cabinet of ministers have approved to operating the cricket matches and various sports events in the Chinnaswamy Stadium after adhering the rules and regulations and the norms which has been laid down in the Michael D. Kunha report. So we are here to see if the Home Department will will accept the fact of the Michael D. Kunha report. The cabinet has already given an approval. The Home Department's regulations and rules will have to be followed by the Chinnaswamy Stadium, and after which the matches might begin in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. But the mentions in the Michael D. Kunha report will have to be taken into consideration. Various other changes in the Chinnaswamy Stadium entry and exit points will have to be taken care of, and also various other changes in the entire seating position as well as the entry and the exit positions, and the safety precautions will have to be taken even before starting the cricket matches and various other sports activities in Chinnaswamy Stadium. So we will have to see how Chinnaswamy Stadiums or the Karnataka State Cricket Association abides by the rule of the Michael D. Kunha report, and probably if the match is going to begin anytime soon. Tanisha.
Right. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us those details. Moving across to one of the other top stories that we're tracking on this edition. This one is about the Lutra brothers. We now learn that the Lutra brothers will be brought to India by the Goa police team. Sources have indicated that a CBI team will not be bringing them. The CBI will only coordinate in the process. That's the latest breaking news that's coming in. The Lutras will be brought to India by the Goa police. The CBI will not be getting them. However, CBI did earlier in the past had got in touch with the Interpol for tracing the Lutra brothers, after which they were held in custody yesterday by the Thailand police. The deportation process is underway, and now a fresh development that we hear is that the Lutra brothers will be brought to India by the Goa police, and the CBI will have no involvement in the same. It is only that the CBI team will be coordinating with the Interpol and the Thailand police to get the Lutra brothers back, after which they will be handed in the custody of the Goa police. It remains to be seen on what will happen after that, because yesterday it was Pramod Sawant, the Goa Chief Minister, who had made it amply clear that the Lutra brothers will have to face the Indian law, and strict action will be taken against them, because number one, they were the owners of the club. Number two, they had fled the country at a time when they were supposed to be held accountable for the tragedy that took place in their own club. Swarali is joining us on the phone line. Swarali, please share more details. We just learned that Lutra brothers will be brought to India by the Goa police.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you that according to the current updated information we are receiving, Goa police team will bring back Lutra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, which killed 25 people, 25 innocent lives. Now, a major update in this story we are getting right now is that the Lutra brothers will be brought back to India. They'll be deported back to India by the team of Goa police, and CBI, the central agency, will be coordinating the entire operation of bringing them back active.
Right. What is the process after that which will be followed, Swarali? Once they are here in India, we learn that they will be first given into the custody of the Goa police.
Yes, according to the information we are getting in right now is that once they land in India, the custody will be given to Goa police, as in the next legal course of action has to take place. The law will take its own course. On one hand, when Goa administration and CM has affirmed that strict action will be taken, and he has also said it multiple times that as soon as they are back to India, they'll be behind the bars as soon as the legal procedures are completed. And a major crackdown and a major update, we are getting to know that a team of Goa police will escort them back to India.
Right. Thank you very much for getting us those details, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of the SIT, the Zubin Garg case, wherein the SIT has now submitted a 3,500-page charge sheet.
और शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
ठुमका तेरा ठुमका, तेरा ठुमका, तेरा ठुमका, तेरा झुमका।
No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Deepam contempt hearing begins in the court. Madras High Court begins hearing the case as the DMK government challenges the custom on the hill. DGCA suspends 4 Indigo inspectors as heads begin to roll. Lutras have been moved to Bangkok, one step away from being brought back to India. Zubin Garg charge sheet has been filed. Details will be out shortly. Congress factional war explodes as once again both leaders, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, begin holding private meetings in Bengaluru. Will there be a breakthrough on India-Oman free trade agreement expected today? Getting in breaking news on top of 12 p.m., Republic has accessed a few documents in the Parth Pawar case. It's the Parth Pawar case. In fact, Ajit Pawar, who's Parth Pawar's father, had claimed that the deal had not gone through and that the deal was scrapped. But Republic has documents to show how Parth Pawar's firm gave a notice asking for the botanical survey to vacate from the land. In fact, critical documents with Republic showing how they were ready to take over the land. These documents show how approvals were given super fast. The government machinery in Maharashtra moved really fast to help Ajit Pawar's son. The documents show approvals given. The documents show government agencies and government officers writing to the current tenants on the land, which is the Botanical Survey of India, another government agency. They asked the government agency to move out, saying that the land had been purchased by Ajit Pawar's son. Essentially, what this proves is that the state machinery in Maharashtra was moving super fast, trying to ensure that Parth Pawar's firm, Amedia, gets possession of the land. The documents which are with Republic TV, we'll put out the documents right now. The documents show that the government officials asked Botanical Survey to vacate, confirming that Parth Pawar's son tried to take over the government plot. It's for the first time because initially Ajit Pawar himself had also come out and denied that there was any attempt to take over. But these documents that have come out now show that different letters were written, communication went out from different government officers asking for the tenants to move out. Let's please take the graphics on air to show what the documents are proving. The government in Maharashtra fast-tracked Parth Pawar's takeover. Look at that graphic. It shows intimation to Botanical Survey of India regarding lease. Intimation to to Botanical Survey of India regarding termination of lease in respect to survey number and the villages mentioned in Mundwa under lease deed. And it shows, and there is a mention of Amedia Enterprises here in the same letter. This was a letter from the government. Sent to the current holders of the land, Botanical Survey. They were asked to move out so that Parth Pawar could simply come and take over. Now, these are the letters that are in our possession. We'll put out more details. Meenakshi will be joining us with more details. This was essentially the government officers asking for urgent intervention regarding the leased land to Botanical Survey, and they asked them to move out. Now, these documents prove, now, so far, Meenakshi, when you confronted Ajit Pawar, the version was that, the version at least he gave you and Republic a couple of times was that the deal never went through, right? And that the deal was stopped. But these documents show the deal didn't just go through, but they were ready to ensure that Parth Pawar takes over the land. These documents show Parth Pawar was going to take over the land. Government officials in Maharashtra were asking for the Botanical Survey of India. Ironically, they were asking government agency to get out of the land so that Parth Pawar, the Deputy Chief Minister's son, could take over the land.
Yes, you were rightly mentioned. What we can see in these documents, we can see this document that state government officials are trying to vacate the land, and the Botanical Survey of India, they already sent a letter to collector office that that land is theirs, because we have access already the documents where it showed that the lease date of Botanical Survey of India of this land till 2038. I repeat, 2038. Till 2038, this land will be with the Botanical Survey of India. And what we can see that government officials from collector office, from everywhere, they helped Amedia Enterprise, and there are allegations that Sheetal Tejwani and Amedia Enterprise sent some boys there, some boys to vacate, to forcefully vacate the land. Now, yesterday, when the Magistrate Court in Pune, particularly public prosecutor has raised some question. What were the question? This is mentioned, already established, that it has been established that government land was sold to a media company for 300 crore by the accused. So it is proved already, and it is established that the deal was there. Deal with Amedia Enterprise and Sheetal Tejwani with landowners were there. So yesterday, public prosecutor mentioned this in court, and the other important thing is that this is evident from the documents also. Public prosecutor mentioning See, in the court, what is happening in the court? Public prosecutor mentioning that this deal was done and this deal was with MAJ Enterprise and Sheetal Tejwani, and this is evident from the documents. Now another question has raised, and another question is raised by public prosecutor, then where did the money go? Now police is investigating. There was a cash
Meenakshi, 1 minute. I have the whistleblower on the phone line, so stay with me. I ask you to stay with me. I request you. I'm going across to the whistleblower, Vijay Kumar. Vijay Kumar ji, ये जो document है, इस document में clearly बताया गया है, and this has gone from government agencies, government officials जो है उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखी है, उसमें बोला है urgent intervention requested. उन्होंने रेडी किया था टेक ओवर के लिए. मीडिया जो पार्थ पवार का जो कंपनी है, उस कंपनी का टेक ओवर देने के लिए, पूरा हैंड ओवर देने के लिए रेडी थे. तो ये जो अजीत पवार जी बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं हुआ था, बीच में रुक गया था, ये वो, लगता है ये झूठ है.
देखिए, ये लगता नहीं, ये पूरा झूठ ही है. ये सब कुछ लैंड देने की तैयारी थी, बहुत कई महीनों से ही चल रहा था. ये लैंड देने वाले ही थे. लैंड लेने के लिए सारी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज भी तैयार थी. जो डॉक्यूमेंट थे उसको फोर्स किया गया था. बहुत सारी चीजें हो गई. जो अजीत पवार जी बोल रहे हो तो पूरा झूठ है. ये तो मतलब अगर कोई इंटरवेंशन नहीं होता, अगर पब्लिक में नहीं आता, तो शायद अब तक वहाँ काम भी शुरू हो गया होता है. शायद काम शुरू भी हो गया है कुछ तो भी. तो ये सब कुछ जो कह रहे हैं कि ये नहीं हुआ वगैरह, ये सब कुछ झूठ है और झूठ है. इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है.
और अभी भी थोड़ा कवर अप चल रहा है, हमें लगता है, क्योंकि डायरेक्टर को बुलाया जा रहा है, पार्टनर को बुलाया जा रहा है. पार्थ पवार को बुलाया क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
अब ये तो जो आपको समझ में आ रहा है, मेरी समझ में आ रहा है, कोर्ट की समझ में आ रहा है, वो गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, क्योंकि वो सारे इस जो कुछ भी ये फ्रॉड हुआ है, इसमें पार्टी सारे लोग हैं. इसलिए कौन किसको बोलेगा और कौन क्या इसे इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगा? ये तो कोई थर्ड पार्टी अगर कोई एजेंसी इन्वेस्टिगेट करती है तो ठीक से होगा, नहीं तो ऐसे ही रफा दफा हो जाएगा. कई महीने केस चलेगा, बार कमिटीज को मुदत दी जाएगी, एक्सटेंशन दिया जाएगा, और बाद में कोई तो भी भाग जाएगा या कुछ तो भी होगा, और ये सारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टेज पर पड़ा रहेगा. इसके आगे कुछ होने वाला नहीं. और जब तक अभी जो ये बोल रहे कि 21 करोड़ रुपए भर दो, तो 21 करोड़ रुपए भरने के बाद तो डील लीगल हो जाएगा. उसके बाद क्या करोगे फिर? अगर उसने बाकी के पैसे नहीं भरे और एक कोर्ट में गए तो क्या करेगा गवर्नमेंट? तो ये सारा एक दूसरे को बचाने का कोशिश हो रहा है, और इसलिए बाकी लोगों को पकड़ा नहीं जा रहा है, पार्थ पवार वगैरह को, कि अगर ये चीज अगर ये सामने आती है इसमें से फ्रॉड, तो और बहुत सारे फ्रॉड्स आगे आ सकते हैं, और इसका परिणाम महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर बहुत सीरियस हो सकता है. इसलिए किसी को भी नहीं, सबको बख्शा जा रहा है इसमें, खासकर पार्थ को.
Okay, thank you Vijay Kumar ji. Vijay Kumar is the whistleblower in the Pune land scam. We'll have to cut across live to the Parliament. Critical hearing on the Parliament underway. We'll go across live. We have the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, there speaking in Parliament. Let's cut across live.
But during zero hour,
let me finish.
I think so there is a time constraint. If you want to bring some resolution under any appropriate law, so the speaker will allow for a debate for the, I think,
let me just
kindly make it brief.
Please. So I think this is an issue where, everybody says government opposition fighting all the time. This is one issue where we can show the country that we can also plan and work together to solve something that is critical. I think the government should have a discussion in Parliament. We should all have a discussion in Parliament, and we should try and not make it a discussion where we are abusing you and you are abusing us. I think we should make it a discussion where we are participating, we are showing the country that on this fundamental issue there is agreement, and the best minds are going to be put into place to solve this issue.
Thank you.
I think it would be good if we have a discussion, detailed discussion, and then the Prime Minister puts in place a plan for each city, methodical, systematic plan on how within the next 5 or 10 years, maybe we cannot resolve the problem, but how we are going to impact the problem and make life for our people easier. Thank you, Speaker.
Sri Kiran Rijiju ji.
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Rahul Gandhi ji, has made a statement in the form of suggestion. The member of the Congress party in the Business Advisory Committee had also raised this issue and some other parties, and from the government side also. And government from the day one had made our position very clear that on all important matters, government is ready to discuss and also to find out solution, taking along the suggestions from all the members, including the principal opposition party led by Rahul Gandhi ji. So the matter was placed in the Business Advisory Committee as we had discussed about the election reforms, including the special intensive revision. Under the various laws, various rules, we will see how we will take up this discussion. But we will. The matter was brought in the BSc, so
if he is responding during 0 hour, you can understand.
Government is ready to discuss.
No, you can understand. No, just wait.
Government is always prepared to have discussion under any rule, but only what the point I want to make is, since the matter was brought in the BSc, we will come back and let us see how we can structure the discussion into, and then we are ready to take up this matter.
Dhanyavad.
I think a good idea would be that we frame the discussion not on us saying what you have not done and not on you saying what we have not done, but simply saying that what are we going to do for the people in India in the future, what are the action steps that we need to take. So I would say that it would be an interesting experiment to see if, instead of you blaming us and we blaming you, we can try and say on this one issue where we agree, there's no disagreement, where we say, listen, let us just talk about the future of the people.
It is not a question of any blame game. I think so, Minister, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, you also responsible. Kindly, anybody wants to bring, so in any form of the resolution and in BSc will take decision under the leadership of Honorable Speaker. Zero. Sri Ashuddin Owaisi sir. Ashuddin Owaisi ji.
बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
अरे
मैं आपके जरिए से हुकूमत से इस बात का मुतालबा करता हूँ
से अच्छा विषय उठाया, उसको रिस्पॉन्स किया उन्होंने।
अरबी और उर्दू की जामिया मुल्क के मुख्तलिफ रियासतों में कायम किया जाए। मोहतरम चेयरमैन साहब, अरबी और उर्दू महज एक ज़बान नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी इस मुल्क एक अजीम तहजीबी विरसा भी है, और अक़वाम मुत्तहिदा के 6 ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेजेस में अरबी को माना गया, और ये हमारे एक सॉफ्ट पावर के लिए, हमारी एक तहजीबी डिप्लोमेसी में एक बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा करता है अरब दुनिया से ताल्लुकात को फ़रोग़ देने के लिए। दूसरी तरफ चेयरमैन साहब, उर्दू हमारे आज शेड्यूल में
In Parliament, the opposition asking the government to ensure that pollution becomes a topic of conversation in Parliament, so that solution can be found to fight pollution. Both sides, the government saying they are open to any debate of national importance, agreeing to a debate on pollution in a structured way. We'll keep a close track on that. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak right now, the Madras High Court is holding a critical hearing on the Madurai Deepam issue, where the contempt plea and all pleas are being heard together by the Madras High Court, as the DMK government continues to argue on whether the Deepatun lighting, the change of location, whether that was customary. The DMK government asking whether it can be allowed, whether it is part of precedence, and whether or not it's a tradition that can be allowed on top of the hill. The government lawyer saying that only temple administration has the right to decide where the lamp can be lit. Okay, there is some breaking news coming in on the matter. The Madras High Court bench of Madras High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. This is breaking news now coming in. We can put that out. The court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. We'll go across to Sharda, also joining us live. Sharda is at the foothills of the Tiruparan Kundram. We'll go across to her. There is a breaking news update coming in. The High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days, demanding the right to light the lamp. Let me go across to Sharda. Sharda, state government seems adamant on not allowing the change in location where the lamp can be lit, citing precedents, saying only they can decide.
You see, Niranjan, the court is hearing all the appeals.
Niranjan, the court is hearing all the appeals against the Tirupura-Kundram road today, and the first being the Hindus asking to do a silent protest for the next 2 days at the foothills of the Tirupura-Kundram. Yesterday, the Madras bench of the Madurai High Court stated that only 50 people are allowed to do the protest, and today it's been confirmed that they give complete permission to do a fasting and a silent protest for the next 2 days, and all the ones that will be protesting are part of the Hindu religion. And also listening to the other continuous petitions put in Tirupura-Kundram road, the judge has also said that they will not be taking any more petitions and all the appeals will end today, and that there will be an answer for this particular case by today evening is what the two-bench judge has informed. And also fighting this is the government lawyer, stating that there is no proof that 73 years back that the lamp was lit on the Deepatun on the top of the hill, and also questions that if an individual has the right to light the lamp or whether it is under the temple administration, says it is the temple administration that can decide whether it should light the lamp on the Deepatun or any other place, and also added that the temple administration is the only one who can decide whether Deepatun should be lit or not, and a court order cannot decide. That is what the government lawyer has been fighting, whereas the petitioner has been constantly pointing out that 80 years back it is still in the temple administration that the Deepatun is part of the temple, and that there is a practice of lighting the lamp. Before the Second World War, it was stopped in between. It is what the petitioner has been constantly pointing out and saying that the government now should follow the rules that was done 80 years back, and also pointing out the laws and the Supreme Court orders that came in 1994 and 2004, pointing out that the lamp practice can be taken up by the temple administration if it is just 15 meters away from the dargah, and the survey proves that the Deepatun is away 15 meters away from the dargah and they have the permission to light the lamp.
Okay. Now, as we speak, that hearing is underway, and there will be... Is the time decided? When is this protest going to happen, the 2-day silent protest that the court has allowed?
Niranjan, the protest is allowed for the next 2 days, starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. is what the petitioner has informed us, telling that the protest will start tomorrow morning and continuously for tomorrow and day after. The 2 days protest, silent protest, will be held. More than 50 people are set to take part in this protest, and it will happen at the foothills of the Tirupura-Kundram. And this comes after even though the 144 has been removed by the district administration after the court orders, the police continue to stop people from climbing up the hill to make sure that there is no law and order issues. Even yesterday when we tried to enter, they said they do not have the permission to let anybody on top of the hills as per the orders of the police commissioner and the district collector. Though 144 has been removed by the Madurai bench of Madras High Court, the collector has still not removed it, saying that it's a law and order issue. And today there's also questions whether the collector and the city police commissioner would be appearing in front of the judge to also answer about the contempt of the case in the December 3rd and December 4th orders passed by the Judge G.R. Swaminathan.
Okay. Thank you for that. Joining us with all the details, Sharda is at the foothills of the Tirupura-Kundram, Karnataka, Deepam and Madurai. She's at the epicenter of it all, and she's going to be live over the next 2 days as the story progresses, as the silent protest is given a permission. Let's move on to the other big headline this morning. The SIT, or the Special Investigation Team of the Assam Police, has submitted this morning a charge sheet in the Zubin Garg death case, along with other documents relevant to the case in court of the CJM in Guwahati. According to details that we're picking up, over 3,000 pages have been filed in court. These are the details we're picking up. The state government in Assam has been calling it a murder. And we'll go across to Aniruddha joining us with the details. It's got full details of what went wrong in Singapore. The SIT and Special DGP, Munna Prasad Gupta, telling news agencies that in connection with the case, the SIT will detail out the case, and that's been done as of this minute. I'm going across to Aniruddha joining us with the details. Aniruddha, have you been able to pick up any specifics of the charge sheet? We're waiting for any details at all.
Niranjan, in this charge sheet, more than 3,500 pages are there, and each and every page of this charge sheet holds very importance as far as this entire investigation is concerned, and that is why we have just got to know from our sources who are inside the court that the judge will be going page by page as far as this charge sheet is concerned. It may also be mentioned that more than 300 people were questioned, and all the evidences, all the statements that have been recorded of this 300 people who were questioned by the SIT has also been put in front of the Chief Judicial Magistrate here today. And apart from the charge sheet, all these evidences and the statements have been brought in 2 boxes to the court. As I was already telling that as per the provisions provided in section 208 of the BNSS, this investigation is proceeding because in order to investigate a crime that has occurred in a foreign soil, invocation of section 208 of BNSS is very much important, because only then an investigating agency can investigate in and out of a case that has occurred in foreign soil. And Assam Police has also sought cooperation of the Singaporean authorities under the MLAT, that is the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, which India has with Singapore. And given all these developments, this case, one of the most high-profile investigation case that is being carried out by the Assam Police today. And today the charge sheet is being filed in front of the CJM here in Guwahati. The Assam Police is investigating it as a case of murder that has occurred in foreign soil. And yes, apart from that, also some other aspects will be investigated. The SIT and the Assam Police team has informed us that once this procedure of filing this charge sheet in this particular case, that is 18/25, is completed, then they will also proceed for investigation of the case number 19/25, which involves financial irregularities that has taken place on part of the organizers of the Northeast Festival, that is Siam Kanu Mohanta, and also the financial irregularities and discrepancies that were committed by the manager of Zubin Garg, that is Siddharth Sharma, in this regard. Apart from that, another important aspect that I would like to tell our viewers is that after the procedure of this charge sheet is completed, the Assam Police is also going to investigate into the details of the circumstances that led to the murder of Zubin Garg, alleged murder of Zubin Garg, because Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma has also pointed out that there was a plot being conspired, and it was on for more than 4 to 5 years since the time of COVID-19, and those all angles will also be investigated by the Assam Police SIT. Niranjan.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those details. We'll take a short break now. Ladies and gentlemen, focus on Republic TV and also the Lutra brothers, who have been moved to Bangkok from Phuket. Moved from Phuket to Bangkok and will be soon brought back to Delhi.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड. दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भाई मेरे बेटी को प्यार चाहिए. मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा. ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा. प्यार चाहिए, दे दो. क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी.
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued to aggravate, with today, December 5th, being the most severely impacted day, with the number of cancellations.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 12:30 p.m. this Friday afternoon. One of our top stories today remains the charge sheet now has finally been filed in the Zubin Garg case after 3 months of investigation and 300 plus witnesses and interrogations taken place by the SIT that was formed. What all is in that charge sheet? What does it reveal about Zubin Garg's alleged death and murder? We'll bring you all those details in this bulletin. But as always, let's start this Live and Breaking bulletin with the headlines. Key hearing on the Deepam row underway in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. DGCA suspends 4 flight operations inspectors from Indigo responsible for overseeing airline safety and operational compliance. Lutra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process now begins. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg's death case today. DKS meets Congress ministers and MLAs over dinner, calls it an event to socialize. Prime Minister Modi and Union Minister Piyush Goyal expected to travel to Oman to sign a free trade agreement. We are starting this bulletin with more breaking news update coming in from the Lok Sabha. The BJP MP Anurag Thakur has once again complained to the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla regarding violation of parliamentary rules and statutory laws by use of e-cigarettes inside the chamber of the Lok Sabha. A member of parliament belonging to the All India Trinamool Congress was seen openly using an electronic cigarette while seated in the house during the sittings. The open use of a banned substance and a prohibited device inside the sanctum sanctorum of India's democracy
the Lok Sabha chamber now constitutes not only a blatant violation of parliamentary decorum and discipline, but also a cognizable offence under the laws enacted by this very house, was the statement of former Union Minister and now BJP MP Anurag Singh Thakur. For a second straight day now, the e-cigarette controversy continues to be a topic of discussion within the Lok Sabha. This time, it has been alleged that a TMC MP was seen using the e-cigarettes within the sanctum sanctorum inside the Lok Sabha hall during the Parliament session. Moving on to more breaking news updates that we are tracking today. This one coming from Kerala. Kerala actress assault case. The court has referred Pulsar Suni as the main culprit in the quantum of this punishment, which is now going to be delivered very soon. That's the big update coming in the Kerala actress assault case. Court refers to Pulsar Suni as the main culprit. Quantum of the punishment is now going to be expected very soon. That's the latest update coming in the Kerala actress case, ladies and gentlemen. This is a live and breaking developing story. The Kerala government meanwhile has confirmed that it will appeal the acquittal before the High Court. This is after Ernakulam Principal Sessions Court on Friday was expected to announce the quantum of the punishment for all 6 convicts in the sensational 2017 actress assault case. The court has now identified the first accused, Pulsar Sunil, as the main culprit, saying that he was the kingpin behind the crime scene. The sentence will be now pronounced today itself, though the hearings are expected to continue post-afternoon. So that's the big breaking news update coming in. All 6 main culprits who have been identified, of which the court has identified the first accused. My colleague Shankar joins us live on the broadcast with more details on the story. Shankar, do tell us about this 2017 actress assault case in which now the sentence is expected.
Okay. The hearing on the quantum of punishment, the hearing on the punishment to be given to the accused is being going on at the Ernakulam District Principal Sessions Court. Now it started at around 11 a.m. Actually, the court had on Monday found 6 accused. The first 6 accused in the sensational actress assault case guilty of the charges against them, and the quantum of punishment was posted for hearing on today, and it is going on in the court now. All the 6 accused appeared before the court, and they are pleading for maximum leniency in this case and maximum lenience in the punishment by stating that they served a jail term for more than 7 years during the trial of the case, and they also cited that they have to take care of their aged parents, and some accused stated that they have to take care of their family members because their family include even small kids, and giving them the maximum punishment would affect their family very badly. And kind of stating all these facts, the accused are seeking leniency in the punishment, which is to be awarded in a couple of minutes by the Ernakulam Principal Sessions Court. But countering their arguments, the prosecution prosecution is also arguing before the court that the brutal manner in which the woman was attacked make the accused unfit for any kind of leniency in the sentence, and the prosecution demanded the maximum punishment for them. The maximum punishment for this gang rape case is a lifetime or over 20 years of rigorous imprisonment. The prosecution was seeking a maximum punishment of a lifetime in this case, and the court is still hearing the arguments on the punishment to be given. All the advocates of the 6 accused are pleading foot and nail to get maximum lenience in punishment, and at the same time, prosecution is also arguing very strongly to provide maximum punishment for the accused.
All right,
in a couple of minutes,
that's the latest coming in from Kerala. Now, moving on to more breaking news updates coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches in an illegal cough syrup syndicate in which there is a crackdown ongoing at 25 premises related to the main accused in this particular crackdown, that is Shubham Jaiswal and associates, Alok Singh, Amit Singh and others. This is the second crackdown now ongoing by the Enforcement Directorate in UP at multiple locations in the cough syrup manufacturing row, in which they fraudulently provided supplies of cough syrup for illegal trading. And CA Vishnu Agarwal is also linked to it, is one of the associates of the main accused in this entire case. The raids are being conducted in Lucknow, Varanasi, Jaunpur, Saharanpur of Uttar Pradesh, along with Ranchi in Jharkhand and in Ahmedabad of Gujarat. And following which these searches began early morning today at 7:30 a.m. and they are continuing, ladies and gentlemen, in what is now the biggest crackdown of the Enforcement Directorate, in which the multiple locations are being raided across states as part of a money laundering investigation against an alleged illegal cough syrup trade syndicate operating out of Uttar Pradesh. These are visuals coming in from Lucknow live, where earlier this morning from 7:30 a.m. onwards, raids began at various locations. At present, the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids at over 25 premises in various locations, including Lucknow, Varanasi, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. Apart from this, Ranchi in Jharkhand and Ahmedabad of Gujarat are also being raided. My colleague Raghvendra joins us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Raghvendra, you are in Lucknow, and this massive cough syrup trade syndicate with even alleged money laundering links, all of these are coming forward. Do tell us what the ED is telling you about the investigation.
बिल्कुल, उत्तर प्रदेश, गुजरात और झारखंड, तीन राज्यों सहित 25 ठिकानों पर ईडी की छापेमारी चल रही है। जिस तरह से इलीगल ढंग से पूरे कफ सिरप के तस्करी में जो पैसे बनाए गए हैं, कमाए गए हैं, 1000 करोड़ रुपए का पूरा टर्नओवर है। कितने दिन से चल रहा है, कहां-कहां चल रहा है, कहां-कहां स्टोर हो रहा है, यूपी के 4 से 5 स्थानों पर यह पूरी छापेमारी चल रही है। तो सब कुछ आकलन किया जा रहा है, कैलकुलेशन किया जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि ये गाड़ी अभी जा रही है, बैक हो रही है। अभी ईडी के लिए इन्होंने लंच की पूरी व्यवस्था की है। ईडी की टीम कम से कम दर्जन भर कर्मचारी, ये देखिए आलोक सिंह, जिस आलोक सिंह को अभी एसआईटी और यूपी एसटीएफ को रिमांड मिली है 14 दिन की, उसी के घर के सामने मैं हूं। आप देख सकते हैं आलीशान लग्जरी जो आवास है, इसमें दर्जन भर ईडी के कर्मचारी मौजूद हैं। और जिस तरह से इनके लिए अभी लंच की व्यवस्था आई है, इनके लिए फल फूल दूध इत्यादि जो सामग्री खाने पीने के लिए जो आई है, उससे लग रहा है कि दिन भर यहां से जाने वाले नहीं है। चूंकि सारे मामले को एक तरफ जहां एसटीएफ पूछताछ करेगी, चूंकि लखनऊ जेल से ला करके उसने स्पेशल रिमांड लिया है और एसआईटी और एसटीएफ पूछताछ करेगी, दूसरी ईडी भी उन चीजों को जानने की कोशिश करेगी कि आपने ये जो लग्जरी आवास, ये जो पूरा ये जो आप देख रहे हैं ना आलीशान ये जो मकान है, इसको आपने कैसे बनाया। सिर्फ यही नहीं है, बहुत सारी और प्रॉपर्टी है इनकी देश भर में, बहुत सारे होटलों में इनका पैसा लगा हुआ है और भी तमाम कहां इन्होंने अपार्टमेंट लिया है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। तो सारे आकलन, क्योंकि ईडी ने पहले ही इन चीजों को समझा है, तभी आज एक साथ में सुबह से ही 25 जगहों पर अलग अलग स्थानों पर यह छापेमारी की प्रक्रिया की गई है। तो इससे समझा जा सकता है कितना बड़ा मामला। सिर्फ मामला यहीं तक नहीं है, भारत ही तक नहीं है, नेपाल और बांग्लादेश के माध्यम दुबई तक है। क्योंकि जो शुभम जायसवाल है वो दुबई में बैठा हुआ है, उसने वहां से मैसेज दिया था कि मुझे खतरा है, मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं कहीं गिरफ्तार न हो जाऊं, तो वो भाग निकला। हालांकि उसके पिता को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। 3 दर्जन से अधिक 3 दर्जन लगभग लोग, यानी 30 से 35 लोगों को अभी तक कहीं न कहीं हिरासत में लिया गया है। इस पूरे मामले में पूछताछ जारी है। 128 लोगों पर एफआईआर हुई है। ये एफआईआर की संख्या और बढ़ सकती है, क्योंकि लगातार जो एजेंसियां जांच कर रही हैं, कई तरह की इसमें जांच चल रही है, तो यह दायरा और भी बढ़ने वाला है।
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Raghvendra, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in on the ED crackdown on the cough syrup money laundering syndicate operating out of 3 states there, Uttar Pradesh and Jharkhand, along with Gujarat. In the interim, let me bring you a breaking news update also coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where our forces along with the JNK SOG and the BSF continue to remain vigilant along the international border, particularly in the Samba sector before the winter sets in. Take a look at how our forces are taking all necessary precaution and measure to prevent any infiltration bid from Pakistan.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district, where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak it into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. this is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels, but this is the special operations group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorist can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, a big breaking news development is coming in. The battle lines are now drawn in the Justice Swaminathan impeachment row. 56 judges have now signed a petition backing Justice Swaminathan, and they are claiming that the opposition is attempting political browbeating against the independence of the judiciary. This is a very significant development, even as the Deepam Rao hearing continues in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. Now 56 former judges have come out in support of Justice Swaminathan. In solidarity, the judges have written together against the 107 MPs who have now submitted an impeachment notice against Justice Swaminathan in the Parliament during the winter session against his judgment in the Deepam Rao controversy. The judges have now claimed that this is nothing but a brazen attempt at political browbeating. The letter also, there's also a letter attached along with those 56 signatures on this story. I have my colleague Sharda joining us live on the broadcast with more details. Sharda, do tell us about the letter that these 56 judges have together put out in support of Justice Swaminathan.
Well, after the India Alliance signed out telling an impeachment against the Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan, now 56 judges have come in support, telling that they support Judge G.R. Swaminathan's and also his judgment. And there's a form that's been submitted by all 56 judges saying that they are in favor of Justice G.R. Swaminathan, and they agree that his rule for this Tirupura has been right. And this form also has lawyers and advocates and also Supreme Court judges and the Madras High Court judges supporting Judge G.R. Swaminathan. And however, the DMK and the India Alliance still stand strong and telling that they want impeachment against Judge G.R. Swaminathan because they find that his judgments and his statements against this Tirupura has been in favor of Hindus, and saying that he's siding with one religion and is not looking into what the Muslims and the Dargah committee had to say is what the main accusation that the India Alliance is keeping against Judge G.R. Swaminathan.
Indeed, Sharda, and there is a lot of outrage, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. Let me also read out some of the excerpts, Sharda, and if you can also take us through those excerpts coming in. The judges, 56 judges together, have written the following. They say that we, the former judges, have taken a serious exception to the attempt being made by certain members of parliament against Justice Swaminathan. They say this is a brazen attempt to browbeat judges who do not fall in line with the ideological and political expectations of a particular section of the society. The letter also reads that it may be recalled that during the dark period of the emergency, the then government adopted various mechanisms, including suppression, to penalize judges who refused to toe the line. And now the judges are also saying that this present move is not an isolated aberration. It fits into a clear and deeply troubling pattern in our recent constitutional history, where sections of a political class have sought to discredit and intimidate the higher judiciary whenever outcomes do not align with their interests. These are some strong words coming in, Sharda, from 56 former judges, which includes various judges of the Supreme Court and various high courts across the country. Do tell us about the significant political implications, because DMK has been one of the opposition parties that has led this effort of moving an impeachment notice against Justice Swaminathan. 107 of them, including Uddhav Sena in Maharashtra, also supporting them together. What are the implications now? The judges are clearly saying that a political class which feels that their expectations are not being met by the judiciary, they are now trying to politically browbeat the judiciary, something that Home Minister Amit Shah also said recently in the Lok Sabha.
That's very true, because we started at a legal fight between the petitioner and the judge, and also the lawyer who says that he is in for the religious endowments, and also saying that he makes sure that there'll no be fight. It started at a legal fight in Madurai, but ended up being a political battle, because on December 3rd, the BJP party with their leaders tried to enter the temple after following the judge's order with the CRPF with them. They tried to light the lamp. However, the state police continued to stop them, and which then later became into a political battle, whereas DMK pointing out, telling that BJP is trying to instigate the communal harmony in the Tirupura Hill, saying that the people in Madurai are not happy with the decision made by the judge. However, it is different. As we came to the ground, we saw people want to light the lamp. Yesterday, multiple people in Tirupura speaking to Republic said that they are in for the judge's opinion to light the lamp on the Deepatun, whereas the DMK says otherwise. And the police and the district administration went against the court order. And also, we can say that it is with the backing of the DMK in power, because the HRNC, the department works under MK Stalin and the Minister Shekhar Babu, who has ordered them to not let the lamp lighting to happen on the December 3rd and December 4th. And with this, the judge's order on December 3rd and 4th was not followed by the entire the state police or the collectorate of the Madurai. Now, which is when there is multiple contempts against with Judge Riya Swaminathan's statement and orders. And now today, those allegations and the appeals will also be heard.
Thank you, Shada, for joining us. Stay with us, because, ladies and gentlemen, here's a quick review of what all has happened. As we speak, there is a hearing ongoing in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court over the Deepam Rao. The ASG was making his arguments there. On the line, on the phone line now, joining me live on the broadcast is Justice Dhingra. Good afternoon, sir. You have seen what has happened with the Deepam Rao. Now, 56 judges have signed a petition backing Justice Swaminathan. They are saying, and I quote an excerpt from that letter, sir, the very purpose of impeachment mechanism is to uphold integrity of the judiciary and not to convert it into a tool of arm twisting. So how do you see this move of impeachment that has been moved by the opposition MPs?
See, I am one of the signatory of the letter, so this is what we have written. And you see, this is not only arm twisting, but it is actually defaming the judiciary and attacking the institution itself. You see, if you are bringing impeachment motion on the basis of a judgment of a judge, I think where is the limit? You have crossed all limits. And you see, the impeachment is not meant for this. Impeachment is to keep the institution clean. And you are attacking the institution and threatening the judges that in case you are giving judgments against us, against a particular, community, and then we are not going to spare you and we are going to impeach you. I think this is something preposterous. And that is...
Sir, you have also cited that there is a recent pattern emerging now of browbeating judges into delivering judgments that align with a certain political class. What are you alluding to, sir? You are a signatory in this letter, and this is a very serious allegation that the honorable judges, 56 of them, have found in your wisdom, including you, sir, to raise this point of concern.
Court, when the advocates used to speak loudly, and they would say, and some of advocates are saying, okay, if you are not giving me enough time, I will walk out, I won't argue. That was limited to advocates. Now this browbeating has passed over to the parliament. This is very surprising and demeaning of the parliament itself. I tell you, it is demeaning of the MPs who have signed. They have not even thought once that what they are doing, they are actually attacking the whole institution. Today, one judge, tomorrow another party and parties, MPs will rise up against another judge because of his judgment, and this will go on. So you have taken up the institution. That is not permissible under the Constitution, and that cannot be allowed. So the people must rise against this kind of browbeating and arm twisting by the MPs.
Justice Dhingra, we have often seen this happen in the Supreme Court, but now it's a sort of an threatening intimidation by these lawyers and these people that has reached the Parliament. Like you rightly said, it's browbeating and pressuring tactics for judges to conform to a certain political or ideological expectation. This statement, Justice Dhingra, that you've also signed, is giving past instances of emergency and political overreach that are harming judicial independence. Can you stress on that, please, for us?
You see, never on the basis of ideology, judges have been attacked. You see, the first instance in our country of appointment on the basis of ideology was of Justice Krishna here. If you look into all his judgments, they are communist inclined. Means that his ideology of communism is reflected in that, in his judgments. So when no judge can be free from his ideologies. I'm sorry, every judge has some ideology. So you cannot say, because this is an ideological judgment, we will condemn the judge and the judgment both. If you have a right to file appeal, go in appeal. You have right to file an SLP, go to Supreme Court, file an SLP. But bringing impeachment, it is, you see, something very strange that who advised them. And I know some of the MPs may be advocates also who have signed it. So this is something very demeaning and this. That is why we have given all instances of past.
Yes.
And you see, they have tried to impeach Justice Deepak Mishra because he was trying to hear Ram Janambhoomi case in a day-to-day manner. They tried to impeach, tried to threaten other judges also. So this is something very strange. We condemn this, and that is why this letter.
I also want to ask you, you rightly brought about the case, I remember, of Justice Mishra. Justice Dhingra, we remember in December 2018 how there were lawyers, and I named them, senior advocates Kapil Sibal, Rajiv Dhawan, in his courtroom, Dushyant Dave, and they had almost told him that if you hear the Babri case, elections are around the corner, it won't be right. Like you said, this is a growing trend we are seeing. You've also warned in this letter, targeting one judge today endangers the entire institution tomorrow. You call upon the Parliament and citizens to reject such attempts.
You see, it is not attacking one judge. It is expressing their intentions of attacking every judge who gives judgment against them. So that is what is worrying. It is unthinkable that members of Parliament who are represented, who are chosen to protect the Constitution, they are out to destroy the Constitution, one of the most, revered institution of the Constitution, one where the people express their faith. They want to destroy that very institution. It is something very surprising.
And this is all being done, Justice Dhingra, and it anguishes us as well at Republic TV that this is all being done under the garb of trying to be truthful. They emphasize that this is being done only because certain judgments were made by the judge accusing him of proven misbehavior. But to come to the Parliament and to ask for his impeachment in this brazen manner, it's very clear that they are motivated.
Look, every judge has a right to give wrong judgments. That is why we have appeal system. Otherwise, if on this basis actions are taken against judges, then a magistrate, if his judgment is upset or overturned by session judge, he should be removed. Session judge whose judgment is upset by High Court, he should be removed. The High Court whose judgment is set aside by Supreme Court, he should be removed. Means this is going to that extent. The removal of a judge by Parliament impeachment is not meant for that. That must be clear to the MPs. I think they should at least read Constitution of India. I call them, unread. They have not understood or read the Constitution of India.
Yes, yes. Justice Dhingra, I would request your presence on our show once again today, later in the day, sir, if we could get a reaction from you properly, because we want the citizens to understand what the impeachment process is, what the Constitution says, and how it's brazenly being misused by these MPs. I thank you for joining us on the phone line. This is something very serious that we're going to be discussing through the day today. Thank you, sir.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, now that 56 judges have broken their silence, the pressure is mounting on the opposition as they attempt to impeach Justice Swaminathan. Judges say it is an attempt to browbeat, and when we come back, we'll bring you more details on how the judiciary is now hitting back against the opposition's browbeating attempts.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavin Sem. Our top focus. Republic investigation indicates that Part Pawar's company, a media, was in touch with the Tehsildar and a letter was sent to the Botanical Survey of India to vacate the land. We'll take you through all the latest details on the big story that we are tracking this afternoon. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Key hearing on in Madras High Court on the Deepam row.
He was allowed to raise. Swaminathan did not mince words. You can't disturb. He said the state has shown willful disobedience of the order and contempt has been committed, sir. If I have given a permission, sir, the order has been breached, sir. Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Kundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the सभा की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
The e-cigarette row has also once again picked up in the Parliament. At the same time, the other big issue that we are tracking this afternoon with regards to the issue in Tamil Nadu. The DMK essentially challenging the verdict that has been passed. The matter is now being heard in the Madras High Court. In fact, Deepam Rao has become the biggest talking point in the... That's the latest now coming in from Tamil Nadu. Let me also take you through some more breaking news now coming in with regards to what's really happening there with the BJP parliamentarian raising the Deepam controversy in Parliament. That was Anurag Thakur. The House has now been adjourned. The temple doors have been shut. People had to go to court is what the BJP has to say. This was made by Anurag Thakur on the floor of the Parliament. Temple doors were shut. People were forced to go to the court. In fact, this matter has also been raised by the AIADMK, saying that what essentially the DMK has done has stopped the doors, and they've prevented Hindus from visiting that area. In fact, the reason why it has taken a political turn is the India Alliance now moving for an impeachment of the judge who had passed the verdict. The India Alliance essentially saying that the judge is a repeat offender, and that is the reason why they've basically moved for the impeachment of the judge in this particular case. This has now been heavily criticized by several judges who have been a signatory of a petition that has been signed, and they are saying that the court is basically concerned with the right of the petitioner. In fact, Tamil Nadu's Attorney General has spoken on this entire matter in the Madras High Court also, where they have once again raised questions about the fact that this has been a tradition that has been going on for several years put together. There has been no mention of Deepathon in 1920. That is how the trigger point happens to be in this particular matter. All this and much more now with this taking a complete political turn, with the BJP raising this entire matter on the floor of the Parliament. Listen in to what BJP parliamentarian Anurag Thakur had to say.
I want to raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged.
Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar.
I have given
I would like to put it on record.
To your party
Why the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner?
given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
he was allowed to
Justice
raise.
D.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
stop.
said the state has shown willful disobedience of the order. And contempt has been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission,
sir, the order has been breached, sir. Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Kundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the...
I want to raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. Against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar.
I
would like to put it on record.
To your party
Why the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner?
given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
he was allowed to
Justice
raise.
D.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
stop.
said the state has shown willful disobedience of the order. And contempt has been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission,
sir, the order has been breached, sir. Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the...
Well, in fact, along with BJP parliamentarian Anurag Thakur, Home Minister Amit Shah has also raised this entire issue, with the BJP training their guns at the DMK government, saying that this is once again bringing back what they call the anti-Sanatan position of the DMK government. Listen to what the Home Minister had to say.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं। अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर। और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया, साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया। उद्धव जी, जजमेंट क्या है? एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि हाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए। मान्यवर, ये वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं। देश की जनता उनको...
Sharda, in fact, is joining us from Madurai. Sharda, you also spoke to some of the petitioners on this entire issue. The DMK government's position has already been challenged by the petitioner here.
Very true, Shravan. The petitioners have been constantly asking the DMK why they are stopping the lamp to be light on the top of the Tirupura hill, whereas the DMK continues to say that it was not a practice followed, it's not a tradition. If it is not something that's been followed in the past 80 years, what is the point of bringing it now? Whereas the petitioners who spoke to us yesterday also claimed that this is the fight they have been fighting for multiple years, and then that this is the first time that the judgment came in favor of them, and the DMK is only now raising the voice when the judgment is in favor of the Hindus, constantly pointing out that the DMK is against the Sanatana Dharma and especially against the Hindus, and they are focusing only on hurting the sentiments of the Muslims and not the Hindus, is what the petitioners are saying. The appeals and the hearings are underway in the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court now, and the judges have now decided not to take any more interim appeals for today because there's multiple petitions in relation to the Thirupuram Kundram. And as we know, there was also one petition seeking by a Hindu petitioner asking to protest, to do a silent and full-on protest for the next 2 days, where they're going to be not eating any food, and it's a fasting protest that will be happening at the foothills of the Tirupura Kundram. Starting as a legal battle, now it is turned completely political, whereas the BJP is constantly pointing out that the DMK is only against the Hindus, but keep calling themselves Hindus. As we saw last week, the AIADMK and the BJP leaders tried to enter the temple and were stopped by the state police, saying that the 144 was imposed in Tirupura Kundram and that they cannot take in the judge's rule to light the lamp on the top of the hill on December 3. And it still continues, whereas the DMK continues to point that the Dargah is what is on the top of the hill and not the temple, and the hill, the area where the Deepatun is placed is belonging to the Dargah, whereas the 1943 land property says that the Deepatun belongs to the temple. And even when Judge G.R. Swaminathan went there last week to take a survey, it was the temple administration that confirmed that the pillar belongs to the temple, and it is where the lamp was lit in the past.
I want to raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. Against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Madurai Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is, if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar. I would like to put it on record.
To your party
why the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner?
given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
he was allowed to
Justice
raise.
G.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
disturb.
said the state has shown willful disobedience of the order. And contempt has been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission,
sir, the order has been breached, sir. Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today, while the Ram temple issue came, or the Kartikai Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparan Kundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the...
Well, shifting focus now to the other big story that we are tracking from Maharashtra. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar said that there was no agreement between Amadeus, a company in which his son happens to be the largest shareholder. In fact, a partner with 99% stake. It turns out that when the FIR was registered by the Maharashtra government, Parth Pawar's name was not even mentioned. And the only rationale that was basically given by the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister was that there was no agreement to begin with. It now turns out from the investigation that has been carried out that there is a direct link that is emerging. A letter that has been sent to the Botanical Survey of India. The land was leased to Botanical Survey of India. In fact, this letter that you see on your screens is from the Tehsildar, informing that there is an agreement with Amidias and the same land parcel was now being given to Amidias. In fact, from the timeline that we have been able to put together, it clearly appears that there was a communication from Amidias Enterprises to the Tehsildar, and thereafter this communication took place with the Botanical Survey of India. In fact, Botanical Survey of India, in a letter that has also been accessed by Republic TV, has written, saying that there was an attempt by a few people to take over this land, to take full control of the land. Now, in this particular document that you see, what is written here is that urgent intervention that is requested regarding the leased land at Mundua, Ministry of Environment. Now, can we also show the other document? Because in the other document, what you also have is the communication to the Botanical Survey of India. There you have it, the intimation to the Botanical Survey of India. This is with regards to Amidia Enterprises LLP. And also, the other documents that have been accessed by Republic TV also goes on to indicate that 99% stake in this particular company happens to be with Parth Pawar, and just 1% is with Digvijay Patil, the person who's now been called for questioning by the Pune police. Listen in to what the whistleblower in this particular case had to say.
कि ये पुणे लैंड स्कैम में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं कोई डील नहीं हुआ। हमारे पास सेल डीड है, हमारे पास वो चिट्ठी है जहाँ पे बोटानिकल गार्डन लिख रहा है ऑफिशियल्स को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को, कि हमारे यहाँ पे इलीगल पोजीशन लेने लोग आ रहे हैं, इलीगल डील हुआ है। इसके बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं कोई डील ही नहीं हुआ।
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजित पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे अमेरिया पर, वो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो। कलेक्टर को पता है सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल खेल रहे थे? और ऐसे चलता है आईजीआर डिपार्टमेंट में कि अगर कोई डील नहीं होता जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है वो तो डील होता ही नहीं। फिर कोई ट्रांजैक्शन, मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
जो सेल डीड
है वो तो झूठ है। अगर ऐसे सेल डीड झूठे होते रहेंगे तो फिर बहुत सारे हो जाएंगे। ये कानून किस लिए है? अगर अजित पवार ये बोल रहे तो अजित पवार अपने बेटे की गुनाह की कबूली दे रहे।
तो अभी ये पूरा सेल डीड को मुकर गए, मतलब ट्रांजैक्शन को मुकर गए। इसका मतलब ये हो सकता है क्या कि फ्री में ही ज़मीन, जो आम आदमी का ज़मीन है, वो हड़पने के लिए ट्राई किया था वो लोगों ने?
ये तो आम आदमी की ज़मीन हड़पने का ट्राई तो बिल्कुल किया था। उसमें 3 चीज़ें, जो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम में आते। एक तो बिना पैसे के लेन देन के 340 एकड़ का ज़मीन का ट्रांजैक्शन किया गया। दूसरी बात ये हो सकती है कि इसका कैश दिया हो या लिया हो, वो भी इलीगल है। 300 करोड़ की कैश लिया तो भी इलीगल है। फिर अगर बार्टर हुआ है तो तेजवानी के साथ क्या डील हुआ, बिना वजह चाहिए, कोई सोशल वर्क नहीं है। ये ज़मीन की जायदाद की ये ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है तो ये सोशल वर्क नहीं है। तो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम की तरफ इशारा करते हैं और इसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसलिए होने वाला नहीं है कि जो सारे जो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं ये उन्हीं के लोग हैं जो इस क्राइम में शामिल थे, चाहे वो कलेक्टर हो या चाहे एसडीओ हो या तहसीलदार हो या अभी पुलिस वाले जो कर रहे हो। उनको देखिए, क्रिमिनल सामने घूम रहा है, सारी दुनिया बोल रही है, हाईकोर्ट बोल रहा है कि पार्थ पर एफआईआर क्यों नहीं हुआ, और सिर्फ इन लोगों को लगता है जो इसमें शामिल है उनको लगता है कि पार्थ का कोई संबंध नहीं है। ऐसे अगर कोई भी करने लगा तो सारे जो महाराष्ट्र की सिस्टम है उसका सत्यानाश हो जाएगा।
आप जो बोल रहे हैं, आपके इस सूत्र में मैं बोल रही हूँ कि जहाँ पे पुलिस एफआईआर में पार्थ पवार का नाम नहीं रख रहा, जहाँ पे बुलाया जा रहा है लेकिन समन स्किप कर रहे दिग्विजय पटेल, वहाँ पे ईओडब्ल्यू पे भरोसा करना क्या सही है? ना कि ये जो लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ कैश जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है ऐसा सोचा जा रहा है, इसके लिए ईडी आना चाहिए।
देखिए, ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र के किसी भी ऑफिसर के हाथों से पूरा नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में या सारे हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसा एक सिस्टम हो गया है कि जो भी दबंग राजनेता होते हैं वो अपने पुलिस अधिकारी, अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स, आप देखिए पुणे में भी कई सब 15-15, 20-20 साल से वो वही है। तो इनके हाथों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये इस जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसके वो पार्टी है, तो वो खुद की इंक्वायरी कैसे करेंगे? तो उनसे कुछ होने लगे। तो यहाँ कोई थर्ड पार्टी या तो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी या ईडी की इंक्वायरी या सीबीआई इसमें ध्यान दे। और उसमें भी मुझे थोड़ा शक ऐसे होता है कि पुणे और सातारा ऐसी जगह कि यहाँ सारे हिंदुस्तान के बड़े बड़े लीडर्स और ऑफिसर्स की ज़मीनें हैं, डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली। तो ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने देंगे।
Let me go across to my colleague Meenakshi. Meenakshi, what's the status of this entire investigation? The committee has sought for extra time, but are you picking up anything with regards to how much progress have they made?
See, Shavan, everything is open now. Everything is in public now. We have accessed already that letter which was dated on 6th June. And two, three things here there. What is the number one thing? Ki BSI Pune, they are sending a letter to regional office deputy directors, already alerted that some boys, some peoples trying to take possession on this land, particular this land. So there needs urgent intervention. There needs urgent intervention. What is mentioned in this letter? After that, what action has been taken from that regional office deputy director? What action has been taken by him? No, nothing action has been taken by him. And the other one, Ajit Pawar is saying that no sale deed was happened. If is it true, then what about that 72 pages of sale deed which Republic has accessed? What is this? Is this wrong? If Ajit Pawar is saying right thing, then like this paper keep getting prepared is so easy in Maharashtra. If sale deed was wrong, then what is about this 72
Meenakshi,
pages of sale deed paper? And what is the...
In fact, Meenakshi, we'll track this very closely, but we do have a breaking news now coming in. Just a quick recap before we shift focus to the other big story coming in from Assam. Here you have the sale deed, as Meenakshi was basically pointing out, and there has been a clear communication that is touch sheet in the mysterious death of legendary singer Zubin Garg. In fact, his manager Shyam Kanu Mahanta has been charged by the SIT in Assam. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma on the floor of the assembly had already indicated that this is a case of murder, and that's the area that they were basically looking at. We'll try and go across to Anirudh getting us the latest details. Anirudh, who are the people who have been named in the charge sheet? What's the role?
Yes, Awan, the charge has been submitted to the CJM inside the court in a short while from now. And what we are getting to know in a first and exclusive news break, we're only with Republic TV, that four of the main accused in this case, the organizer of the Northeast Festival, Shyam Kanu Mahanta, Zubin Garg's manager, Siddhartha Sharma, Shekhar Goswami, one of the accomplices of Zubin Garg, and his co-singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta. All these four main accused has been slapped with section 103 and 106 of BNS. Section 103 deals with murder, whereas section 106 of BNS deals with negligence amounting to death. On the other hand, Zubin Garg's cousin Sandipan Garg has been slapped with charges under section 105 of BNS, which means culpable homicide not amounting to murder. At the same time, another two PSOs who has also been arrested by the SIT in connection to the death of Zubin Garg, PSOs Nandeshwar Bora and Paresh Baisya, along with Shyam Kanu Mahanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival, and Shekhar and Siddhartha Sharma, Zubin Garg's PSO, they have been slapped with section 316.
Anirudh, just a quick question before I let you go, because when the Chief Minister said that this is a case of murder, has the SIT been able to prove as to how exactly Shyam Kanu Mahanta and others are responsible?
Yes, Avan, this is a very long search sheet. In fact, 3,500 and more pages contains in this search sheet. There are two trunks that were brought to the court today. These two trunks, one contains the search sheet, whereas another one contains all the evidences that the SIT has gathered in the last 3 months, more than 2 months' time. And the SIT has reiterated themselves that our sources in the SIT has also, in fact, today morning confirmed to us that the SIT has given a search sheet to the court, which is foolproof, a complete foolproof search sheet has been placed in front of the CJM by the SIT in connection to the Zubin Garg's murder. And as the Chief Minister had been reiterating that it was not an accident that led to the death of Zubin, but yes, in fact, it was a murder, it was a planned conspiracy, and the conspiracy was hatched around 4 to 5 years back. This is what the Chief Minister has been saying. And the SIT is also probing all the angles, Sawan.
Thank you very much, Anirudh, for getting us the latest details. The big story coming in from Assam, where the SIT has now filed the charge sheet. On the other side, as we get you the latest with regards to the Deepam row, where Tamil Nadu government has opposed this so-called new tradition of lighting the lamp.
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़ कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT का एकदम सॉलिड।
Viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I am Priyanka Chaudhary. Our key focus is going to be the breaking developments as the Indigo has moved the Delhi court and is fighting the government over 900 crore custom duties. We get you the updates, but first the headlines. Key hearing on Deepam Rao underway in Madurai bench of Madras High Court. Four inspectors who oversee Indigo flight operation sacked from the DGCA after mass cancellations. Lutra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Center as deportation process begins. SIT to file 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case today. DK Shivakumar meets Congress ministers and MLAs over dinner, calls it an event to socialize. Prime Minister Modi, Piyush Goyal expected to travel to Oman to sign the free trade agreement. And viewers, are breaking developments coming in as Indigo has moved the Delhi High Court seeking a refund of 900 crore. Yes, it's fighting the government over 900 crore custom duty. That is right. That's a breaking development coming in. Indigo fights government over 900 crore custom duty. Indigo has moved the Delhi High Court seeking refund of 900 crore. Indigo is claiming unconstitutional double taxation by the customs. And Indigo has also said it's paid the duty under protest across 4,000 bills of entry. These are the developments coming in. It has moved the Delhi High Court seeking a refund of 900 crore paid as customs duty on aircraft engines and parts re-imported after overseas repairs. The airline argued that the duty amounts to unconstitutional double taxation since GST on repair services was already paid. The case was listed before Justices Pratibha M. Singh and Shayal Jain, but Justice Jain refused herself because her son is an Indigo pilot. It will now be placed before another bench. In fact, Indigo said it paid the duty under protest across 4,000 plus bills of entry despite earlier tribunal and High Court rulings. Shambhavi, my colleague, joins us for more on this. Shambhavi, what is the understanding that we have with Indigo now moving the Delhi High Court, fighting the government over 900 crore custom duty?
See, basically what happens is that Indigo sends its aircraft engines and parts abroad for servicing. So when it comes back, when the serviced products come back, Indigo has to pay two taxes. One is the GST on the service and the other one is the custom duty on the repaired parts. So what Indigo has been claiming here, that since those parts already belong to them, when they are sending those parts for servicing and they come back, because it is a service, it is fair that they have to pay the GST on it, but paying custom duty on the products like it is a fresh import of goods is unfair, and the custom department charging the custom duty on the same parts like they are the fresh import of goods is also unconstitutional. So basically they are saying that for the same thing, for the same parts, for the same service, they are being charged twice, which is unconstitutional. So this is their main argument in this entire case. And what they're claiming is in the matter of this double payment of the amount, they are asking for a refund of around 900 crores in this matter. And claiming that this entire practice is unconstitutional. The matter has been now placed before a bench, but one of the judge, Justice Shayal Singh, recused herself because her son is an Indigo pilot. So now the matter will be placed before a fresh bench, and we'll see what actually happens in the case. Back to you.
That's right, Shambhavi. Indigo also says that its the request for the refunds were in fact denied. And what happens on that front? What exactly happened? Do we have any information why those requests for the refund was denied by the customs?
See, basically what happened when Indigo said that they need refund on such products, on the repaired parts, what the custom department was saying that they cannot refund like this. They will need every bill-wise assessment. That was their take, and Indigo had to pay for more than 4,000 bills under protest because if they wouldn't have done that, their parts wouldn't have been allowed back in India, and then their flights, aircraft would have been grounded. So this was the problem that Indigo faced with the custom department. So this is basically the main issue with the entire refund process and the entire payment of custom duty and GST in this matter. Studio.
That's right. Shambhavi, we continue to bring in these updates as Indigo has in fact moved the Delhi High Court, and it has of course said that the imports are service under GST and cannot be taxed again as goods. These refunds were denied by customs authorities and the matter is now pending before the Supreme Court. My colleague Shambhavi there giving us all the updates. Shambhavi, what is likely to happen in front of the Supreme Court once the hearing begins?
See, the matter in the Delhi High Court, once it is it is placed before a fresh bench and is considered, if at all there is some merit in the case or in the petition that they have filed, a notice will be issued for all the relevant parties, which is basically inviting all the parties who are in the petition, all the relevant parties to come and reply to these petition or to come and participate in the hearing. So that will be the first step if the court finds any merit in this petition or the claims that Indigo is making.
Okay, Shambhavi, thank you for giving us the details. I would also like to go across to Group Captain GP Bajpai. Is an aviation expert joining me on the phone line. Group Captain Bajpai, how do you react? Because Indigo has moved the Delhi High Court now, seeking a refund of 900 crore paid as custom duty on aircraft engines and part re-imported over overseas repairs. Help our viewers understand in simpler terms what exactly is happening.
Madam, 3 points. First is that since the matter is sub judice, we should leave it to the honorable justices with the due opinion from the GST experts as well as the senior counsels after arguing on the subject. I am very sure the honorable judges will give a logical and rational decision on the subject. Number 2, what the Indigo is telling as a layman, as a common man or as an aviation expert, their argument does not seem correct to me in person, because now the item which they had initially imported, it was used, or that engine became unserviceable in our country when it was imported. Now the unserviceable engine has been deported back to OEM or the overhauling agency, and now it is coming back in a serviceable condition. So it might be okay, the same engine serial number has gone second time and second time again back it is coming back. But the nature and the serviceability got changed. When it was sent back, either it was life expired or it was unserviceable or it got involved in any incident. That's why it was sent back, and after repair and after due corrective actions, this has been brought back. So to me in person, it will be looking like the GST application seems to be rational and logical. And in case the government of India, respective government or the court gives decision for this particular demand of the Indigo, they have to uniformly extend that particular directive or that particular ruling or that particular order to all the subsequent claimants. So all these points are to be well considered before reaching to a logical connection.
Right. All right. Thank you, Group Captain Bajpai, for giving your response and breaking it down in simpler terms for our viewers. With that, viewers, we shift our focus and get you more news and updates from across the nation as we bring you Bharat in 2 minutes. Police team in Raebareli district has apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits noticed the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They have been detained and police recovered pistols and money from them. They are now in process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi Shadra while he was riding a motorcycle with his worker. The victim has been identified as Yogendra Rathore. He was shot from behind. The victim is currently in stable condition, undergoing treatment. The probe has been launched in this matter. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Gujarat's Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in the godown, and about 50 fire personnel are carrying out the operation to control the fire. No casualties have been reported. Revenue Department officials reached suspended Constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing investigations in the cough syrup syndicate case. The ED had issued a notice to the dismissed constable to appear on the 8th. Action was initiated after he failed to appear in response to the notice, and raids were conducted at several locations including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in connection with the matter. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot and began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams and 30 officials are present at the spot. The cause of the fire could be a short circuit. There are no casualties reported. IMF has slapped 11 new conditions to Pakistan's $7 billion loan program. The International Monetary Fund has added 11 more stringent conditions on Pakistan under the latest staff-level review of its $7 billion bailout package. With the fresh additions, the total number of conditions has now risen to 64. Now, according to the IMF staff report released on Thursday, Pakistan will be required to publish the asset declarations of high-level federal civil servants on a government website by December 2026 to identify income-asset mismatches. Now, the obligation will later be expanded to senior provincial civil servants, while banks will be given full access to these declarations. Gursimran joins me on the phone line to give us more updates. Gursimran, IMF is slapping 11 more conditions to Pakistan on its loan program. What next? What is next for Pakistan in this regard?
See, trouble is mounting for the Pakistan. We have seen that IMF in the previous instances also has gone hard on the Pakistan. Reason being that the way Pakistan has been actively using this fund that has come from the International Monetary Fund for everything except for the usages that are permittable under the International Monetary Fund. And now 11 new conditions have been added to the $7 billion bailout package that has been given. And with this, since earlier there were 53 conditions that were laid down by IMF, now addition of the 11 conditions take the total number of conditions that are there against Pakistan to 64. So now they have to set in for every parameter, and then only they will be able to actually get this $7 billion bailout package. Because what has happened, last time it was the friend of Pakistan, Donald Trump, who actually rescued Pakistan for the bailout package. But this time the situation is altogether different, and also the internal turmoil in the Pakistan, that is also sending waves to the international community that it is not the time that the bailout be led to, and that is what the addition of these 11 conditions are.
That's right. Thank you, Gursimran, for giving us the details on that story. With that, we shift our focus, viewers, to more news and updates that we are tracking on Republic. Viewers, the search operations are continuing for the second consecutive day along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of the snowfall in upper reaches. Here's a report filed by my colleague Gursimran.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorists can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
And viewers, developments coming in the Zubin Garg case as a charge sheet has been filed, and we are giving you all the details in terms of the charge sheet at this point in time. The charges pressed against Shyam Kanu Mahanta, Siddharth Sharma, Shekhar Goswami and Amrit Prabha Mahanta under Section 103 and 106 of the BNS under section 105 of the BNS against Zubin's cousin Zubin Garg. Along section 316 of the BNS pressed against Shyam Kanu, Siddharth and PSO Nadeshwar Bora and Paresh Chabesha. In the Zubin Garg death case, SIT has submitted its charge sheet, and these charges have been pressed against Shyam Kanu Mahanta, Siddharth Sharma, Shekhar Goswami and Amrit Prabha Mahanta under section 103 and 106 of the BNS. Anirudh, my colleague, is joining us to give us more updates and details of what exactly does these sections mean. Anirudh, elaborate on the information that we have accessed in terms of the charge sheet.
Yes, there are several sections that has been pressed against all the accused in this case. The four prime accused, for that matter, Shyam Kanu Mohanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival in Singapore, Siddharth Sharma, Zubin Garg's manager, his musician Shekhar Goswami and co-singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta, they have been slapped with section 103 of the BNS, which amounts to commitment of murder, and apart from that also section 106, which amounts to negligence due to negligence. This has also been pressed against these four main accused, that is Shyam Kanu Mohanta, Siddharth Sharma, Shekhar Goswami and Amrit Prabha Mahanta. Zubin Garg's cousin, who is also involved in this crime, against him, charges have been slapped for culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Apart from that, also the financial irregularities part is also being investigated by the Assam police, and in this regard, Shyam Kanu Mohanta, Siddharth and PSOs Nandeshwar Bora and Paresh Boisa has been slapped with section 316 of the BNS, which amounts for criminal breach of trust. These are the charges that has been pressed against this main accused in this case. Also, it may be mentioned that the charge sheet that has been submitted in the court today consists of more than 3,500 pages of charges that has been put, and apart from that several annexes has also been filed in the court, which takes the entire booklet to around 10,000 to 12,000 pages. The court is still sitting. They are going page by page as far as the main charges in this regard are concerned, and also the state government will be praying for a fast-track trial in this case. This is what we are getting to know. And also that today, probably later in the day, the Assam Police SIT head is also expected to brief the media in this regard as far as the charges pressed against Shyam Kanu Mohanta, Siddharth Sharma, Amrit Prabha, Shekhar Goswami, Sandipan Garg, Nandeshwar Boisa and Nandeshwar Bora and Paresh Boisa are concerned. Riyanka.
That's right. Anirudh, what is the next course of action that we are expecting? Because people in Assam were very much in close connection with Zubin Garg. We had seen the amount of love that had come out on the streets when he was on his last journey. How is there justice that is going to be served? How will the people be also given that assurance? What is the next course of action?
Yes, everyone is hoping that that trial will be further sent for a fast-track trial, fast-track court as far as the trial is concerned, and keeping in view the sentiment of the public, the state government is also going to pray for a fast-track investigation. As far as the case number 18/25 is concerned, in which the charge sheet has been filed today by the SIT, there is also another case, that is 19/25, which is investigation of the financial irregularities on part of Shyam Kanu Mohanta, along with various other departments are also concerned. And apart from that, the Assam police is also widening the the investigation as far as Zubin Garg's death is concerned. And that is the reason why the state government has already announced that a separate case will also be registered by the SIT to investigate into the circumstances that led to, death of Zubin Garg, not only in the recent circumstances, but also some incidents even dating back to 4 and 5 years back. Those accounts will also brought under the scrutiny of the investigating agency, Riyanka.
Absolutely. Financial irregularities is also under the scrutiny. We get you the details on this story as the SIT submits the charge sheet. Thank you, Anirudh, for joining us and giving us the updates on that. With that, viewers, we shift our focus and get you some more news. Republic has accessed the clincher in Ajit Pawar case. Ajit Pawar's claim on son's land deal has fallen apart. That's the latest development coming in. We have, in fact, accessed the particular fact. The government fast-tracked Parth Pawar's takeover. That's the question that we are asking. And this is a Republic super exclusive. The question is whether Pawar's lied about the takeover. Multiple questions now being asked. Republic has accessed the clincher in the Ajit Pawar case. Ajit Pawar's claims on son's land deal is looking like it's falling apart.
कि ये पुणे लैंड स्कैम में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं कोई डील नहीं हुआ। हमारे पास सेल डीड है, हमारे पास वो चिट्ठी है जहाँ पे बोटानिकल गार्डन लिख रहा है ऑफिशियल्स को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को कि हमारे यहाँ पे इलीगल पोजीशन लेने लोग आ रहे हैं, इलीगल डील हुआ है। इसके बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर बोल रहे हैं कोई डील ही नहीं हुआ।
डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर अजित पवार जी झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अगर डील नहीं हुआ है और ये सारे अधिकारी जो इस ज़मीन का कब्ज़ा देने पर तुले हुए थे मीडिया पर, वो किस बिना पर कर रहे थे? उनके पास सेल डीड था, उनके पास तहसीलदार का लेटर था, कलेक्टर ने ये जो बोटेनिकल गार्डन है उनके बिहाफ पर एक लेटर लिखा है कि इसकी इंक्वायरी करो। कलेक्टर को पता है सब कुछ है, तो फिर डील कैसे नहीं हुआ? और डील नहीं हुआ तो ये क्या कागज़ का खेल खेल रहे थे? और ऐसे चलता है IGR डिपार्टमेंट में कि अगर कोई डील नहीं होता जिसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है वो तो डील होता ही नहीं। फिर कोई ट्रांजैक्शन मतलब ये जो 720 पन्ने का वो है क्या?
जो सेल डीड
है वो तो झूठ है। अगर ऐसे सेल डीड झूठे होते रहेंगे तो फिर बहुत सारे हो जाएंगे। ये कानून किस लिए? अगर अजित पवार ये बोल रहे तो अजित पवार अपने बेटे की गुनाह की कबूली दे रहे।
तो अभी ये पूरा सेल डीड को मुकर गए, मतलब ट्रांजैक्शन को मुकर गए। इसका मतलब ये हो सकता है क्या कि फ्री में ही ज़मीन जो आम आदमी का ज़मीन है वो हड़पने के लिए ट्राई किया था वो लोगों ने? ये तो
आम आदमी की ज़मीन हड़पने का ट्राई तो बिल्कुल किया था। उसमें 3 चीज़ें, जो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम में आते। एक तो बिना पैसे के लेन देन के 340 एकड़ का ज़मीन का ट्रांजैक्शन किया गया। दूसरी बात ये हो सकती है कि इसका कैश दिया हो या लिया हो, वो भी इलीगल है। 300 करोड़ की कैश लिया तो भी इलीगल है। फिर अगर बार्टर हुआ है तो तेजवानी के साथ क्या डील हुआ बिना वजह चाहिए, कोई सोशल वर्क नहीं है। ये ज़मीन की जायदाद की ये ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है तो ये सोशल वर्क नहीं है। तो तीनों चीज़ें क्राइम की तरफ इशारा करते हैं और इसका कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसलिए होने वाला नहीं है कि जो सारे जो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे हैं ये उन्हीं के लोग हैं जो इस क्राइम में शामिल थे, चाहे वो कलेक्टर हो या चाहे SDO हो या तहसीलदार हो या अभी पुलिस वाले जो कर रहे हो। उनको देखिए क्रिमिनल सामने घूम रहा है, सारी दुनिया बोल रही है, हाईकोर्ट बोल रहा है कि पार्थ पर FIR क्यों नहीं हुआ, और सिर्फ इन लोगों को लगता है जो इसमें शामिल है उनको लगता है कि पार्थ का कोई संबंध नहीं है। ऐसे अगर कोई भी करने लगा तो सारे जो महाराष्ट्र की सिस्टम है उसका सत्यानाश हो जाएगा।
आप जो बोल रहे हैं आपके इस सूत्र में मैं बोल रही हूँ कि जहाँ पे पुलिस FIR में पार्थ पवार का नाम नहीं रख रहा, जहाँ पे बुलाया जा रहा है लेकिन समन स्किप कर रहे दिग्विजय पटेल, वहाँ पे EOW पे भरोसा करना क्या सही है? ना कि ये जो लार्ज अमाउंट ऑफ कैश जो ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है ऐसा सोचा जा रहा है, इसके लिए ED आना चाहिए।
देखिए ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन महाराष्ट्र के किसी भी ऑफिसर के हाथों से पूरा नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में या सारे हिंदुस्तान में एक ऐसा एक सिस्टम हो गया है कि जो भी दबंग राजनेता होते हैं वो अपने पुलिस अधिकारी, अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर्स, आप देखिए पुणे में भी कई सब 15-15, 20-20 साल से वो वही है। तो इनके हाथों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि ये इस जो कुछ भी हुआ है उसके वो पार्टी है, तो वो खुद की इंक्वायरी कैसे करेंगे? तो उनसे कुछ होने नहीं। तो यहाँ कोई थर्ड पार्टी या तो जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी या ईडी की इंक्वायरी या सीबीआई इसमें ध्यान दे। और उसमें भी मुझे थोड़ा शक ऐसे होता है कि पुणे और सातारा ऐसी जगह कि यहाँ सारे हिंदुस्तान के बड़े बड़े लीडर्स और ऑफिसर्स की ज़मीनें हैं, डायरेक्टली या इनडायरेक्टली। तो ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने देंगे।
We have some breaking news coming in. The investigation into the first rape case against Palakkad MLA Rahul Mamkutathil has been handed over to the crime branch. A special team led by AIG Ponguzahil will now probe the case. The case was previously investigated by the Thiruvananthapuram City Police Commissioner. With the handover, both the rape cases registered against the MLA will now be under the supervision of the AIG. She was already heading the inquiry into the second rape case. Sankar joining me on the phone line. Sankar, Congress MLA Rahul's case has been handed over to the crime branch. Give us more details.
The case, the second case registered against the MLA on the complaint of a 23-year-old woman who is based in Bangalore. That case was handed over to the crime branch team, probing the first case, which was registered on the complaint of a victim. The victim, the first case was being probed by the crime branch team, that is headed by AIG Pungudili, and now the second case has also been handed over to the crime branch team headed by Pungudili. The new development comes soon after the district sessions court, Thiruvananthapuram district sessions court, granted bail to Rahul Mamkutathil MLA in connection with the second case. And already the first case was being probed by crime branch, and the investigation team was headed by Pungudili.
Right.
However, the second case was being probed by Thiruvananthapuram City Police Commissioner.
Right. Sankar, thank you for giving us the details. We will get you to help us with more updates on this after some time, because viewers, it's time we dip into a short commercial break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. We have more updates coming up next in terms of the Deepam row in the Parliament. Stay tuned as we get you all the details on the same.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला। भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार। मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We are tracking a lot of stories in this edition for you. The Deepam Rao controversy is a very fast developing story. In fact, right after the opposition MPs filed an impeachment motion against Justice G.R. Swaminathan, 57 judges have now come forward in support with Justice G.R. Swaminathan. We are getting you this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. We are tracking this, the headlines first. Hearing on Deepam Rao underway in Madurai bench of Madras High Court. Four inspectors who oversee Indigo flight ops sacked from DGCA after mass cancellations. Lutra brothers being taken to Bangkok Immigration Centre as deportation process begins. SIT files 3,500-page charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case. DKS meets Congress ministers and MLAs over dinner, calls it an event to socialize. PM Modi, Piyush Goyal expected to travel to Oman to sign free trade agreement. Now, in a major development, ladies and gentlemen, in the Tamil Nadu Deepam Rao, 57 former judges have now signed the petition backing Justice Swaminathan. Justice Swaminathan gave verdict on the Tirupara-Kundram lamp lighting verdict. Now, in the petition signed by former judges, they have claimed political browbeating as well. This is the latest update that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, 57 former judges who signed the petition in support of Justice G.R. Swaminathan have strongly condemned the impeachment motion against him. They have called it, and I quote, a brazen attempt to browbeat judges and an attack on the judiciary. In fact, they have also said that the reasons mentioned by the opposition MPs for impeachment are inadequate and that they do not meet the threshold required for such a drastic step. All right, joining me live is my executive editor and senior colleague, Ridham Anand Bharadwaj. Ridham, this is a major update that we are tracking right now. In fact, 57 former judges have now come out in support of Justice Swaminathan. Give us more details on this.
Yes, I'm also going to try and see if the Delhi High Court former Judge Justice Dhingra is joining us anytime now. And then I'm going to tell viewers what really happened. The signatories to this letter have spoken up, and a group of former High Court judges and former High Court Chief Justice statement condemning the acts by certain MPs, senior advocates to impeach Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court. They're saying this is an abuse of the impeachment process and a direct attack on judicial independence aimed at pressurizing judges to conform to political and ideological expectations. The statement recalls past instances also during the emergency where political overreach harmed judicial independence, which is what they are also trying to do here. It places the present move with a broader troubling pattern of intimidation of the higher judiciary, including past attempts against former Chief Justice of India. It stresses that impeachment is meant to protect judicial integrity, not to weaponize it as a tool of retaliation or coercion. Let me also tell our viewers that we're going to now be joined by former Delhi High Court Judge Justice S.N. Dhingra, who's also an signatory to this. Justice Dhingra, I earlier spoke to you, and as I thank you for being with us on Republic TV, we heard your anguish, we heard your anger. You were angry at the targeting of judges today. You said it endangers the institution, and you called upon the Parliament and citizens to firmly reject such attempts. Sir, what is the reasoning that all of you have come together for this?
You see, the oath which a member of parliament takes and the oath which a judge takes, both are same. Both have to uphold the constitution. What does that mean? That means once you are elected as member of parliament or as a judge, you will keep your personal identity separate and you will act according to the constitution. For a judge, deciding the case on merits is his duty. And for an MP, upholding the constitution and the independence of judiciary and the four institutions, other institutions, is their duty. They are actually targeting a judge contrary to the constitution. This is something very surprising, that the very MPs who have taken oath to the constitution, they are now out to destroy an institution, most revered institution of the constitution. So that was the reason for our anguish that we wrote this letter, that this kind of effort to intimidate judges and the judiciary as a whole should not be allowed to go. And the people and the parliament, other members of parliament, the speaker should come alive to this, and they should reject these kind of efforts and should not allow some MPs on this to tarnish the image of judiciary and to target the judiciary.
Justice Dhingra, they are trying to target the judiciary. We spoke about it earlier. I remember attempts were made in December 2018 when Justice Deepak Mishra was the Chief Justice of India. They tried to impeach him in a similar manner when we saw the opposition also ask and clamor for his impeachment. Impeachment is a very serious process and there is a reason for impeachment. Are they doing right with the Constitution of India, sir?
You see, the effort of some of the advocates and these so-called high-level MPs who day in, day out appear in the courts also, is that judiciary should work according to their wishes. So and inside the court, they raise their voice, they browbeat the judges, and sometimes they say that we will not argue the case today, you must postpone the case. These things have been going on and judges have been dealing with it because the person appearing before them is one of the officers of the court. They can deal with it. Now, you see, judges are being attacked collectively by MPs. That is more painful, that these persons who themselves have no morals and standards, they come and start attacking judiciary on the ground that, you see, a judgment has been given according to ideology. I think every judge has an ideology, and many of judges are appointed on from party cadres even. Justice Krishna here was the first judge who was a cadre of Communist Party, and he was made judge. All his judgments were based on his ideology of the society. So that is not something new. But attacking judiciary on the ground that he has given judgment, which is not favorable to us, that is something new, and this must be condemned heavily.
And Justice Dhingra, I completely agree with you. You've stressed that impeachment is meant to protect judicial integrity, not to weaponize it. these judicial decisions, like you are saying, are taken and challenged through appeals. We've seen so many cases of your own, sir. But of course, you've also appeared and given out opinions, but in the Tada cases, in the other cases, in the 1984 riots cases, you've sat through thousands and thousands of people's and appeals. If at that time this kind of such a browbeating was allowed, how would you also have been allowed to go forward and do your job without any sort of fear? Because they're only trying to create a sort of intimidating attitude towards judges.
You see, this letter is unprecedented. I think earlier MPs had some concern for judiciary that they should spare the judiciary. But for past about 5-7 years, we have seen that members of parliament, for their vested interests, have started attacking the judiciary and the judges individually and collectively. That is something, you see, very wrong. And even threats are given to judges. Now threats are being given from trial court level to Supreme Court level. This trend must be condemned and should be suppressed by Supreme Court with a high-handed, with its firmness, so that these trends are, you see, killed and in the very beginning, then these are not allowed to prosper.
I completely agree with you again. Sir, I also want to ask you, the kind of ridiculous reasoning that these MPs of this indie bloc have given, where they move for an impeachment motion, accusing the judge of proven misbehavior and gross misconduct. They give this representation. They say no action has been taken, and he continues to work on communal bias. How do you look at such maneuvers by these MPs?
You see, a judge is supposed to decide the case on the basis of evidence and the substance placed before him, and keeping the law in mind. Now, if they are aggrieved by any, judgment, they had right to appeal before the, division bench, then thereafter Supreme Court. They have not quoted which judgment of this judge was set aside on the ground of bias. Not if they had quoted a single judgment, that the judgment of this judge was set aside by higher court on the ground of bias, then one could understand the judge was biased. Actually, they themselves were biased. Since they are biased, they are calling the judge as biased. So that is not permissible, that you start targeting a judge on the basis of the judgment.
I agree with you. And I also want to ask you, do you think that this is being done? Because I also see a certain lobby that's working with them, whether it's members of parliament, whether it's senior advocates who are trying to get preferential treatment. And that is possibly the reason that certain judges are being targeted.
You see, that is a reason, one of the reasons. Other reasons are political. They wanted to gain political mileage. They know that they don't have numbers, but by raking up this matter in this manner, they wanted to appease some of their electorate. That is the reason that this matter has been raised. Otherwise, they knew it very well that they are not going to succeed in impeachment proceedings. These latter may not be taken cognizance even by the Speaker. The Speaker may outrightly reject it, as it was done in case of Justice Deepak Mishra. So the purpose is more than impeachment. The purpose is to please the electorate, which I consider is a very base and mean purpose.
Yes.
And using judiciary as a tool to appease the, their electorate is something which is condemnable.
I completely agree. And Justice Dhingra, I would go as far as to say they're doing this and not realizing that an international audience is also watching them. This is something that has to be condemned. I thank you, sir, for joining us. This is a larger message to every parliamentarian, to every citizen, to raise out and speak about this demeaning practice that has now begun. by the opposition. It's back to the studio and Antara.
Absolutely, Rhythm. Absolutely. Some strong statements made there, Rhythm. Thank you for getting us. In fact, members of Parliament from the DMK and other opposition parties had moved a motion before the Lok Sabha Speaker seeking the impeachment of Madras High Court Judge Justice G.R. Swaminathan. Now, this was dated December 9th, and this motion had been moved seeking removal of Justice Swaminathan under Article 217, read with 124 of the Constitution. Now, the signatories, 107 of them, include DMK leaders T.R. Balu, A. Raja, Kanimoy, and others. Now, this current situation, in fact, revolves around the impeachment motion against Madras High Court Judge G.R. Swaminathan. All right, joining me live is Sharda. Sharda, this is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking today. In fact, we were just speaking to our executive editor, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, and we have come to know, and as per reports, 57 former judges have now come to the fore in support of Justice Swaminathan as well.
Yes, Antara, now after moving the impeachment motion, the India Alliance submitted a letter to the Speaker of Lok Sabha, Om Birla, asking for the judge to be removed from his position, saying that his judgment on this case, especially Madurai Deepam, has been very biased. And now supporting the judge G.R. Swaminathan, 56 judges from the High Court and the former Supreme Court judges had also come forward telling that this cannot be true, because if the DMK government is being biased, then that they cannot implement the same on the judge when the rule is against their ideology. And that's what multiple people, especially the judges who signed signing their support for Judge G.R. Swaminathan, pointed out. This all started as a legal fight, just with two petitioners in Madurai bench of High Court reaching out to file a case, and when Judge G.R. Swaminathan gave a statement that was against what the DMK has been following, it turned politically, and DMK has been constantly aiming the Hindus after that, saying now even the lawyer is fighting in the case made a statement saying that there is no proof that the Deepatun was part of the temple administration, and that when G.R. Swaminathan heard the case, he did not make sure whether the Deepatun was part of the land survey that was done in 1974 and was built to mark the boundary of temple land, and that it was not something built to light the lamp. And there is also a petitioner who has been constantly telling that it was the temple administration that told Judge G.R. Swaminathan when he went there to check whether the Deepatun was actually there. The temple administration was the one immediately said that it was the Deepatun where their lamps used to be lit in the past, and that the practice has been stopped. However, the temple administration, who initially filed the petition saying that they do not want to light the lamp, is completely missing from this entire fiasco. And what we also have to notice is that multiple people have been around the hill have been telling that they had not had any issues in the past or even in the present now, and it is the political blame game being done in Tamil Nadu to make sure there is no harmony in between the two communities or religion.
Well, absolutely, Sharda. Thank you for getting us those updates. Of course, there are very, very strong statements that have been made. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now tracking another angle in this very fast developing story. Now, the Madurai Deepam controversy echoed in Parliament after BJP MP Anurag Thakur raised the issue in the Lok Sabha, urging the government to address concerns surrounding the dispute. Now, Anurag Thakur said that this matter has triggered tensions and political reactions in Tamil Nadu, calling for clarity and accountability from the state administration. In fact, listen in to what Anurag Thakur had to say.
To raise a very important issue where one state in India has become a symbol of anti-Sanatan Dharma. Their ministers are making statements. against Sanatan Dharma. They objected when Prime Minister was doing his duty for the Ram temple. At that time, the temple doors were shut. People were forced to approach the court to reach the temple. Even now, sir, the Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparankundaram temple. Sir, there are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed. Despite the court order, they are not allowed to light the lamp, sir. Sir, my issue is if there is the Stalin Sarkar, their court came down heavily, they slammed the Stalin Sarkar.
I have given
I would like to put it on record.
To your party
Why the
member
police
also.
is acting in this
I have
manner?
given an opportunity
Why the
to your
Hindus are
party
stopped?
member also.
Sir,
He was allowed to
Justice
raise.
G.R. Swaminathan did not mince words.
You can't
He
disturb.
said the state has shown willful
Your member has
disobedience of
already
the
raised this
order.
issue. Now,
And contempt has been committed, sir.
If I have given a permission
Sir,
from
the
our
order has
party
been
to
breached, sir. Sir, the order has been breached. The contempt has been committed. Sir, the issue is today. While the Ram temple issue came, or the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai Thiruparan Kundram temple. Sir, why did not they allow the lighting of the...
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a high-octane debate on the Deepam Rao. In fact, not just Anurag Thakur, ladies and gentlemen. Amit Shah yesterday also spoke on the issue. Listen into what the Union Home Minister had to say.
कोई जज आजादी के इतने साल में नहीं हुआ है मान्यवर कि कोई जज एक जजमेंट दे तो जज के खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं अपनी वोट बैंक को एड्रेस करने के लिए इंपीचमेंट लेकर आते हैं मान्यवर और ये सारे ने तो साइन कर दिया साथ ही साथ उद्धव जी ने भी साइन कर दिया उद्धव जी जजमेंट क्या है एक पहाड़ी पर मान्यता है कि यहाँ सबसे ऊपर दिया जलाया जाए मान्यवर ये वोट बैंक को संभालने के लिए एक हाईकोर्ट के जज के सामने इंपीचमेंट लेकर आए हैं देश की जनता उनको मदद नहीं करे.
In fact, viewers, the constant back and forth on the Deepam Rao continues. In fact, Cong MP Manikam Tagore also had to say something on this issue. Listen to what he had to say.
The saddest part that a peaceful state like Tamil Nadu is, they are planning to disturb the peace of Tamil Nadu. I represent a constituency of Virudhunagar and the assembly of Thiruparamkundaram. We know how we exist cordially. These people has come with fire, lit the fire of peace. They want to burn the peace. RSS and its chief Mohan Bhagwat has done this kind of acts across India. They had burnt people, they had burnt houses, they had burnt villages, they had burnt cities. Now they are entering into Tamil Nadu, which will never be accepted in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu wants a peaceful coexistence. We are proud that we live in Thiruparamkundaram.
In fact, the Madurai High Court, viewers, has also granted permission for the Hindus to fast and conduct silent protests for 2 days, demanding the right to light the Deepam at the hilltop Murugan temple. Now, this decision comes after a long-standing dispute over the ritual, with the court previously ruling in favor of lighting the lamp at the Deepathun pillar, citing historical and literary evidence. Now, the protest is expected to be peaceful, with the organizers agreeing to carry out the demonstration at the Palanghatam junction instead of the temple premises to avoid inconvenience to the devotees. This is another angle that we are tracking here, ladies and gentlemen. The Madurai High Court has now granted permission for the Hindus to fast and conduct a silent protest for 2 days. Sharda, my colleague who continues to join me live. Sharda, this is yet another update that we are getting in on this story. The Madurai High Court has now granted permission for the devotees to carry out the silent protest for 2 days. Tell us more on this.
Well, an appeal and petition was filed today before the two-bench judge at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, where a Hindu group asked for permission to protest, especially do a fasting and a silent protest outside the Thiruparamkundaram temple at the bottom of the hill, saying that they want to do a 2 days protest completely to make sure until the government gives an order to light the lamp on top of the hill in Thiruparamkundaram. This comes after the DMK's, the state government lawyer, stated that the Archaeological Survey of India is still not provided with the information telling whether the Deepatun is part of the temple or if it is only a land, it is built when the land survey was done in 1974. However, multiple petitions saying that the Deepatun has been there for long, even before 1974, and it is part of the temple administration is what the temple administration told the Judge G.R. Swaminathan when he went there to do a survey before giving his judgment on the 1st of December. And this protest will be held tomorrow and day after at Tirupurankundram, where multiple people, earlier the judge gave permission for 50, now it looks like more than 50 people, at least 200, would be protesting for the Tirupurankundram hill lamp to be lit on the top of the hill, and it will be a fasting protest, 2 days without having any food or water, and also a silent protest.
Well, thank you, Sharda, for getting us those updates. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, the Tamil Nadu Deepam row erupting in early December 2025 centers on a heated dispute over the traditional lighting of the Kartikeya Deepam lamp during the festival of the ancient Subramanya Swami temple on the Tirupurankundram hill near Madurai, one of Lord Murugan's 6 sacred abodes. Now, the controversy arose when Madurai bench of Madras High Court on December 1st granted a petition by Hindu founder Rama Ravikumar, directing temple authorities to light the lamp at the historic Deepatun stone pillar atop of the hill, reviving a century-old practice halted since the British era to avoid tensions near a nearby Dharka. Now, the DMK-led state government, citing potential communal unrest, imposed prohibitory orders and appealed the ruling to the Supreme Court, leading to the arrest of devotees attempting the ritual on December 3rd. Now, this is despite court-mandated CISF protection. Now, Republic Editor-in-Chief spoke to editor of Tughlaq, S. Gurumurthy, on the same. Listen in.
Mr. Gurumurthy, why is a simple, seemingly simple act of lighting a lamp, the Kartikeya Deepam, which I'm told is a centuries-old practice, becoming such a flashpoint?
I want to make 3 undisputed facts first. Then I will go into what is the dispute now. The Tirupurankundram temple, or the Tirupurankundram, which is a mount, is a tradition that continues for 2000 years. From the last Tamil Sangam period, which is in the 2nd century AD. That is the first important point. The second is the Deepatun, that the pillar on which the Deepam is lighted, is dated 400 years back in the period of the Naikar regime. In that there is an inscription that people who are punya, those who have done punyam, they will be able to light this lamp. And there is an Hanuman carving in it. And the book published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeology department in 1981, it's very important. That says there is a tradition of lighting lamp by the local people during the Kartikeya Deepam. It is there, it is an admitted fact in terms of archaeological evidence of the Tamil Nadu government. The book is published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department. So 3 facts are settled. There is an antiquity, undisputed antiquity about the Tirupurankundram temple. Second, this 400-year-old pillar itself contains the inscription that it is for lighting the lamp. And the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department book itself says that this tradition is followed by the people. So there is no question of this being something new which has been taken up by the Hindus. This is the first point. Second point, the Muslims themselves have conceded repeatedly that they have no objection to the lamp being lit. So there is no question of a Hindu-Muslim issue here. If the Muslims oppose it, then there can be a question. Even though it is an age-old tradition, the Muslims are opposing. So the Muslims are not opposing. This point has not come out in the discourse at all. And the next point is that there is a dispute between Muslims and Hindus, which has nothing to do with the Deepam. It is about there is a dargah. And the Hindus are not objecting to the dargah. This is another important point. That if the Hindus oppose the dargah, then there can be a problem between Hindus and Muslims. The Hindus do not say anything about the existence or objection to the dargah. The one point in dispute is that this mountain is sacred for Hindus, and so there should be no sacrifice of animals there, which the Muslims do. That is also subject to judicial determination, and the Madras High Court has held now that no animal sacrifice should be there. So that is a matter which is being judicially decided. The Muslims and Hindus have submitted themselves to judicial determination. So the only small area of dispute that was there, whether there should be animal sacrifice or not, is subject to judicial determination, and so there is no dispute between Hindus and Muslims at all. They are creating this dispute, and Justice Swaminathan's judgment is entirely based on facts and law. And they are trying to make a case out of it that this man is a Hindutva man, and that is why he has given this judgment. I am giving you a contrary judgment which he has made, which has hurt the feelings of the Hindus to such an extent that I had to write an article against Swaminathan for that judgment. There is a temple in Tamil Nadu, in the western part of Tamil Nadu, where women on a particular night, thousands of them go and pray and reside in the temple, those who have not got a child, and they pray for the child. One very extreme leftist and Dravidian man wrote a book that the women go there and all the riffraffs around that area go and impregnate them, and that is how they get the child. This book was approved by Swaminathan. How can a person who, even a normal judge would not do it, how can a man with a Hindutva conscience can permit a person to write a judgment about not only the religious faith and the people, religious faith and women?
Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurai. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao now reaches the parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. As opposition moves an impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. After 3 months of investigation, Assam Police SIT submits the charge sheet in the Zubin Garg death case. MOSMEA says that the issue of detention of Indian citizens has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutal Patnaik, at 2:30 p.m. this Friday afternoon. Our top focus continues to remain on the charge sheet now that has been finally filed in the Zubin Garg death case. Over 3,000 pages of charge sheet and charges have finally been brought by the SIT after 3 months of intense investigation after interrogation of 300 plus witnesses. The charges are being pressed against Shyam Kanu Mahanta, Siddharth Sharma and Shekhar Goswami, along with Amrit Prabhu Mohanta under sections 103 and 106 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, under section 105 of the BNS against Zubin Garg's cousin Sandeepan Garg, and along with that sections 316 of the BNS has been pressed against Shyam Kanu, Siddhartha and PSOs Nandeshwar Bora and Paresh Besha. These are some serious charges coming in as the charge sheet now has been finally submitted, over 3,500 pages of them, and my colleague Anirudh joins us live on the broadcast with more details on this story. Anirudh, do tell us about the charges now that have been framed finally after 3 months of intense investigation by the SIT.
Yes, several charges have been pressed against the main accused in this case. As far as there have been total 7 arrests that has been made in this connection to Zubin Garg's death probe. And in this, among the 7, 4 are the main accused in this case. That is Shyam Kanu Mohanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival, Siddharth Sharma, who was Zubin Garg's manager, Zubin Garg's co-musician Shekhar Goswami, and co-singer Amrit Prabhu Mohanta. They have been framed as the key accused in this case, and charges under section 103 and 106 of BNS have been pressed against them. Apart from that, as you have mentioned, Zubin Garg's cousin Sandeepan Garg, he has been slapped with section 105 of the BNS, which amounts to a culpable homicide not amounting to murder. And apart from that, also the financial irregularities part is being investigated by the SIT, and in that connection, section 316 of the BNS have been pressed against the accused Shyam Kanu Mohanta, Siddharth Sharma, and the PSOs of Zubin Garg, Nandeshwar Bora and Paresh Besha. The charge sheet runs through over 3,500 pages,
yes,
and along with the annexes, it is somewhere around 10 to 12,000 pages. This is what we are getting to know. And in a short while from now, the chief of the SIT, that is MP Gupta, Special Director General of Police,
yes,
will be briefing the media in regards to the charge sheet that has been filed today.
All right, thank you very much, Anirudh, for bringing us those details, ladies and gentlemen. That's the latest coming in the charge sheet that has been filed in the Zubin Garg death case. In the interim, here's an update coming in from the state of Karnataka, where temperatures were running a little bit cooler with a potential ceasefire between DKS and Siddaramaiah. But in a latest on-cam footage sequence that we are about to show you, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah loses his cool after reporters ask him if he is going to go to Delhi or whether he has been summoned to Delhi for questioning. Listen into that sequence where Chief Minister Siddaramaiah apparently loses cool. All right, that's the latest, ladies and gentlemen, coming in. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has lost his cool in once again another interaction. The question was asked by the reporter on whether he was summoned to Delhi, and subsequently you can see that very angry altercation where the Chief Minister loses his cool. His entourage partners there thrusting the mic away, and the Chief Minister scoffing at the reporter in a very angry sequence that is coming in from Karnataka. My colleague will join us live in just a second to break this down for us on what this exactly the sequence was about. But let's first listen into that sequence of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah losing his cool on camera. Take a look.
ಯಾರು ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಾ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಾರೇನ್ರಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳ 19 ತಾರೀಕು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ನೀನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯ. ಯಾರು ಕರೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನೀವು ಕೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದಾರಾ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದಾರೇನ್ರಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೇಳ 19 ತಾರೀಕು ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ನೀನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯ.
Right, that's the sequence coming in of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there losing his cool when he was asked on whether he's been summoned to the national capital of Delhi. On the other hand, you have DK Shivkumar, who has done a very big dinner with almost 50 top Congress leaders, MLAs and former district presidents. But he says that this was no form of show of strength, but just a cordial meeting between all the Congress partners in that state. And on the contrary, now you see Abhishek, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. Abhishek, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, they're losing his cool over a simple question being asked to him on whether he's been summoned to Delhi. What's happening in Karnataka, sir?
Kritarth, several things running in the Chief Minister's mind, because the moment he is summoned to Delhi, it is very sure that he will have to fix on a date where he will have to give up the chair of Chief Minister to DK Shivkumar. So this is one of the reasons as to why Chief Minister Siddaramaiah lost his cool on all of us. When we questioned if he had been summoned to Delhi on the 19th of December, after we received a clarification and an intimation from the sources of the AICC that both of the leaders, DK Shivkumar and CM Siddaramaiah, have received a call to be present in Delhi on 19th, or there will be a call from Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi where both of these leaders will have to sit together and answer to their questions. On the other hand, we've also seen from the latest developments, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, the son of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, claiming on a regular basis that the AICC has decided that CM Siddaramaiah will continue as the full-term Chief Minister, and there is no question about it, and the AICC has already decided about that. After which we've also seen DK Shivkumar's camp very clearly mentioning that there will be a revolutionary change happening after January 15th, because that is when Sankranti is going to happen in the state, and after Sankranti there will be a major change, is what the DK Shivkumar's camp have already mentioned. Yes. Going back to a couple of days, CM Siddaramaiah was hosted dinner by the family of Seth in Belagavi, after which DK Shivkumar was found to have dinner with 40 of MLAs on his camp. So this is creating a ruckus in the mind of CM Siddaramaiah, and this is also one of the contributing factors to him lose the cool at the media. Kritarth.
Indeed, Abhishek, and the perpetual power tussle, ladies and gentlemen, continues in the state of Karnataka. Bengaluru, temperatures rising now with Chief Minister Siddaramaiah there getting angry at reporters asking him questions about whether he's coming to Delhi, whether he's been summoned to Delhi. We'll keep a close track on those developments coming in. In the interim, let me bring you a breaking news update coming in from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, where my colleague Gursimran is reporting for us from the Samba international border, where the BSF and JNK SOG are carrying out combing drills and operations along the international border to prevent any infiltration bid from the Pakistani side. Take a look at what's happening and how the BSF is preparing for the winters ahead.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district, where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak in into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels, but this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorists can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
Police team in Raebareli district has apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits noticed the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They have been detained and police has recovered pistols and money from them. They are now in the process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi Shadra while he was riding a motorcycle with his co-worker. The victim has been identified as Yogendra Rathore. He was shot from behind. The victim is currently in stable condition, undergoing treatment. A probe has been launched. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Gujarat, Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in this godown. About 50 fire personnel are carrying out fire control operations. No casualties have been reported so far. Revenue Department officials reached suspended Constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing investigation in the cough syrup syndicate case. The ED has issued a notice to dismiss Constable, who has now appeared on the 8th action, which was initiated after he failed to appear in response to the notice. Raids were conducted at several locations including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in connection to this cough syrup syndicate. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot and began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams and 30 officials are present at the spot. The cause of the fire could be a short circuit that has been initially suspected. However, there is no casualty or confirmation yet reported from the site in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And ladies and gentlemen, the Justice Swaminathan case now has emerged as the biggest national talking point. The issue has been raised in the Parliament over the Deepam row, and 56 judges have now written a letter backing Justice Swaminathan. And in the interim, in the powerful edition of the debate with Arnab last night, commentator S. Gurumurthy joined Republic to explain the root cause and the realities of the Karnataka Deepam controversy that has sparked the debate across Tamil Nadu and the nation. Mr. Gurumurthy dissected the historical, cultural and the legal angles of the Madurai temple row and raised critical concerns on faith, governance and judicial overreach. As questions rise over the denial of the tradition rituals on the sacred sites, it is now becoming a national headline, and Arnab is going to debate it tonight as well. But first, listen into that excerpt with Mr. Gurumurthy from last evening's debate with Arnab.
Mr. Gurumurthy, why is a simple, seemingly simple act of lighting a lamp, the Kartikeya Deepam, which I'm told is a centuries-old practice, becoming such a flashpoint?
I want to make 3 undisputed facts first. Then I will go into what is the dispute now. The Thiruparamkundram temple, or the Thiruparamkundram, which is a mount, is a tradition that continues for 2000 years from the last Tamil Sangam period, which is in the 2nd century AD. That is the first important point. The second is the Deepa tomb, that the pillar on which the Deepam is lighted is dated 400 years back in the period of the Naikar regime. In that there is an inscription that people who are punya, those who have done punyam, they will be able to light this lamp. And there is an Hanuman carving in it. And the book published by the Tamil Nadu Government Archaeology Department in 1981, it's very important. That says there is a tradition of lighting lamp by the local people during the Kartikeya Deepam. It is there, it is an admitted fact. In terms of archaeological evidence of the Tamil Nadu government, the book is published by the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department. So 3 facts are settled. There is an antiquity, undisputed antiquity about the Tiruparankuntram temple. Second, this 400-year-old pillar itself contains the inscription that it is for lighting the lamp. And the Tamil Nadu government archaeological department book itself says that this tradition is followed by the people. So, there is no question of this being something new which has been taken up by the Hindus. This is the first point. Second point, the Muslims themselves have conceded repeatedly that they have no objection to the lamp being lit. So there is no question of a Hindu-Muslim issue here. If the Muslims oppose it, then there can be a question. Even though it is an age-old tradition, the Muslims are opposing. So the Muslims are not opposing. This point has not come out in the discourse at all. And the next point is that there is a dispute between Muslims and Hindus which has nothing to do with the Deepam. It is about, there is a dargah. And the Hindus are not objecting to the dargah. This is another important point. That if the Hindus oppose the dargah, then there can be a problem between Hindus and Muslims. The Hindus do not say anything about the existence or objection to the dargah. The one point in dispute is that this mountain is sacred for Hindus, and so there should be no sacrifice of animals there, which the Muslims do. That is also subject to judicial determination, and the Madras High Court has held now that no animal sacrifice should be there. So that is a matter which is being judicially decided. The Muslims and Hindus have submitted themselves to judicial determination. So the only small area of dispute that was there, whether there should be animal sacrifice or not, is subject to judicial determination, and so there is no dispute between Hindus and Muslims at all. They are creating this dispute, and Justice Swaminathan's judgment is entirely based on facts and law. And they are trying to make a case out of it that this man is a Hindutva man, and that is why he has given this judgment. I am giving you a contrary judgment which he has made, which has hurt the feelings of the Hindus to such an extent that I had to write an article against Swaminathan for that judgment. There is a temple in Tamil Nadu, in the western part of Tamil Nadu, where women on a particular night, thousands of them go and pray and reside in the temple, those who have not got a child, and they pray for the child. One very extreme leftist and Dravidian man wrote a book that the women go there and all the riffraffs around that area go and impregnate them, and that is how they get the child. This book was approved by Swaminathan. How can a person who, even a normal judge would not do it, how can a man with a Hindutva conscience can permit a person to write a judgment about not only the religious faith and the people with faith and women?
In the interim, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting a very concerning breaking news detail coming in just 3 days after the Delhi schools received a bomb threat. Now, fresh bomb threats have been received by multiple schools in Punjab's Amritsar. Multiple schools have received a bomb threat via emails. The ADCP has said that 10 to 12 schools have received bomb threats via emails. We have conducted anti-sabotage checks in all the schools, and that there was nothing to worry about. It is just a hoax call, and the investigation into the emails that were sent to these schools in Amritsar in Punjab are under the investigation. That's the initial remark coming in of the ADCP in Amritsar, but this is the latest breaking development coming in. No cause of concern, no cause of panic in Amritsar after 10 to 12 schools received a hoax bomb threat via emails. The police has now followed through, and they have turned out to be hoaxes. The investigation in the emails continue.
Today on 12/12/2025, an email was received in various schools of the city of Police Commissionerate Amritsar and Amritsar Rural, in which they had threatened to plant bomb. Keeping in view the grave situation, we are getting anti-sabotage check done of all the schools in the city, and our officers, particularly the gazetted officers and the SHOs, are visiting the schools. I request the school authorities to not panic in this situation, and a cyber police wing is also working on the situation to track the emails. In recent past, also, few students were found to be responsible in such acts for sending such kind of emails. I again request people, the parents and the teachers to keep calm and not to panic in this situation. Amritsar Police Commissionerate is with you at all times.
Coming up next on Live and Breaking, the biggest talking point in the country now becomes the Deepam Rao. Judges are now backing Justice Swaminathan over the opposition's attempt to stifle him through an impeachment motion. What is this entire controversy about? We debate it tonight with Arnab, and when we come right back after this very short break, we bring you top legal voices who dissect why the opposition's browbeating will not succeed.
चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
भाई मेरे बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार।
मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा, ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड आ रहा, प्यार चाहिए, दे दो। क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? क्यों नहीं कर सकता? मेरे को प्यार चाहिए अभी।
That we have experienced severe operational disruptions for the past few days. Since then, the crisis continued. With today.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy every day.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की, अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम? रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. Viewers, the Deepam Rao controversy continues to be one of our top focuses today. In fact, in the recent update, 57 former judges have now come out in support of Justice G.R. Swaminathan. We are tracking this and a lot more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 3 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. As opposition moves impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam cops submit charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case. MOSMEA says the issue of the detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. All right, starting this edition with the breaking news that is coming in. Selena Jaitle's domestic violence case against husband Peter Hugg heard in Mumbai High Court. In fact, the Mumbai High Court has now granted time to parties in Selena's domestic violence matter. Peter Hugg, her husband, appeared through counsel in court. The court is now, in fact, seeking income affidavits from both the sides. Case has been adjourned to January 27, 2026 after the first hearing. This is the breaking news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. Selena Jaitle's domestic violence case has been heard in the court. In fact, what we are also coming to know is that the court has now granted time in this particular case. They have said that the case is now slated for January 27, 2026. Selena Jaitle, in fact, came forth with this accusation against her husband, ladies and gentlemen. All right, joining me live is Executive Editor Ridham Bharadwaj. Ridham, this is a fresh update that we are tracking. In fact, court has now heard Selena Jaitle's domestic violence case. Tell us more on this.
Yes, absolutely. Now that hearing that's happening in the Mumbai court, Selena Jaitle's husband had made an appearance through his counsel in the court. This case is going to be coming up now in January. And Selena Jaitle had said that there was a domestic violence charge against him. We spoke to her lawyer, Niharika Karanjiwala, earlier, Tanisha. Her husband, Peter Haag, has now been granted time. Both the parties have been granted time in this case to file their income affidavits. Both the parties will have to file their income affidavits before the court because she has asked for 50 crores from him. The case is adjourned to 27th January 2026. After the first hearing, this has happened, and all of them, after this happened, their income affidavits has been found for have been asked for a very critical time. And also remember, this is happening when Peter Haag has also initiated divorce proceedings in Austria earlier, before the domestic violence proceedings against her. Lawyer Niharika Karanjiwala Mishra had also revealed this, now filed this, and she had said that her priority remains to fight this case. Selena Jaitle's husband had filed for divorce after the actor discovered properties in Vienna were being sold without her knowledge. She also filed this case against him in India. In the case in Austria, Peter Haag is attempting, it was said, to establish that Selena has no claims over their assets. The lawyer had alleged Haag is holding Selena responsible for the breakdown of their marriage. Selena's lawyer had requested a mutual divorce for the sake of their children, but Haag had already refused that. And Selena has claimed she has suffered severe emotional, physical, verbal abuse by her husband, because of which she was forced to flee her home in Austria and return to India. So lots of details that were there in this plea that she has filed. She's called her husband narcissistic, self-absorbed individual with a short temper, alcoholic tendencies, which have consistently caused her stress. This is what is in the plea. The 47-year-old actor had also listed several instances when her husband had indulged in physical and verbal abuse. She's sought from the Bombay court a direction that her estranged husband pay her a sum of 50 crore rupees as compensation and 10 lakh rupees per annum as maintenance. Peter Haag, her husband, is an Austrian entrepreneur. He maintains a low profile. He shied away earlier from media attention, and they had earlier, I remember being told by them that they had met in Dubai, tied the knot in 2010. But coming back to this particular hearing and what Niharika Karanjiwala, the lawyer who's appearing, and Karanjiwala and Company is the firm that's representing Selena Jaitle. It's very, very clear. A domestic violence proceeding in Bombay, that's being, in Mumbai, that is there, that's being taking on, Selena Jaitle is taking on her husband, estranged husband. She's filed for divorce, asking for these charges that I've just told you.
Rhythm, in fact, what we are also coming to know is that the court is seeking an affidavit, an income affidavit from both the sides. If you could tell our viewers who are just tuning in this bulletin, what exactly does the court mean when they say that they are, asking for affidavits from both the sides here?
Yes. So the last time when we had an exclusive conversation with Niharika Karanjiwala Antra, she had told us that we are asking for this money because it is Selena's money that had gone into the lavish lifestyle that was being enjoyed. So they only money that she had put for the last many years. And that's in the court, after hearing through whatever's been stated by Selena Jaitle, has said both the parties are going to file an income affidavit before us, after which we'll see what has to be done. She's also called this a personal crisis in her Instagram post. She sought a compensation after 14 years of marriage of 50 crores from Peter Haag, her husband, and she put in a post on this as well. And when we spoke to her lawyer, she said there was verbal abuse, and that's the reason that they have done this. The actor, she said, had been left alone in the difficult time when she was fighting for the custody of her children. And that's also one of the reasons that she has said that she wants to be away from her estranged husband. Remember earlier, like I said, Antra, Peter Haag had filed for divorce in Austria earlier against her, accusing her of ruining their 15-year marriage. So the couple's marriage has turned into a cross-country dispute with both the sides moving courts into different nations.
Thank you, Rhythm, for getting us those updates. Of course, we are very, very closely tracking this story. Ladies and gentlemen, shifting our focus to another breaking news that is coming in. Zubin Garg's cousin and suspended police officer Zubin Garg has now been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder in the particular SIT charge sheet. In fact, SIT charge sheet, like we broke earlier, had filed a 3,500-page charge sheet. Now, Zubin Garg's cousin and suspended police officer Zubin Garg has now been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder in the SIT charge sheet. The charge sheet has been filed in the Guwahati court and also names 6 others, including Garg's manager, Siddharth Sharma, bandmate Shekhar Jyoti Goswami, singer Amrit Prabha Mahanta and festival organizer Shyam Kanu Mahanta. To quickly give our viewers a recap here, Zubin Garg, who died on September 19, 2025 while swimming in Singapore, the Assam government has now formed an SIT to investigate his death, which was initially treated as a case of culpable homicide not amounting to murder, but later was upgraded to murder. In fact, the investigation and the SIT is being led by SDGP Munna Prasad Gupta, who has questioned over 300 people. All right, joining me live is Anirudh, my colleague. Anirudh, this is a fresh update that we are getting in. Zubin Garg's cousin has now been charged in this murder case, and he has also been named in the 3,500-page charge sheet that has been filed by SIT. Give us more updates.
Yes, Zubin Garg's cousin, has been charged with culpable homicide under section 105 of the BNS, and it may be mentioned that earlier he was suspended from service and thereafter he was also arrested, and today in the charge sheet that has been filed by the SIT in the CJM court, Zubin Garg has been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder, whereas the other the main accused as far as this entire case is concerned, Shyam Kanu Mahanta, the organizer of the Northeast Festival, Siddharth Sharma, who was Zubin Garg's manager, Amrit Prabha Mahanta, co-singer of Zubin Garg, and Zubin Garg's musician, Shekhar Goswami, they have been charged with section 103 as well as 106 of the BNS. And apart from that, the PSOs of Zubin Garg, along with Shyam Kanu Mahanta and Siddharth Sharma, they have been charged also with under section 316 of the BNS, which means criminal breach of trust. Yes, Renga.
Well, thank you, Anirudh, for getting us these details. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we also have the bite of Himanta Biswa Sarma, who has spoken on this Zubin Garg death mystery. Listen to what the Assam CM had to say.
लोगों को हत्या की गोचर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा।
सर, अरुणाचल में
मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है, लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। अरुणाचल का जो घटना हुआ है, मेरा मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है, लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। धन्यवाद। SIT का चार्जशीट हो गया है, लोगों को हत्या की गोचर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है, कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा। लोगों को हत्या की गोचर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो, अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है, कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा।
सर, अरुणाचल में
मंत्री विमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए, लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है, लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। अरुणाचल का जो घटना हुआ है, मेरा मंत्री बिमल बोरा जी स्पॉट में है, तो उनको आने दीजिए। लेकिन बहुत ही दुखद घटना है, हम लोग सबको मालूम है, लेकिन उद्धार कार्य में मेरा मंत्री जी अभी गया है, वो आने का बाद ही मुझे पूरा रिपोर्ट मिलेगा। धन्यवाद। SIT का चार्जशीट हो गया है, लोगों को हत्या की गुस्सर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हूँ। अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है, कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखूंगा।
All right, tracking some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. Police team in Raebareli district has apprehended 4 robbers accused of stealing money and mobile phones after a shootout. When culprits announced that the police team, they tried to flee, leading to a shootout between the two sides. They have in fact now been detained. Police recovered pistols and money from them. They are now in process of investigation. A man was shot in Delhi's Shahadra while he was riding a motorcycle with his worker. The victim has now been identified as Yogendra Rathore. He was shot from behind. Now, the victim is currently said to be in a stable condition and is undergoing treatment. A probe has now been launched into the incident. A massive fire broke out at a godown in Gujarat's Surat. Wooden items used in weddings were stored in that godown. About 50 fire personnel have carried out the operation to control the fire. However, fortunately, no casualties have been reported. Revenue Department officials reached suspended Constable Alok Singh's residence as part of the ongoing investigations in the cough syrup syndicate case. The ED had issued a notice to the dismissed constable to appear on the 8th. Now, action was initiated after he failed to appear in response to the notice. Raids were conducted at several locations, including Lucknow, Varanasi, Ranchi, Ahmedabad, Jaunpur and Saharanpur in connection with the case. Fire broke out in a bar of a hotel in Bhubaneswar. 7 fire tenders reached the spot and began efforts to extinguish the fire. 4 teams and 30 officials are present at the spot. The cause of the fire could be short circuit as per the reports coming in. There were no casualties reported in this incident as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, search operations are continuing for the 2nd consecutive day along the Indo-Pakistan international border in Samba district as forces intensify crackdown on suspected terror routes ahead of the snowfall in the upper reaches. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Security forces have launched a massive search operations in the Samba district where the forces are scanning the dense forested area. Here you will see that these forests that have grown thick vegetation, and now here the troops of the Special Operations Group, they are scanning and searching out everything. They are ensuring that these grown vegetations do not become a safe haven for the Pakistani terrorists or those who are trying to sneak into the Indian territory. And here on this side also, you will see that the troops being inducted into every nook and corner. This is being done so that the operations can be advanced, and also the locations of the terrorists that could possibly be their hideout or their suspected locations, that can also be traced. I'll request Ashu to move that way, and you will see that they are also searching that very area, because that could act as one of the hideouts of the terrorists, or these grown vegetations could support the drone dropping as well. And also we have seen in the past also that the tunnel network threat that lies there, and these areas becomes really very conducive to dig out the tunnels, because what happens that in this grown vegetation no one is going to actually look for the tunnels. But this is the Special Operations Group of the Samba police that has launched an intensified operations here, because we are days to the snowfall to start in the upper reaches, and once the snowfall starts, the threat goes manifold. Reason being that the upper reaches gets blocked completely, and what Pakistan is left, it is left with Jaish-e-Mohammed to infiltrate its force terrorists into the Indian territory through this very area. And also you will see that these big grown bushes are also being thoroughly searched, so that this cannot be one of the hideouts or the places where the terrorists can actually take advantage. Because what happens that in the dead of the night, if someone comes and hides like this, it will be completely a cover that they can get. But they are decimating every attempt of the Pakistani terrorists, those who can get cover, that they want to ensure that the attempts that are being made regularly by the Pakistan, they are foiled. What has happened in the past also, that there have been large-scale infiltrations that have taken place in last couple of years from the Samba international border.
All right, we're getting another breaking news that is coming in. BJP has now staged a protest in front of the Integrated Court of Theni, condemning the Tamil Nadu government for disregarding the court's ruling in the Thiruparakundram case. The controversy revolves around the lighting of the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Hilltop Temple, with the Madras High Court directing the temple administration to facilitate the ritual. However, the state government failed to comply, citing concerns over communal harmony and law and order. The BJP has in fact now accused the DMK government of being anti-Hindu and appeasing minorities, while the DMK claims that it's protecting Hindu interests and maintaining peace. The situation has now escalated with protest, clashes and Section 144 imposed on the area. Those are the visuals coming live. BJP is protesting against the DMK. They have staged a protest outside in front of the Integrated Court of Theni, condemning the Tamil Nadu government for disregarding the court's ruling in the Thiruparakundram case. India and the US are progressing steadily in trade talks, focusing on building trust rather than rushing deals. Now, recent high-level visits and discussions highlight their commitment to a balanced economic partnership despite ongoing challenges. Now, US President Donald Trump's criticism of India's rice exports have added on to the tension. But both the sides continue cautious diplomacy. Union Minister Piyush Goyal on Thursday stressed that the trade is about strong relationships aiming for sustainable, long-form cooperation. Here's all that you need to know. Take a look.
For the basis of the CEA's comments, I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. We had very good substantive discussions that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. We should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops. I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
Period till March, sir.
I'm not aware of the basis of the CEA's comments. You'll have to probably refer that to the CEA. I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. We've had substantive discussions over several rounds of negotiations. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. The current visit is not a negotiating round. Current visit is a new deputy USTR who has joined about 3 months ago. It's his first visit to India. We're getting to know each other. He's at the Commerce Secretary level, Vice Minister, so they're all getting to know each other well. He met me also. We had very good substantive discussions. But I've often said on record that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. And I don't think we should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops, because you tend to make mistakes then.
Just one addition to that question. The US is saying that they've got the best deal yet. Have we offered them anything that they are so happy about?
Well, that only the USTR can answer. His happiness is very much welcome, and I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
All this momentum in talks comes days after U.S. President Donald Trump criticized India's rice exports. He questioned, why is India allowed to do that, dumping rice into the U.S.? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice? These remarks have added a new layer of tension to the ongoing trade discussions.
That countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working, but we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. So you can't do that.
Trade deals are for a longer duration. Trade deals are not only about tariffs, it's not only about access of goods or services, it's also about trust, it's also about relationships. Yeah. It's a demonstration to businesses that you can work with between both countries and trust businesses to prosper, businesses to be protected, businesses to get opportunities and a fair deal in the rule of law in democracies that we all work in. So I think trade deals in a longer context have far more than just tariffs.
As India and the U.S. navigate their trade relations, the road ahead remains risky but full of potential. Recently, Prime Minister Modi spoke with President Trump, signaling ongoing high-level interest in strengthening ties. Both sides emphasize mutual trust and balanced gains, choosing cautious diplomacy over rushed deals, aiming to build a stronger and sustainable economic partnership for the future.
All right, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast into a silent protest for 2 days. Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. We are tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
भाई मेरे बेटी को प्यार चाहिए, प्यार।
Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and to do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Madurai Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition. An opposition moves the impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan. 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam police submits charge sheet in Zubin Garg death case. MOS Ministry of External Affairs says issue of the detention of Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. In a major development in Tamil Nadu's in the Deepam Rao, 56 former judges have now signed a petition backing Justice Swaminathan, giving the verdict on the Deepam Rao. In the petition that has now been signed by the former judges have basically claimed political browbeating. In fact, the same very judge who had passed an order in this entire matter, it seems the India alliance has now come together for an impeachment motion to be moved against him. In fact, what you see right now, Justice Swaminathan, against whom it seems that there is an entire cartel that is operating, they say that would cut every roots of democracy if you're really basically moving for the impeachment of it. Never before have we really seen this kind of a move that has been made by political parties to impeach a sitting judge here. Government is basically penalizing judges during the emergency, so it brings back those memories. Despite onslaughts, judiciary stood various challenges that they faced. Approach is anti-democratic, anti-constitutional is what the judges had to say. Let me also bring in our legal editor joining us on this broadcast. Rhythm, unprecedented move that was made by the India alliance trying to impeach a sitting judge.
Yes, Shravan, and this is something that is called browbeating and demeaning. It's not the first time that this has been done, but why this is so shocking is this time it's parliamentarians who have done it. No longer are senior advocates only trying to intimidate the judiciary like Justice Dhingra told us a short while ago, but now it's the parliamentarians for their own political motives that have gone and done this. Today, when this has happened, the Supreme Court has also spoken out in other cases where the top court judge, Chief Justice of India, has said he will not be intimidated by such attempts. We're going to break that story shortly. But why this is so important is that a group of Supreme Court former judges and High Court Chief Justices issued a strong statement condemning this attack by Indie bloc opposition leaders trying to make attempts to impeach Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court. The first point is on what grounds are they trying to do so? The second ground is it is very clear he was listening to a matter. The statement is looking at emergency and what political overreach happened at that time. It harmed judicial independence. Once again, this is the charge that we are looking at. This is the atmosphere that is trying to be created here, where impeachment is being done to not protect judicial integrity, but only being used as a weapon, as a tool of retaliation. And why this is shocking is this time it's the parliamentarians who also now become hand in glove with others to try and only use this for their own political gains.
Rhythm, I'll request you to stay on with us as we're getting in some more breaking news, but this is coming in on a different story that we're tracking. Chief Justice of India, Suryakant, has expressed concern that judges are increasingly being subjected to adverse public remarks because of the observations they make during the case hearings, and I quote, "There are hypothetical situations in court. We make observations, but I'm not someone who will take browbeating. Not so easy with me. As soon as the judge makes an observation, there are allegations that are made against him." Now, this is what Chief Justice of India had to say. Let me go across to my colleague Rhythm, who's joining us on this broadcast. Rhythm, it seems.
আপোনালোকে জানে যে এইটো এটা SIT আছিল, স্পেশাল ইনভেষ্টিগেশ্যন টিম। এটা টিমে তাত কেইবাজনো ইনভেষ্টিগেশ্যন অফিচাৰ আছিল। গতিকে যেতিয়া SIT গঠন কৰা হয়, এটা টিম থাকে, টিম অফ ইনভেষ্টিগেটৰ্ছ।
স্যার, সিঙ্গাপুৰৰ পৰা বহু তথ্য আপোনালোকে লাভ কৰিছিল। কি তথ্য লাভ কৰিছিল?
যিখিনি তথ্য লাভ কৰা হৈছে সেইখিনি আমি চাৰ্জশ্বিটত ইতিমধ্যে কোৰ্টৰ ওচৰত দাখিল কৰিছোঁ।
স্যার, আৰু এটা কেছ আছিল 19/2005, তাত কিমানখিনি আগবাঢ়িছে তেতিয়ালৈকে?
19/2005টো এটা বেলেগ বিষয়ৰ ওপৰত ৰুজু কৰা হৈছিল, সেইটো তদন্ত এতিয়া চলি আছে।
ছিংগাপুৰৰ ইয়ট পাৰ্টিত যিসকল আছিল সেইসকলৰ বিৰুদ্ধে মানে
যিসকলৰ বিৰুদ্ধে চাৰ্জশ্বিট আছে।
In fact, what you see right now on your screens, this a dramatic chase that is taking place right now, and we're getting in some more details. This is from Navsari, where this chase is taking place. In fact, it seems what you see right now, this isn't from any movie. It's a reality where you would see right now on your screens. You have a live encounter between criminals and the police taking place. This is in Navsari, where a liquor smuggler was trying to run away, absconding in his car, which is basically full of liquor bottles. There you see the vehicle that is going in, which is being chased by the local police there. Liquor mafia present in the car that you can see on your screens. I believe this white car that you see, a white Creta car in which the criminal was present and was on his, he was fleeing, and that's where you see it bangs into another vehicle, tries to run away, and followed by it is the police vehicle that you see. The Scorpio that you see right now is where the police was. Clearly, in fact, this is a crackdown that is being carried out by the Gujarat police, particularly keeping in mind that Gujarat as a state is a dry state where there have been reports essentially coming in of the illegal sale of liquor. Here in Navsari, it seems that they were able to, following a tip-off that had basically come in of the movement of a liquor mafia. Once the police basically acted on the tip-off, and we've been told that he was spotted in the vehicle, and they suspected that he was also carrying along with him liquor bottles. It seems immediately thereafter he fled from the spot. This is an angle that we have just got from our local reporters there of the movement actually taking place, the chase of the liquor mafia. And you have the Gujarat police basically moving immediately thereafter. Shifting focus now to the other story that we are getting to you right now. This will also get you more details from Navsari from now. There's been a major infiltration plot along the Indo-Pakistan international border, where the BSF has arrested a suspected terrorist. BSF achieved a major success during a 2-day-long operation. The arrested suspect was planning to facilitate the infiltration of a large Jaish-e-Mohammed group into India. The arrest was made along the international border in the Pragwal sector of Jammu district. Now, there is also suspicion that the arrested suspect was carrying China-made weapon. BSF launched a large-scale search operation in the Pragwal area. We'll try and see if we can go across to a reporter. Then there are also some images coming in. Let me bring in my colleague Gursimran, who's joining us on this broadcast. Gursimran, what more details are you picking up?
Shavan, right now we are outside the Pragwal police post where this suspected terrorist is being handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police. I'll request Ashu to first show you the visuals that the senior officials of the border security force, they have arrived here at the police post Pragwal. We have spoken to the senior officials in the BSF and Jammu and Kashmir police, and they have confirmed to us that the arrest of this suspected terrorist has taken place along with the Chinese weapon. I'll request Ashu to show you from this side that the ambulance of the BSF that has been that came along with this suspected terrorist, and now he has been handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police. I'll request Ashu to keep showing you the visuals that the senior officials of the BSF, they have also arrived. Here you will see the senior officials of the BSF along with the Jammu and Kashmir police. They have also arrived here, and now they are interacting with the formal formalities are being performed. Because what has happened that what we are being told that there were apprehensions with the agencies that Pakistan is trying to actually push back those terrorists that have gone to Pakistan at a time of 90s, 2000 and 2010 or even 2020. They have been trained there, and now they are being pulled back into the Indian territory. Reason being that Pakistan wants, since they are well aware of the geography of the area, they want more groups to infiltrate with the active guidance of these terrorists. So now you will see that in this ambulance we are told that this suspected terrorist has been brought here in the Pragwal international border, and now the officials, they have been handed now questioning him. First the questioning was done by Central Intelligence Agencies and the BSF, and now Jammu and Kashmir police will take custody, and also an FIR will be registered. We are told that he is carrying a Chinese-made weapon, though the weapon that he has with him is being said to be AK series, but it was a Chinese-made weapon that has been recovered from his possession. So now more details will be divulged in the later part of the day. That is what we are getting to know. But for now, we can confirm that a suspected terrorist has been arrested, and he was in a bid to sneak in a large group of Jaish-e-Mohammed into the Indian territory. But due to the alertness and the 2-day-long operation that has taken place, this arrest has been made, and also the recovery of the weapon. Important to mention that it was last week only, Shavan, that we have seen that there was a statement that was made by the IG BSF Jammu Frontier that the active launch pads that were demolished during Operation Sindoor in the Indian strikes, that was the preemptive strikes also, and the other strikes that were carried out in retaliation to the Pakistani provocation, those launch pads have become active again. A total number was given of 72, 12 along the international border and 60 along the line of control. So it seems that another desperate attempt was being made from across the border, but now that attempt has been foiled, and these visuals that you see are from the Pragwal border outpost where the officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the officials from the border security force, they all are here. Now the handing over of the suspected terrorist to the Jammu and Kashmir police has been done by the authorities. Yes.
One final question before I let you go, Gursimran, with regards to the arrest that was made following a tip-off that was received by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Any details you're picking up in terms of fresh attempts that are now being made by Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba to carry out such infiltration attempts just before the winter sets in?
Yes, desperate attempts are being made. We have seen that earlier also there were multiple attempts, and now also the similar input suggests that there are desperate attempts that are being made by. This also seems to be part of a larger planning of the Pakistani terror groups to push terrorists into the Indian territory. But now what has happened that this suspected terrorist who was considered to be kingpin, he has now been arrested, and now as we speak the interrogation is underway, and they are trying to look into every possible angle that who he was in touch with, because there is another suspicion that is being worked upon, Shavan, that is that he might be one of those who has gone missing from the Rajouri in 2021, and the same person has been apprehended because it is believed that he exfiltrated in 2021 to Pakistan and now has once again been apprehended. But now as we speak, the security forces are questioning his whereabouts, and more details are likely to emerge as the J&K police will carry out the further investigation.
Thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details. We'll keep a close watch on it. Shifting focus now to the action that has been taken against Indigo. In fact, it seems that the Indigo board has basically appointed an external aviation expert to carry out an analysis, what they're calling it root cause analysis of the flight disruptions. This also comes at a time when the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also taken action against 4 officers of the DGCA. They have been asked to immediately leave the DGCA and go back to their parent cadre. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who is getting us the latest details. Shambhavi, it seems Indigo is on a damage control mode. What more details are you picking up in terms of the action that has been taken so far?
There has been 2 things which has been going on parallelly in this story, where once the DGCA has already formed a 4-member panel which will be investigating the root cause of this entire Indigo crisis in detail. Apart from this, now this is a new update that Indigo has also appointed an external aviation expert to figure out what was the root cause, although Indigo has been largely maintaining that the main reason behind this entire Indigo fiasco was the issue with the rostering system of the company. When they failed to comply with the phase 2 of the FDTL rules. But now 2 parallel investigation will be going on. One will be by Indigo's newly appointed external aviation expert, and the another one is the one which is going on by the DGCA's appointed 4-member panel who will be responsible for investigating the root cause of this entire Indigo crisis. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Shambhavi, for getting us the latest details. The DGCA and the Ministry of External Affairs, Civil Aviation has also put a team at the Indigo's office. Let me now also take you through some more details emerging in the other stories coming in. Madurai High Court has granted permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days. Deepam Rao reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by the opposition.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भाई मेरा बेटी को प्यार चाहिए मेरा बेटी का ब्लड आ रहा ब्लड नीचे से ब्लड। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm, and our top focus is going to be on the Deepam row and how it's engulfing everybody. After that impeachment case and that row that has started, more than 50 members of the judiciary have moved an open letter supporting Justice Swaminathan of the Madras High Court, calling this move by parliamentarians very dangerous because now not only are members of a certain Indi opposition bloc opposing certain judicial members, but this is a direct threat to the independence of the judiciary. If every order that is passed is against them, they will say it's bias, they will say that the judge is motivated, but it's actually them who are motivated, and therefore they're trying to do an impeachment motion against a judge of the Madras High Court. A very dangerous trend that is now coming out in the judiciary and the parliament. First, a look at our top headlines. Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
The Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing officials of deliberately ignoring its order on lighting the Karnataka Deepam lamp at the Madurais. There are lathis for the devotees. Hindus are lathi charged. Despite the court order, they are not allowed.
Now the Deepam row reaches Parliament. BJP calls it an anti-Hindu move by opposition. As the opposition moves impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan, 56 judges write a letter backing the Madras High Court judge. Assam cops submit charge sheet in the Zubin Garg death case. MOSMEA says issues of detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up strongly with the Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Our top focus, Zubin Garg's cousin and suspended police officer Sandeepan Garg have been charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder in the SIT charge sheet. We're getting to know details about the SIT charge sheet that has been filed. The SIT has filed its charge sheet in the Zubin Garg death case. Assam police officer Sandeepan Garg has also been arrested. I'm going to try and go across to Anirudh to get more details of the SIT's charge sheet that has now been filed. Remember, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister, has also spoken out after this charge sheet has been filed. Anirudh, can you give us more details as the Assam SIT has filed its charge sheet?
Yes, Rhythm. In fact, Republic TV has accessed the full details of the charges and the sections under, of the BNS under which the main accused as well as the co-accused in this Zubin Garg death probe has been searched. And as per the details of the search sheet that we have accessed, for Siddharth Sharma, section 3, subsection 6, subsection 7 and subsection 8, that is common knowledge, intention and cooperation, section Section 61, subsection 2, criminal conspiracy, Section 103, subsection 1, murder, and Section 316, subsections 5, criminal breach of trust has been slapped. Against Syamkanu Mohanto also the similar charges have been slapped. Additional charges that has been slapped to Syamkana Mohanto. This include Section 308, subsection 2 of the BNS, that is extortion, and Section 318, subsection 4 of the BNS, that is cheating, and Section 238 of the BNS, that is destruction of evidence, has been slapped. Similarly, against Sekharujyoti Goswami also, Section 3, subsection 6, 7, and 8 has been slapped. Section 61, subsection 2, and also 103, subsection 1, and criminal breach of trust, that is Section 316, subsection 5, has been slapped. Against Amrit Prabha Mahanta, also similar charges have been slapped, along with Section 238 of the BNS, that is destruction of evidence. And as you have mentioned,
getting to know details about sections under which this charge sheet has been filed. The Assam police officer Zubin Garg is also being charged. Let's also take a look and get reactions. The Assam chief minister has also spoken on this charge sheet. Listen in.
लोगों को हत्या की गोचर में हम लोग अभियुक्त किया हो। अभी आगे जाके न्यायालय में ये जो कानून का रास्ता से अभी आगे चलेगा। कोर्ट का ऊपर सब लोगों का सम्मान है। कोर्ट जो भी करे हम लोग कोर्ट का ऊपर हमेशा आस्था रखें।
All right, there is more breaking news that's coming in, but for now, the big news: Assam police officer Zubin Garg also charged in the charge sheet filed by the SIT in the Zubin Garg case. And breaking news coming in: the BMC conducted surprise joint inspection of 4-star hotel in Andheri, Mumbai, following the deadly Goa fire incident. The inspection was aimed to ensure the hotel's safety measures were in place to prevent a similar incident. The hotel management was caught off guard, and officials accompanied them to every location that visited during the inspection. This was Mumbai's surprise inspections by the BMC. Hotel was raided over the safety concerns, and Mumbai hotel raided over fire safety concerns. The pictures on the screen are evident as this raid is happening of a 4-star hotel in Andheri in Mumbai following the deadly Goa fire incident. This inspection was aimed to ensure the hotel safety measures. Let's listen into what my colleague Satya Prakash reporting on this has stated.
मुंबई में बीएमसी कर्मचारी एक्शन में है और बीएमसी के फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम और बीएमसी कर्मचारी होटल के अंदर पहुंचे हुए हैं। यहाँ पे औचक निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं, फायर सेफ्टी का देख रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ होटल के अंदर किस तरह से यहाँ पे बीएमसी कर्मचारी और फायर ब्रिगेड डिपार्टमेंट के लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। आप लोग क्या देख रहे हैं होटल के अंदर, क्या जाँच कर रहे हैं?
होटल के अंदर जो फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम लगा हुआ है वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में है या नहीं है वो हम यहाँ पे चेक कर रहे हैं। वैसे जो होटल के एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स है वो ब्लॉक है या ओपन है, अनऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड है, वो चेक कर रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ, कहीं कहीं उसके बाद एक्शन में आए।
गोवा का जो अग्निकांड हुआ उसके बाद यहाँ पे कुछ ऐसा हादसा ना हो उसके लिए बीएमसी की तरफ से ये पूरा 31 तक इंस्पेक्शन ड्राइव चल रहा है हर एक वार्ड में।
अच्छा, क्या मिला अभी तक आपको यहाँ पे?
अभी चेक कर रहे हैं जिस मतलब जहाँ पे फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स सब ठीक तरह से, उनको तो कुछ नहीं, लेकिन जहाँ पे अगर कुछ इशू आते हैं तो उनको वो हिसाब से नोटिस वगैरह दिया जा रहा है।
ये देख सकते हैं बीएमसी का ऑफिसर है, आपने यहाँ पे देखा, जांच किया, क्या मिला है आपको?
नहीं, अभी तो जांच चालू है।
फेज 1 जैसा आपको बताया, फेज 1 में फोकस रहेगा हाउस होल्ड्स के अंदर क्या एमिनिटीज हैं, हाउसिंग कंडीशन कैसी है, कच्चा घर है, पक्का घर है, घर में कितने रूम्स हैं, किस तरह से घर में कोई व्हीकल है, घर में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन कैसा है, वो सब चीज़ें फर्स्ट फेज में की जाएगी। एंड दैट विल बी द बेस फॉर फेज 2, जिसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है डेमोग्राफिक, सोशियो कल्चरल एंड इकोनॉमिक पैरामीटर्स का इन्यूमरेशन किया जाएगा पूरी जनसंख्या का। एज, जेंडर, एजुकेशनल स्टेटस, रिलीजन, मदर टंग, कौन सी लैंग्वेजेस बोलते हैं, डिसेबिलिटी है कोई, सोशल स्टेटस क्या है, एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली कास्ट। कास्ट का इन्यूमरेशन भी इसमें सेंसस में होगा। माइग्रेशन हुआ है घर से, फर्टिलिटी, ऑक्यूपेशन, हर चीज का, हर बेसिक पैरामीटर का इसमें इन्यूमरेशन किया जाएगा। ये फरवरी 2027 के हिसाब से किया जाएगा, भारत के कानूनों के हिसाब से, भारत के संविधान की जो व्यवस्था है उसके हिसाब से किया जाएगा। रिविजनल राउंड इसका 1 से 5 मार्च। कभी कोई एरर रह जाता है तो somebody would like to make a केस की मेरा गलत मैंने कह दिया था, तो उसका एक रिविजनल राउंड होता है। स्नो बाउंड एरियाज में सितंबर 2026 में फेज 2 किया जाएगा। ये सेंसस अपने आप में एक अनूठा सेंसस होगा। दिस विल बी अ वेरी यूनिक वे ऑफ डूइंग सेंसस, बिकॉज देश में इन 11 वर्षों में एक डिजिटल क्रांति आई है। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज आर पार्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ टुडे। हर एक व्यक्ति के जीवन में डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज का आज उपयोग है, चाहे पेमेंट हो, चाहे डिजी लॉकर हो, हर तरीके से डिजिटल व्यवस्थाओं का देश में उपयोग हो रहा है। दिस विल बिकम द फर्स्ट एवर डिजिटल सेंसस। फर्स्ट एवर डिजिटल सेंसस में मैसिव एक्सरसाइज की गई है, और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन का जो कानून बना है, डीपीडीपी, डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट, उसके तहत जितने प्रोटेक्शंस और जो राइट्स सिटीजन्स को दी गई है उनका इसमें ध्यान रखा गया है। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये फैक्टर, उनका ध्यान रख के सेंसस को कंप्लीट इसका डिजिटल डिजाइन किया गया है। सेंसस मॉनिटरिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम का एक प्रॉपर पोर्टल होगा विच विल बी अवेलेबल ऑन दी मोबाइल फोन ऑल्सो, क्योंकि इसमें सेल्फ इन्यूमरेशन की भी व्यवस्था है। जियो टैगिंग, हाउस लिस्टिंग के लिए, डिमार्केशन के लिए प्रॉपर लैंडमार्क का नोटिफिकेशन, लैंडमार्क को डिजिटली मेजर करना बहुत ही एक प्रॉपर वे में किया जाएगा, और बहुत अच्छे स्ट्रॉन्ग रोबस्ट सिक्योरिटी फीचर्स जैसा आपको बताया डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट के तहत इसमें किए जाएंगे। और कास्ट इन्यूमरेशन का ऑलरेडी कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन पॉलिटिकल अफेयर्स ने कुछ महीनों पहले इसका फैसला लिया था, आप सबकी जानकारी में है। ये सेल्फ इन्यूमरेशन का भी एक ऑप्शन रहेगा। पोर्टल के थ्रू सेल्फ इन्यूमरेशन का भी इसमें ऑप्शन रहेगा। मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट, सेंसस का डेटा कई तरह की प्लानिंग में काम में आता है, तो इस पूरी प्लानिंग एक्सरसाइज में सेंसस एज अ सर्विस किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट को, किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को जो अपनी प्लानिंग के लिए, योजनाएं बनाने के लिए, स्कीम्स के लिए और एक फ्यूचर की रोड मैप बनाने के लिए जो इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए होती है, वो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन सेंसस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विल बी एबल टू गिव सेंसस एज अ सर्विस बिकॉज ऑफ द वे इट इज डन डिजिटली। ये डिजिटल सेंसस का एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज होगा, बिकॉज कई वर्षों तक इसका बेनिफिट मिलता रहे, वो फैसिलिटी इसमें अवेलेबल होगी। करीब 30 लाख फील्ड फंक्शनरीज इसमें काम करेंगे, विच मीन्स अबाउट 1 करोड़ ह्यूमन डेज का इसमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट होगा। और बहुत मैसिव एक्सरसाइज है, अवेयरनेस क्रिएट की जाएगी, लास्ट माइल एंगेजमेंट, कैसे फील्ड ऑपरेशंस में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर इन्यूमरेटर्स को हमें रिक्रूट करना है, वो सब चीज़ें इसमें सेंसस में की जाएगी। साथियों, ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट एक्सरसाइज है देश के डेमोक्रेसी के लिए, देश की संवैधानिक व्यवस्था के लिए, इसीलिए इस पर बहुत फोकस किया गया है। हर तरीके से रोबस्टनेस, हर तरीके से डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन के तहत और एक डिजिटल माध्यम से एक प्रॉपर इसकी डिटेल एक्सरसाइज की गई है। सेकेंड आज का बड़ा फैसला है वो है कोल सेतु। आप सब जानते हैं एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी में देश ने बहुत बड़े फैसले लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, और भारत अब कोल के प्रोडक्शन में ऑलरेडी आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। हिस्टोरिक प्रोडक्शन हुआ है 24-25 फाइनेंशियल ईयर में 1 बिलियन टन से ज़्यादा कोल का प्रोडक्शन हुआ है, और अब एक तरीके से इंपोर्ट पे जो पहले डिपेंडेंस होती थी वो डिपेंडेंस करीब करीब बहुत कम हो गई है. Now we are saving about 60,000 crore rupees on forex because of the reduced dependence on imported coal. ये बहुत
Cabinet briefing there by Ashwini Vaishnav, where he says India's 2027 census is to go digital. Now, viewers, the other top focus, India and the US are progressing steadily in trade talks, focusing on building trust rather than rushing deals. Recent high-level visits and discussions highlight their commitment to a balanced economic partnership despite ongoing challenges. US President Donald Trump's criticism of India's rice exports added tension, but both sides continue cautious diplomacy. Union Minister Piyush Goyal on Thursday also stressed that trade is about strong relationships aimed for sustainable long-term cooperation. Here's that report.
I'm not aware of the basis of the CEA's comments. I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. We had very good substantive discussions that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. We should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops. I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
Period till March, sir.
I'm not aware of the basis of the CEA's comments. You'll have to probably refer that to the CEA. I can only say that negotiations are progressing well. We've had substantive discussions over several rounds of negotiations. In the past, I think 5 rounds have happened. The current visit is not a negotiating round. Current visit is a new deputy USTR who has joined about 3 months ago. It's his first visit to India. We're getting to know each other. He's at the Commerce Secretary level, Vice Minister, so they're all getting to know each other well. He met me also. We had very good substantive discussions. But I've often said on record that a deal is only done when both sides stand to benefit. And I don't think we should ever negotiate with deadlines or hard stops because you tend to make mistakes then.
Just one addition to that question. The US is saying that they've got the best deal yet. Have we offered them anything that they are so happy about?
Well, that only the USTR can answer. His happiness is very much welcome. And I do believe that if they are very happy, they should be signing on the dotted line.
All this momentum in talks comes days after U.S. President Donald Trump criticized India's rice exports. He questioned, why is India allowed to do that, dumping rice into the U.S.? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice? These remarks have added a new layer of tension to the ongoing trade discussions.
That countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working. But we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. So you can't do that.
trade deals are for a longer duration. Trade deals are not only about tariffs, it's not only about access of goods or services, it's also about trust, it's also about relationships. It's a demonstration to businesses that you can work with between both countries and trust businesses to prosper, businesses to be protected, businesses to get opportunities and a fair deal in the rule of law in democracies that we all work in. So I think trade deals in a longer context have far more than just tariffs.
As India and the U.S. navigate their trade relations, the road ahead remains risky but full of potential. Recently, Prime Minister Modi spoke with President Trump, signaling ongoing high-level interest in strengthening ties. Both sides emphasize mutual trust and balanced gains, choosing cautious diplomacy over rushed deals, aiming to build a stronger and sustainable economic partnership for the future.
And the breaking news coming in, we're getting a big update that's coming in the Red Fort blast case where the accused are being brought to the Patiala House Court. They are currently being taken for their case hearing to the Patiala House Court. We can see those exclusive visuals that have been captured on our cameras where all the accused have been brought in NI custody, where the NI had arrested even 4 accused more in the Red Fort blast case. They have been brought to the Patiala House Court as we are speaking. Major revelations earlier had been made. There had been significant breakthroughs that had been achieved by seeing and analyzing the phone of the arrested terrorists who are on the screen, including Muzammil, Adil, Shaheen and Irfan, all of them who have now been brought to the Patiala House Court, as we can see on your screens. Remember, these 4 had, as per their sources, they had certain significant breakthroughs. Their phones had recordings of speeches by Masood Azhar, the Jaish chief, and other Jaish commanders. The contents on their phones also related to terror training and bomb making. For their court hearing, they are now brought in safety, in protection to the Patiala House Court. And remember, these videos have also been found on these 4 mobiles that had details on terrorist training, bomb-making techniques, chemical reactions, revealing the deep level of research and operation planning that had gone into this. The phones contained videos of religious sites and crowded markets in the capital, Uttar Pradesh, Mumbai, and other states. Cross-border terror links had also been established of accused Muzammil and Umar. They met Syrian ISIS terrorist commanders in Turkey, it was alleged. The NI had earlier secured 10-day custody of the 4 accused in the Delhi blast case. They have been brought to the special NI court at the Patiala House Court that had granted the NI 10-day custody earlier. These are the 4 key accused in the deadly November 10 car blast outside Delhi's Red Fort. And the BMC conducted a surprise joint inspection of a 4-star hotel in Andheri, Mumbai, following the deadly Goa fire incident. The inspection aimed to ensure the hotel's safety measures were in place to prevent a similar incident. The hotel management was caught off guard and officials accompanied them to every location visited during the inspection. Remember, this is a Goa fire fallout. The BMC is checking Mumbai hotels and raiding them over fire safety concerns. It's a surprise hotel inspection that's taken place at Andheri in Mumbai. The inspection is amid Goa fire tragedy and the hotel management was caught off guard. Let me also go across through a report that my colleague Satya Prakash has filed from there.
कहीं मुंबई में बीएमसी कर्मचारी एक्शन में है और बीएमसी के फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम और बीएमसी कर्मचारी होटल के अंदर पहुंचे हुए हैं। यहाँ पे औचक निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं, फायर सेफ्टी का देख रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ होटल के अंदर किस तरह से यहाँ पे बीएमसी कर्मचारी और फायर ब्रिगेड डिपार्टमेंट के लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं। आप लोग क्या देख रहे हैं होटल के अंदर, क्या जाँच कर रहे हैं?
होटल के अंदर जो फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम लगा हुआ है वो वर्किंग कंडीशन में है या नहीं है वो हम यहाँ पे चेक कर रहे हैं। वैसे जो होटल के एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स है वो ब्लॉक है या ओपन है, अनऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड है, वो चेक कर रहे हैं।
जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ, कहीं कहीं उसके बाद एक्शन में आए।
गोवा का जो अग्निकांड हुआ उसके बाद यहाँ पे कुछ ऐसा हादसा ना हो उसके लिए बीएमसी की तरफ से ये पूरा 31 तक इंस्पेक्शन ड्राइव चल रहा है हर एक वार्ड में।
अच्छा, क्या मिला अभी तक आपको यहाँ पे?
अभी चेक कर रहे हैं जिस मतलब जहाँ पे फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स सब ठीक तरह से, उनको तो कुछ नहीं, लेकिन जहाँ पे अगर कुछ इशू आते हैं तो उनको वो हिसाब से नोटिस वगैरह दिया जा रहा है।
ये देख सकते हैं बीएमसी का ऑफिसर है, आपने यहाँ पे देखा, जांच किया, क्या मिला आपको?
नहीं, अभी तो जांच चालू है। अगर पाया जाता है कुछ फायर ऑफिसर को या फिर किसी ऑफिसर को तो अकॉर्डिंगली उस सेक्शन के अंडर नोटिस इशू होता है। अभी फिलहाल अभी तक तो कुछ वायलेशन पाया नहीं गया है।
अच्छा, कौन कौन साथ में है आपके?
फायर डिपार्टमेंट, CFO डिपार्टमेंट के सोनोनी साहब है, बिल्डिंग डिपार्टमेंट के हमारे ऑफिसर है, इंक्रोचमेंट डिपार्टमेंट है, मैं खुद हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट से हूँ। ये सब का फायर कंप्लाइंस सेल है BMC की तरफ, हर वार्ड का एक सेल है। वो सेट जॉइंटली विजिट करके अगर कुछ सीरियस चीज़ें पाई जाती है तो उसके अकॉर्डिंगली एक्शन लेता है।
किस तरह आप देख रहे हैं, किस तरह से आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, किस तरह से जांच कर रहे हैं? थोड़ा दिखाइएगा।
सब ऑफिसर अपना रोल निर्धारित कर रहा है। फायर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर, फायर सेफ्टी किसका एंट्री एग्जिट का इशू नहीं है। अगर इनकेस इमरजेंसी आते हैं तो कैसे इवैक्यूएट हो, ये फायर ऑफिसर देख रहे हैं। बिल्डिंग ऑफिसर उनके अगर स्ट्रक्चर में कुछ चेंजेस होता है और उसकी वजह से कुछ की जान की वो देख रहे हैं। और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट अपना क्लीनलीनेस और बाकी पार्ट देख रहे हैं।
अच्छा, ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से होटल में यहाँ पे BMC कर्मचारी यहाँ पर अंदर जा रहे हैं और यहाँ पर जो फायर सेफ्टी का जो भी लगा है यहाँ पे जांच किया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे किचन में, होटल के किचन में यहाँ पे BMC कर्मचारी, फायर ब्रिगेड के कर्मचारी और पहुंचे हुए हैं। और जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ उसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पर मुंबई में BMC कर्मचारी और फायर ब्रिगेड के कर्मचारी कहीं कहीं एक्शन मोड में है। और जिस तरह से यहाँ पे तस्वीरें में दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे है, आप यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, किस तरह से यहाँ पे जांच कर रहे हैं?
हम बिल्डिंग फैक्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट से हैं। हम एक हिस्सा है इनका, और हम लोग एनी वायलेशंस, अगर बिल्डिंग अप्रूवल्स प्लान में वायलेशंस, डेविएशन होते तो वो हम लोग चेक करते, और अगर डेविएशंस होते तो हम लोग नोटिस निकाल के उनको करेक्ट करते।
अच्छा,
ये हमारा रोल है।
यहाँ पे अभी तक क्या देखा आपने?
नहीं, अभी तो जांच चल रही है। प्लान के हिसाब से, अप्रूवल प्लान के हिसाब से हम लोग सारा होटल चेक करेंगे, खास करके किचन एरिया, एंट्री एग्जिट पॉइंट्स, ये सब चेक करके फिर हम लोग हमारा रिपोर्ट्स हमारे अथॉरिटीज़, हायर अथॉरिटीज़ को देख करके फिर नोटिस अगर निकालेंगे, कोई डिविएशन होता है तो नोटिस निकालेंगे।
आगे भी एक्शन जारी रहेगा?
आगे एक्शन जारी रहेगा। ये 31 तक अपना एक्शन चलने वाला है। ये मुंबई की जनता की सुरक्षा के लिए ये सब चल रहा है।
अच्छा, देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे BMC कर्मचारी, फायर ब्रिगेड कर्मचारी यहाँ पे होटल के किचन में आए हुए हैं और यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं कि जो फायर के यहाँ पे सामान लगाए गए हैं, जांच कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से गोवा में अग्निकांड हुआ उसी तरह से मुंबई में ना हो, इसीलिए यहाँ पर BMC, फायर ब्रिगेड के अलावा अन्य डिपार्टमेंट कर्मचारी यहाँ पे औचक निरीक्षण के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं।
Coming up after a short break, we get you more details of Assam cops who've now submitted a charge sheet in the Zubin Garg murder case. And the MOS-MEA says issue of detention of the Indian citizen has been taken up very strongly with Chinese side in both New Delhi and Beijing. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
सर बचा के विक्रम राठौड़, कहीं फिर से ना भूल जाओ आप कौन हो।
रुक, तेरे अग्नि अस्त्र की अभी मोमबत्ती बनाता हूँ।
प्लीज स्टॉप। झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
अरे क्या हो तुम?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
I thought that we were very close with Russia to having a deal. I thought we were very close with Ukraine to having a deal. In fact, other than President Zelensky, his people loved the concept of the deal. We attend the meeting. We said, we'll attend the meeting if we think there's a good chance of they want me to attend. They want us to.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Madurai High Court grants permission for Hindus to fast and do a silent protest for 2 days.
Madurai bench of Madras High Court came down strongly on the Tamil Nadu government, accusing